Welcome to Simplilearn's ChatGPT Full Course. Excited about exploring how ChatGPT can revolutionize your work in 2025? You are in the perfect place. This course is designed to take you through everything you need to know, from the fundamentals to the latest features and applications, ensuring you're fully equipped for the future. First, we'll start with understanding what ChatGPT is and how it works in 2025. With a focus on its powerful natural language processing capabilities, you'll also discover how it generates responses that are more human-like than ever, enabling you to use it for a wide range of tasks across the industries. From there, we'll dive deep into real-world applications, see how businesses in tech, marketing, education, and more are using ChatGPT to streamline their operations, create content, automate workflows, and also enhance productivity. As ChatGPT becomes one of the most essential tech skills, we will teach you how to leverage this knowledge to stand out in interviews and advance your career in AI, automation, and beyond. And by the end of this course, you will be ready to become a ChatGPT expert and take on future of work with confidence. So let's dive in and unlock the potential of AI together. Before we comment, if you're interested in mastering the future of technology, then the professional certificate course in Gen AI and machine learning is the perfect opportunity for you. This is offered in collaboration with the ENICE Academy IIT Kanpur. 11-month live and interactive program provides you hands-on expertise in cutting-edge areas like Gen AI, machine learning, tools like ChatGPT, DALL-E 2, and even Hugging Face. You'll also gain practical experience through 15+ projects, integrated labs, and live masterclasses delivered by esteemed IIT Kanpur faculty. Alongside earning a prestigious certificate from IIT Kanpur, you will receive official Microsoft badges for Azure AI courses and career support through Simplilearn's Job Assist program. So hurry up and enroll now, and you can find the link below. Let's get started.
Meet John, a talented thanks to just a single AI-based tool. John couldn't believe it, which led Ryan to introduce ChatGPT, the revolutionary AI chatbot being developed by OpenAI. It is a state-of-the-art natural language processing, or NLP, model that uses a neural network architecture to provide responses. This means that the ChatGPT bot can answer questions without being explicitly told what the answer is using its own intellect, unlike previous AI chatbots. So, how does ChatGPT help John in filling out his team? Regarding sales, ChatGPT can provide full-fledged sales pitches based on the correct prompts. It can provide tips on how to pitch your product to businesses, removing the need for sales training. Completely customized to your requirements and your prompts. If you don't like some things about the response, you can ask for certain changes, and the chatbot will make sure they are done. When it comes to marketing, ChatGPT can provide efficient marketing strategies, which can help new entrepreneurs learn how to market their products to prospective clients. It can provide trending keywords that marketers can use for SEO purposes, while providing ad copies for your website and blog. Speaking of websites, since John can do a lot of the heavy lifting in programming, ChatGPT can help proofread the code and help out when looking for bugs to fix. Apart from basic bug fixing, it can also provide sample code structures for different programming languages, allowing John to focus more on improving core functionality and workflow, rather than fixing basic code errors. Websites and blogs content is very helpful in gathering potential customer leads. The revolutionary bot can provide full-length blog posts with near-perfect fast accuracy in seconds, allowing further customization, like choosing the length of the subject matter to the complexity of language. For John's customer support, the bot can draft complete customer service emails based on the situation, saving time and resources. The tone of the message can be changed to reflect the nature of the message, creating an efficient alternative for call center professionals. John was left speechless seeing this level of versatility from ChatGPT and wanted to implement it right away. However, Ryan made sure John knew about some drawbacks of the chatbot before getting started. Since the bot is trained mostly on data up to 2021, many of the newer events may still need to be discovered by ChatGPT. Even basic stuff like asking about the current date and time is beyond its scope, much like the limited understanding of context despite providing near lifelike solutions to certain problems. Even the accuracy of many responses can be questioned since the AI model is still learning and being developed. There is a section of the public that believes the revolutionary tool can one day replace Google search. But that day seems far-fetched so far because of the variety of issues people keep running into when using ChatGPT. However, ChatGPT poses a lot of promise for the future of AI. From full-scaled automated divisions and organizations to serving as the perfect digital assistant, OpenAI is creating a bot for the future aimed at solving the problems of today with the tools of tomorrow. The ability to carry out a myriad of tasks with minimum manpower will boost productivity at organizations in every sector, thanks to the revolutionary ChatGPT. So, how do you think ChatGPT will benefit your daily life? Are you looking forward to using the bot regularly for work or personal life? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Meet John, a software developer. John develops a program, and now he realizes the program is surrounded by a lot of bugs. John starts exploring a solution. He surfs through the internet, checks programmer communities. Doubting every step of the way, John feels his problem is not solved. Desperate to find the solution, John meets his friend Adam. Adam comes up with an idea of an artificially intelligent and practical solution called the ChatGPT. Adam says ChatGPT has the caliber to systematically resolve all the bugs with an elaborate explanation for every step it makes. ChatGPT is an AI-trained model that works in a conversational way, developed by OpenAI. Fascinated by hearing this, John asks Adam to explain him in detail. After Adam explains that, GPT, aka Generative Pre-training Transformer, has come a long way. Before the introduction of GPT, natural language processing used to deal with a specific task with large amounts of data. GPT was first released in 2018, which contained 117 million parameters. GPT, GPT-2, and GPT-3. Each one is stronger than the one before it. The main reason why GPT received little attention was that it was more of an idea or test than a finished product. But after the introduction of GPT-2, it gained a lot of attention, as it could accurately predict the word that would begin a text. Then they introduced GPT-3, which is a strong language model, achieving translation, question answering, and performing 3-digit arithmetic. But ChatGPT stands tall compared to all other achievements of OpenAI. So, how does it work? ChatGPT uses deep learning techniques to generate human-like text. It is based on the machine learning model derived from the class called the large language model. ChatGPT is a byproduct of InstructGPT. InstructGPT introduced a strategy for integrating human feedback into the training process to match model outputs. This innovative technology made ChatGPT exceptional. It is trained on the massive datasets of text from the internet and learns from the patterns and relationships between words and phrases. It responds to a prompt by determining the next word based on the context, then repeats the process until a stop condition is met. As a result, ChatGPT can produce various logical responses to various queries and prompts. The most important components of ChatGPT are the transformer model and language model. Coming to the transformer model, it is a neural network architecture designed to process sequential data. It consists of multiple layers of self-attention and a feed-forward network. After the transformer model has processed the input, a decoder generates the output. The decoder uses the context provided by the encoder to generate the response. The model is trained using unsupervised learning and fine-tuned on specific tasks using supervised learning. For successful completion of tasks, it needs pre-trained data. The model first encodes the input text, then converts it to a numerical representation, which can be processed by the model's neural network. This encoding is done using the embedded layer that maps the word. Then comes the language model. ChatGPT is trained as a language model, trained to predict the next word in a sequence given the previous words. The language model intends to produce rational, consistent, and meaningful output. The pre-trained ChatGPT can be tuned for a specific task. So ChatGPT passes a fine-tuning test by answering questions, generating text summaries, or generating text in response to a query. Overall, ChatGPT is a powerful language model with a combination of techniques like deep learning, machine learning, neural networks, and natural language processing. Can ChatGPT change a wide variety of business tasks? John asked. ChatGPT possesses the ability to automate content creation on social media, create chatbot and e-commerce sites, provide medical assistance by acting as a symptom checker, write code, and assist a developer. Thus, ChatGPT can change the working of every industry. Now, John can resolve any coding issue without looking into any other resources. But like any other technology, ChatGPT comes with a few limitations that can be its Achilles heel. ChatGPT is capable of developing content up to 2021. It finds difficulty in providing logical reasoning in certain situations. And also, ChatGPT lags in translation, summarization, and sometimes question answering. But above all, ChatGPT has shown remarkable ability by providing accurate answers flawlessly in a creative way in very short periods of time.
We will begin with the agenda for MCP tutorial for beginners. So firstly, we will have a quick briefing of what exactly is an MCP, or as it is called, Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol. Followed by that, we will understand some basic protocols and standards in communication. Next, we will try to relate MCP to the understanding of protocols and standards. Followed by that, we will get started with our demonstration on developing a web scraper agent using MCP. And for that, we will be needing Node.js, Cursor AI, and Firecrawl API. So I will be walking you through those demonstration steps one after the other, and this will be a very beginner-friendly tutorial and practical demonstration on MCP. Now that I've made myself clear with the agenda, let's get started with MCP. So what exactly is MCP? As MCP on their webpage says, MCP is a Model Context Protocol, or Multi-Agent Collaboration Protocol is an open source protocol that standardizes how applications supply context to large language models. Similar to how USB-C unifies hardware connections, MCP offers a consistent way to integrate AI models with various data sources and tools. Now let's go to the official documentation of MCP to have a broader overview. So, as they say, MCP is one such tool if you remember N8N and all the AI tools and data sources that you used. For example, if you wanted an AI travel agent, as we have an already existing tutorial on our channel, you can go through it for a brief overview. So you might be needing an email writing agent, and you might be needing an airport code searching AI agent, hotel searching AI agent, flight booking AI agent, and a lot of agents connected to one another through a complex network using an N8N platform, right? Now, in this particular MCP, that will be minimized. So you will have a standardized approach where you just eliminate all those boilerplate coding, agents, manual searching for databases, manual search for knowledge bases, manual search for agents which are specifically designed for the purpose. You just explain your initiative, attach the API keys, and MCP takes over and gives you a fully furnished and finished product within no time. That's the main approach of MCP. So here you can see an overview image where we have the parts MCP host, clients, servers, local data sources, remote services, and local data sources. If you wanted to go ahead with local data sources or local knowledge base, you can go ahead with that. But in case if you wanted some open source, then you can also go ahead with that. So here we have all the quick starts and guides and example and tutorials to how to begin with that one, and all the explore pages that you want to go ahead with if you wanted to have a deep dive into core architecture, the resources available, prompts, tools, transport samplings, and a lot more. And in case if you wanted to contribute your dedicated resources for the community, you can also go ahead with that, and you can also have some support and feedback for MCP. Now that we have a brief understanding of MCP and still clueless about what exactly is MCP, then let's go ahead with some standards and protocols so that you can get a template and you can relate MCP to that template and understand what's the role or importance of MCP in AI agent development. Now, understanding the standards and protocols. Now, let us imagine that you get a team of people to work on a project. and you are the manager that leads and directs this particular team for a purpose, right? Now, the complex problem. No one is friend of anyone. Everyone is new to everyone on the team. And each and every person in this team belongs to a different country and doesn't have a common language in between. For example, person A speaks Mandarin, person B speaks Hindi, person C speaks French, so on. There is no common language between any one of those. Now imagine each and every one of these team members as an AI agent or a tool working for the purpose. In this scenario, you might have to hard code the ports of communication, instructions on how to do, and you need to go on to each and every single AI agent and explain the stuff in a very dedicated and a specific way. This could take a very long time. In the same way, if you relate this to a person, then you might have to reach to every single person and speak to them in their own tongue and explain them the procedures and the steps to be taken to finish the task. Now, how would you do that? It would be a lot complex. Mandarin, you might not even know French or a different language. And in that particular scenario, you might be stuck. What if there was one single language that everyone knew? For example, English. Now you can get all of them together and explain the stuff in one single call and close it. And what might be so wonderful is that you'll not even waste a lot of time and there is no hard coding, there is no manual effort there, right? In the same way, if you relate this to a web server, then you are the client, you have the server, and you just, let's say you're working on Facebook or Instagram, you try to post something, you try to write a comment, you try to like something, right? That is the activity. And these particular activities will go through 4 different types of requests. One is the get request, put request, post request, and last is the delete request, right? Now, if you are connected to a single server, this might not be as tough as possible. But if you are getting connected to multiple servers, then you might be requiring different protocols every single time. Now, this can be a combination of 2 parts, HTTP and the URL that you're trying to get connected to, right? Now, to eliminate the efforts between multiple servers and multiple requests at one go, you have one single tool called as API. And the most popular API is the REST API, which has a standard way of communicating. So here, the REST API works as the language English that we discussed before. In the same way, it has maintained a standard where each and every web client can have his communication to his dedicated server or multiple servers in one go using one single language or medium or standard, that is REST API. Without REST API and the standards and protocols, it might be very confusing and you might end up in a complex situation which might not yield in the type of result you're expecting. Now, if you can relate the development of multiple AI agents for a single purpose to the web communication and a meeting, you also expect if there were a template for development of AI agents which could make the process less complex, just like REST API did in a web service and just like English did in a team meeting, then MCP comes into the picture. MCP is your template for it, right? So just like your REST API and the meetings, you have a MCP. Earlier, without MCP, we used to have one tool called NA10, where you had all the tools connected to it and all the LLMs programmed to it, and you had to do this hard coding for each and every tool that you have included in the network and each and every agent that you have related to it. You had to specifically instruct, write down steps, develop a persona to your AI agent, right? There was a lot of stuff. But if you eliminate this particular complexity with one tool, then that would be your MCP. You just had to include MCP and tell your purpose, and your job would be done. Now that you have a brief understanding or a general overview of what exactly is MCP, now let's go ahead and build one. Now, the steps would include the following. For the project that we are building, which is a web crawler or web scraper, we might need the help of Node.js. So firstly, we will install and set the environment for Node.js. Followed by that, we will be needing an editor. So for that, we will be choosing the Cursor AI editor. And next, we will use an API So for that, we will be using the Firecrawl API. And lastly, we can get started with building one once we have all the required resources. So let's get started. So as we discussed before, we will get started by installing Node.js into our operating system. So we're working on Windows operating system. So we might have to go ahead with Windows. So I'll choose Windows, and the architecture will be the one which I'm working with. So that would be x64. But in case if you are working with a different operating system, say Mac OS, then you might have to select ARM or any suitable architecture that you can be compatible with. For Linux, you'll have to choose with the same, and so on. So since we're working with Windows, so Windows it is, and x64 architecture, and click on that Windows installer MSI file. So it will be getting started to install, and you'll have to click on that Windows installer.msi file and it'll get downloaded. While it is getting downloaded, let's go to the next web page and download and install the Cursor AI that we will be needing for this demonstration today. You'll have to log in, create an account and log in, and automatically it will give you the version that suits our operating system. Since we are in Windows, it gave me a Windows operating system. Just sign up or log in. So since you've already an account, just log into your account and confirm it's that you, and followed by that, you'll have installed your Cursor AI. Choose your theme. I'll go with the Cursor Dark theme. And here you make sure that you have Cursor tab, Control K agent, and you can also choose the data sharing option. I'll go with the privacy mode. In case if you want the other one, go ahead with that. And here you have a few review settings, and there you go. Now you're on the new window for Cursor AI. And meanwhile, let's check on the Node.js installation. I think the wizard has already started installing the Node.js setup. So this is the window. Let's quickly go through each and every instance that we have gone through so far in this particular window from the beginning. So it started off with some packages that we would be needing. So yeah, chocolatey and KB299. Yeah, further we have, and the last one is Python 13, right? Version 3.13.3 is approved. So far so good. I think we can now get started with the next step. So here we are on the Cursor AI. So we might have to get started going through the Cursor AI settings to create our new MCP. So there are quite a few methods that you can try out to reach to settings. One is you can go to the file, and there you may have to choose the preferences, and then you have the Cursor settings. You just can use that particular step, or you can go ahead with the search options as well. So you can use that step, or you can also use the other step where you can just go to the search window and search for settings. Here you can see MCP on the left window. So let me also walk you through a few other steps. So go to the search window and type down Cursor AI or Cursor settings. I think there has been a discrepancy, but not to worry. We'll go with the regular approach where we go to the file, preferences, and Cursor settings. And there you have the options on the left hand side. Go to MCP, and so far you don't have any MCP servers because this is the first time you've logged into Cursor AI. So you just have to add new global MCP server, which is available on the blue color button. Just click on that. And now you'll have a mcp.json file which is completely empty. You'll have to write down a few hard-coded codes here, which are not too complex related to the earlier ones that you have worked on in A10. So you might need a few more tools here. So go to the Firecrawl website. Before that, let's go through some awesome MCP servers GitHub link. So here we have almost all information related to the MCP. So let's open a new window and open all these links. What is MCP, clients, tutorials, community, legend, server implementations, framework, tips and tricks, right? For further information, you can go through all these web pages individually. So back to the home page, here you have everything you needed. The basic information of what exactly is MCP, and further you have some server implementations. Like if you scroll down, so you have awesome MCP services. This is where the beginning is. And next you have server implementations, aggregators, art and culture, coding execution, right? Customer data platforms. So here you have aggregators, art and culture, dedicated web spaces. So, and you have also cloud platforms that you can work along with. And moving further, you have code executions, coding agents, command lines as well, and communication related stuff. So you can go along and perform your operations, customer data or data platforms, and much more. Let's close all these windows and get started with the next stage where we need an API, right? So for that, the project that we're working on, which is web crawler, we will be needing an API from one of the providers, which is Firecrawl API. Okay, that's the one, Firecrawl MCP. So that's the one. Click on that particular link. Here, to generate an API, first you might have to sign up with Firecrawl. So before we sign up, let's go through the website of Firecrawl from the beginning. So that's the template code that you'll be working on. And also here we have a wide variety of crawl options, media parsing options, smart weight actions, right? Reliability first and all those things. And also we have the pricing details. For now, we'll go ahead with the free plan. And yeah, let me add down my details, my email address. And you might also have to add a password. So let me type down something. Yeah, so the password is not too strong enough. That's a good thing. They have a really strong website. So that's a sign you need to have strong passwords, and also make sure that you don't share your passwords and the API keys that you generate using Firecrawl. Now that my password is a little too longer, I think it should be access. Yeah, it's accessible and is a successful account generation. Now you need to check your email and confirm that login credentials are right and everything. So once you are signed up, let's go through another website for generating our API keys. So Firecrawl API, scroll a little bit. So API documentation. So here you'll find some documentation related to Firecrawl and all the details that you need to go through for API key generation. So Firecrawl MCP server. Yeah, that's the website that we're looking for. Firecrawl MCP server. That's the one. And here you have overview, content, tools, and other resources that you're looking for. Now, this is the template server configuration that you'll be needing. So make sure that you have an eye on it. And now you will also have the details that you might have to go through. Like basically, it'll have the steps that you need to follow in the content page. Click on content. There you go. So it has all the features and details that you need to go ahead with. And tools, you have the crawling, extraction, scraping tools that you can work along with Firecrawl, and a few comments here. Now, yeah, the email has not been confirmed yet. Let's try to resend and reconfirm the email so that we just sign up or log in and create our API keys as soon as possible. So there you go. I have verified my email in my phone. So I'll just enter the credentials and sign in. Successful, you are signed in. On the left hand side, you can see the overview, playground, extract, activity logs, usage, API keys, and all the settings. So here you can see my API key has been by default hidden, so I'll not visualize it now. So you have two options, either view or copy. So we will be copying it for the first time to be on the safe side. So since we are new to this particular website, so we don't have any activities registered on this particular web page. So now we have the API keys. Now let's go to the content page to verify the steps that we need to follow. So we need to install npm and we need to go to the Cursor AI settings and add a new MCP server, which we already did. So we just need to copy the template code and we just need to place it there. And also, don't worry about where exactly to place your API keys in the template. We have that place. So we are back on the Cursor AI. Now we will replace this template code with the code that we just copied. And remember, if you're using Windows, try cmd/c. Okay. If you're not on Windows, you can eliminate that cmd/c. But if you are working in Windows, then you definitely need that cmd/c. Okay, let's erase this and replace that. So I'll name my tool as Firecrawl, and I'll go to the new line where I'll write down my command, and the command will be the code that I just copied from the Firecrawl window. So let me type down the command in double quotes in the new line, and I'll paste the command here, which is the code that we copied from the Firecrawl window. Control V, There you go. So the white stuff which is in CMD/C, so that's the one you need to focus on. If you are working on Windows, that you definitely need it. If you're not working on Windows, then you can just omit it. Now, there might be some concerns with the codes, don't worry. Now, to cross-verify, you can just go back to the Firecrawl homepage and cross-verify it with the template for configuration that they have made us available. Let's go back to the Firecrawl window, and at the same time, you can see your API key here. So that's where you need to place your API key. So here we are on the Firecrawl window. You need to copy the API key and place it in the place where they have mentioned your API key. So if you have cross-verified with the configuration code, that's fine. And now you can just check the double quotes. So that's the one you need to focus on. Let me if there is a way to zoom it in, let me try to zoom in. Yeah, that's the one, CMD/C. If you're on Windows, you definitely need this. If you're not on Windows, you can just choose to omit it. Now let me just do one last final check. I think I missed a double quote somewhere. Yeah, I need to remove it from this place and add it to the end. Just a second. Okay, remove the double quote at that place. Now it should be after MCP. And once everything is done, you can just quickly choose to save and close this particular window. Check the distance between the API key and the double ampersand places. That's fine. And saving is really simple. Choose those three dots, close, save. And once that is clicked, it's all done. You get to choose to close this particular mcp.json file and get back to your agent. So once you have closed it, you will have your new server that you've just created in the cursor settings. But in a few times you get no tool connected, no server connected, or there might be some errors. So in that case, you just need to cross-verify the npm installation, Node.js installation, and check all the files that are there or not. But even if everything is installed and you can see the versions available, and if you're still seeing this or watching that particular error, then don't worry, just close the cursor AI and restart it, or you can also choose the refresh option, which is right available there. So I've closed and restarted it, and the same procedure, go to File, Preferences, Cursor Settings, and there you'll see the MCP models, and there you'll find it right there, correct? Now close it and go to the window where you will find the server. Yeah, that's the one. And here you choose the agent. Make sure that you choose the agent instead of anything else. Not manual, not ask. I choose the agent. And now I'll write down a simple prompt. Search for Simplilearn on Google. Now it should give me results which it finds on Google. Maybe it's a home page, maybe it's a social media handle like LinkedIn or YouTube or Instagram, anything that it finds related to Simplilearn. Only the term Simplilearn. So here you can see it has given me 3 different results. First one is Simplilearn website. Second one is Simplilearn YouTube channel, and the third one is LinkedIn page. So let's get started with the official web page. So click on the simplilearn.com. Now, it's asking me permission, open. Now we are on Simplilearn homepage. Similarly, let's go back and select for the YouTube page. So that's the one. Open again, get permissions. So you're on the Simplilearn YouTube page. Now I think it might ask for a login for LinkedIn. But anyways, let's try to check if it can open without logging in to LinkedIn or not. So yeah, you can see I've logged into the YouTube. Yeah, it is asking me to log in. So let's quickly log in. It might take a couple of seconds. So there you go. I've logged into LinkedIn. Now open. So I can see Simplilearn's homepage getting loaded in a second. Yeah, there you go. On LinkedIn, we have opened the Simplilearn's homepage successfully.
And welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video, we will create a website using ChatGPT. Till now, we all have heard about ChatGPT so many times. So today's video, we will create a website with the help of ChatGPT, and we will not add a single line of code on our own. We'll ask ChatGPT to do all the work, and then let's see whether it can create a website independently. So let's begin. But before that, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will get all the updates from Simplilearn. Now let's open the ChatGPT and check. Let's refresh this. I have already opened my ChatGPT. You can just log in it and then you are good to go. So let's say hello and see. So it's working completely fine right now. Okay. So what will we do today is We'll open our Visual Studio Code. I have created one folder which is Tailwind. It's an empty folder. You can just see that. So in that folder, we'll add the Tailwind. So first, let's ask the ChatGPT to help us install or set up the Tailwind. So I'll write, please set up the Tailwind. Let's see. Okay. It's asking us to install Node.js first, and then it's asking us to check the version of that. Okay. It's saying to install these new ProFixer JavaScript module to add these component in the CSS file. So this is saying to add this in the CSS file. Okay. So let's check whether it is telling us something useful or not. Post class auto prefixer. Okay. Now simultaneously let's check the Tailwind website. How to install this. So here it's saying to install this command, npm install d Tailwind CSS, and then in that project, then it's saying to configure the template path to add this to your Tailwind configure.file. Then it's saying to create a folder input.css and then just start the process. So as of now, ChatGPT has not given us the correct answer. It's correct, but not up to the mark. As you can clearly see, the commands that are given on the tailwind.css official website. So according to me, many people think that because of ChatGPT, so many jobs of the developers are in the risk because ChatGPT can create websites, all of this stuff. So I don't think so. According to me, it's not that good. It's very good for the helping any developer purpose, but it's not that good. But let's see. We are in this together. So let's just open the Visual Studio Code and install our Tailwind. Now we'll ask it to create so many other things. So let's see whether it can create that or not. So I have opened my terminal. So many people also comment us that how you open the terminal. So I just used one shortcut, Control plus backtick, to open the terminal. You can also go here and create one terminal. Okay. Now I'll paste the line to install Tailwind CSS in my system. So let's wait a couple of minutes. As you can see, it's installed in our system. All the packages and modules are installed. Now it will tell us to init this project. So let's do that. Okay. It has successfully created the configure file. Now inside the content, we'll copy paste this one as it is saying to add these lines. Configure your template path, add the path to all your template file in the file. Okay. So let's just copy this thing and paste in the content. Now let's save it. Okay. So now next step is add the Tailwind directives to your CSS. Now what will we do here is, let's go back to Visual Studio Code and create a folder inside this, that src. Okay. Inside this src, we'll create a file input.css. Here we'll paste the code. Okay, we haven't copied that code all yet. So let's paste it here Okay. So I don't think so again that this can replace the developers, because this is not the correct way to tell. Although it has given us all the steps, but any developer can do the task in a very short period of time. It can just help any developer, but not take the job of the developer. Okay. So let's move ahead, and step would be to go back. Next step, to build the process. Let's copy this one and start the Tailwind CLI build process. Okay. Let's copy and paste it here. Right. As you can see, it's done in 273 milliseconds. The output.css is generated in this file folder. Right. Now we just have to use this file, output.css. Okay. Let's see. Now let's create a file here and name it as index.html. Okay. And inside that, I'll write my boiler code, just pressing Shift and 1 for the exclamation mark, and then the boiler code is done. So we can change the name of this, and let's write here as site using ChatGPT. Okay. Now, one main thing that I wanted to tell you, that I have installed one extension in my system, which is the live server. This extension you can download, and this is very helpful. Okay. Let's open this one. Now, what we'll do is we'll link the output.css file in our html.css. So for that, I'll write here link. Okay. And inside this string, I will refer, or you can just write link and then click and then write here style sheet. Okay. This one we need to cut. What we'll do is we'll give the path of the output.css. For that, we'll write dot slash this slash output.css. It's just showing out. Okay. We'll close this link tag and let's save it, and let's just right click, and here you'll see open with live server, and you will install the extension live server. So let's open this one. So this is working completely fine. It's showing us the title, website using ChatGPT. Okay. For something, I'll write here, welcome to Simplilearn, and then let's save it, and you'll see it's showing welcome to Simplilearn. Okay. Now the next step would be to create. Now let's open our ChatGPT, and here we'll write create a responsive header using Tailwind. Let's first copy this one. In there, let's use So let's see whether it can give us a right answer this time. It can. Let's see. Okay, it's giving us the code now for the header. Okay. So it is showing us in the above code, we use Tailwind CSS classes to style the header. We set the background color to gray. This one is the property of gray color. And then the text color would be a white color in that nav bar. Inside the header, we have a nav element with the flex and justify between. Okay. Classes to horizontal center. The element space them out evenly. Okay, fine. We also use px4 and py3 to add padding to the navigation bar. Cool. For the mobile menu, we used a button with the empty hidden class to hide it on. Okay, let's see the code now. Okay, now let's copy this HTML file. Let it write everything. So here, we don't need this one. So let's delete this and let's here write header and let's comment it down. This, okay, let's paste the code and check whether it's. Let's save it and let's go back to our file. So this is what ChatGPT created for us. It's looking very good actually. So let's inspect it and let's see is it responsive or not. So this is completely responsive, guys. Okay, very good. Yeah. So this is really very good. Okay. On Surface Duo S20 Ultra, this is what will show on the mobiles. Okay. Now we'll go back to the ChatGPT and let's close this one and stop generating and let's here write create a section using Tailwind CSS. Now let's see something went wrong. Okay. Let's see. Let's first copy this one and refresh this. And let's see how it will create the hero section using Tailwind CSS. So it has created this nav bar really very good. I didn't expect this from ChatGPT, but it's really very looking very good. It's simple and you can add these to another pages just using the anchor tag. Here we can just give the path. So I'll show you www.simplilearn.com. So this one is okay. So whenever I click on this one, it will redirect us to the Simplilearn, but the URL is wrong. So we can just go back to simplilearn.com and let's copy and let's go back to code and let's here write the URL. Okay, save it and let's see. Yeah, this is how this works. Let's close this one. Okay, now let's see what is the code. Okay, let's copy this code and let's see how this is working. So it is also giving us the complete code, how it's working, how this step is working and all. As you can see, it's giving us the max W width 7 into 1. Utility sets as max width for the container to 7XL, which is 112 rem or 1792 pixels. It's giving us all the explanation for the code it has written for us. So let's check it. And after the header, I'll paste that code and let's save it and see. Okay, this is really very good, guys. Yeah, I didn't expect this from ChatGPT, but it's looking very good. So, uh, till if I am a developer, so if I had to write this much of code, it'll take me around 2-3 hours at least. But with the help of ChatGPT, it only created in 5-10 minutes. This is very good, actually. Now, let's open the ChatGPT again, and here we'll create a information section. Okay, let's information section using tailwind. Let's see now. Till now, it's working really very good. Now it is writing a code for us. So as you can see, it's again very good. Now let's copy this one and paste it under this. Save it and let's check. So this is the information section this has created for us. Right? Important information, location, office hours, contact us, and all. Right? You can also regenerate it for something else. Okay. Now it will create something else for us. Right? If we don't like something, we can just regenerate and create another one. So it's just, let's copy this one. Now it's telling us everything about the code. And here, after that, I'll write this and save it. Let's check what's this. Okay. This is the information section it has created for us, that this is something gen data. And if you don't like this one also, you can again regenerate the response. This is really an amazing feature of ChatGPT. Okay. So now it's creating the third option. We can countlessly ask him to create again and again for us the response. Let's copy this one. Okay. And let's remove all of it because it's looking very clumsy. Now let's see. Okay. This information section is information section. Welcome to our website. This is what it's written. Okay. Now let's ask him to create something else. Okay. Let's copy this text, create informative and paste it using Tailwind with one image. I'll check whether it can respond to my things. If I want to create one image on the left or right side and then the text on the other side, let's see whether it can create it for us or not. Okay. Create informative section using ChatGPT with one image on the right side and the text on the left side. Now let's see whether it can create that or not for us. Right? Just a simple command. So we'll check whether it can create or add the image. Okay, it's using the classes for the text, but okay, it took the image class also, and it's taking the source from an API called Unsplash. I have covered this Unsplash API on my previous videos. Okay, okay. Now let's copy this and paste it on our code. Let's delete this one and paste this one on the website. Okay. So the image is quite large. We can reduce the sizes. But in the starting only, I have told you I will not add anything in the code. So I'm not doing anything in the code, right? So we can change the size. It's really good. As I have told him to add the image on the right side and the text on the left side, it's doing the same for the user. So this is really very helpful for the developer. But as I have already told you, cannot replace the developers because I'm the developer. I only knows how to do things. As I have showed you that it has given me so many wrong answers before that. Before this one, this has given me 3 answers, but it was not up to the mark. So I had to told him that to create like this image on the right, and I've explained it to ChatGPT. Then it created this one for us. Okay, and whenever I'll refresh this page, the image will get changed. This is the Unsplash API. How this works. Okay, we can change the images also. This is random. Just right here. Coding. Okay. Now you will see the images that will come here. Okay, let's see. Oh, let's check it. That's not taking any other name. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, but let's not waste time on this. Random is also fine. Till now, it's looking really very good. Okay. Now, the next step would be to add the service section. Okay. So let's ask ChatGPT to create service section for us. Okay. Using now let's see. It's coming. Okay. Choosing the class for the size of the box and all. Really very good. So look how beautifully it has been created, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. It's done. Now let's copy the code and go to our editor. And here we'll write this code and let's paste it. And let's check. Okay. So it's not aligned straight, but we can align it. So it's showing us that the services that this website is providing, what we offer, and this is some junk data, web design, web marketing, and all. So let's check whether it is. Yeah. Okay. So what this one is doing here is it's using only 3 classes. It is using and the center. These all are using the same class, but let's find out why the image is coming like that. Right? We can align it. You guys want me to align this? We can align this, right? Okay. So let's just align one. It's just one line. Okay. We can align that. So let's dig deep into this code. Okay. This image classes. Okay. The image is using the same justify center, and then it's using the flex shrink function. It's rounded large. Okay. With the width 56. Let's make it 50 and check. Completely very big. Okay, let's go back to the code. Let's decrease the size of this first. Change. Okay. Let's go back to the ChatGPT and again we generate the new response. And let's see how the second response is looking. Right? Let's wait a couple of seconds more. Okay, let's see the response that it is creating. We need a minimalist design. Okay, I was just observing the code and seeing how it's looking. We can also change the color of the customize this website on our own, but it's really very good. I'm really impressed with this. This really will help developers creating websites. Okay. So let's go back to still creating. After that, we'll create the about section for the page. Okay. Okay. It's again giving us that design and all part. Great. If I'll tell ChatGPT to create this service section and this is my requirement and all, it will definitely create that, I guess now. I'm impressed, really impressed with the code, clean code it's writing. And it's also responsive. I haven't told it to create the responsive code, but it's really very good. It's responsive. I'll show you. Inspect. I was just seeing that only, whether it is responsive or not. If you will see, okay, let me just cut this part. It's just okay. Yeah. So this is how we'll check the responsive tag, and let's see that these three home about contacts are vanished, and this is the header bar that we created, and then the up one is the nav bar. This is the information section, and services section is also there. So this is all responsive. Okay, so we'll check how it's looking on Samsung Galaxy S20. This is how it's looking. Really good. Yeah, let's move on to the code. Copy this code and coming back to the code editor, let's delete this section. Okay, now let's paste it and see. Okay, it's giving us an error. this is what it created for us. It's, I guess, a little less, or it was already writing the code and I stopped. It's fine. It's not its mistake. Let's stop and regenerate the response. Let's copy this again. Coming back to the chat. It's not working. Let's refresh ChatGPT again. Service section. Let's see. It's really fast now. Okay. Let's observe this one first. Our services, what we offer, web design. There must some lines about digital marketing, and I'm thinking there is also one part which I cut down. Not ChatGPT's mistake, it was mine because I stopped generating the response. Okay, really good. Let's copy this text now and paste it under our. And let's delete this and paste it. Let's check it this time. So this is how this one is looking now. This is also really looking very good. We can decrease the size of this image. Do not worry about that. This is the service, our services, and some chunk data. Here we can write this website is providing this and that. Okay, service one, that we provide this service, we provide this service, and we provide this service. Okay, this is all about that. Right, really very good. Really very good. It's really very good. Okay, we can change everything from it, customize it on our needs thing. Let's just go back. Okay, this one is looking good. Okay, now let's ask ChatGPT to create the about page for us. So we'll write create So I think, meanwhile, it's writing the code for us. I wanted to tell you that ChatGPT is great for everyone, but as I know the code, how this code is working, I know what is section, what is dev class, and what are the functions in this grid system that's using max width. It's using the Excel function. I know everything about it. And if you are a fresher or you don't know about anything about the coding, I think you should first know about the language or the framework, then only ask this to ChatGPT or take help from the ChatGPT, right? If you don't know about the language or the framework and you'll just tell ChatGPT to create this and this for us, it's easy. It will create for you, but it will not help you in your future. So according to me, just use it to learn, not to work. Okay. So let's move ahead. And the path is given. Okay. It was again managed. Oh, let's ask it again. Responsive about section using table. Okay, I just missed it, but it is very intelligent. I misspelled the tailwind spelling and then it corrected it. Very good. So this is not the complete code for the about page. I'll ask it to let's see whether it will take this command or not. Right, great. So let's see. After this about section, we'll create this contact page and then we'll find this website, right? So this is really very helpful for the developers, I must say. So let's copy this and code and paste it under this section. Okay. So this is how the about page is looking. Really very good. The image size is 500 into 500. It's really very big. So we can change the size of the image. Let's see. There is that. Right, 250. 250. And the image will not come again. Okay. Let's just delete the source. Copy the unsplash API for the random image. Right. That command is really very useful. Okay, I forgot where to add that. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this is how this about is looking. Really very good, guys. Really very good. If I'll tell ChatGPT to create this on the right side or this image I want on the left hand side or right hand side, it will definitely do for us. As I have given him the task in this section, information section, it definitely worked. So I must say it's really very good. So now let's move on to the contact page. Okay. Let's here write create a responsive contact section using tailwind, and I'll ask him to add some sections for us. So let's see whether it can take up that or not. Okay, let's give it in a second shot. Let's first see how is the contact section is looking. Then we'll tell him to improvise that. So it's just taking a section class. Inside that section class, it's using some classes, which is flex, wrap, and all, and it's giving us. It's really good. Let's copy this text again and paste it here. So the contact us is also looking very good. Get in touch, and then it will redirect us to that. Really good. Really. The images sizes are large, but we can reduce it. It's not a big deal, but it's all looking very good, right? So one thing is left is the footer part. Let's ask it to create a footer for us now. This is the last and final step for this. Create the footer section using This is really very good, looking very good. Let's add the splash and then use it here. Okay. So this is how it's looking now. So overall, if I see, it really given us a good output, really. So I will say ChatGPT can only help us. That's it. As this code that is created by ChatGPT for us, we can't use it directly. This structure that ChatGPT created for us is good, but we need to add so many things before deploying it, right? If I'll see this one, we need to add this services in the center, and we need to arrange the text, and the services we need to change the size of the services if the client wants it horizontally, then we have to change that. We need to change this image size. As in front of you, I change this image sizes. I use the different APIs. So overall it's very good, but there are is so many things that we have to do. Okay, and for that developers are needed.
OpenAI is one of the main leaders in the field of generative AI, with its ChatGPT being one of the most popular and widely used examples. ChatGPT is powered by OpenAI's GPT family of large language models, LLMs. In August and September 2024, there were rumors about a new model from OpenAI, codenamed Strawberry. At first, it was unclear if it was the next version of GPT-4o or something different. On September 12, OpenAI officially introduced the O1 model. Hi, I am Mayank. In this video, we will discuss about OpenAI model O1 and its types. After this, we will perform some basic prompts using OpenAI Preview and OpenAI Mini. And at the end, we will see comparison between the OpenAI O1 models and GPT-4o. So without any further ado, let's get started. What is OpenAI O1? The OpenAI O1 family is a group of LLMs that have been improved to handle more complex reasoning. These models are designed to offer a different experience from GPT-4o, focusing on thinking through problems more thoroughly before responding. Unlike older models, O1 is built to solve challenging problems that require multiple steps and deep reasoning. OpenAI O1 models also use a technique called chain of thought prompting, which allows the model to think through problem step by step. OpenAI O1 consists of two models, O1 Preview and O1 Mini. The O1 Preview model is meant for more complex tasks, while the O1 Mini is a smaller, more affordable version. So what can OpenAI O1 do? OpenAI O1 can handle many tasks, just like other GPT models from OpenAI, such as answering questions, summarizing content, and creating new material. However, O1 is especially good at more complex tasks, including the first one is enhanced reasoning. The O1 models are designed for advanced problem solving, particularly in subjects like science, technology, engineering, and math. The second one is brainstorming and ideation. With its improved reasoning, O1 is great at coming up with creative ideas and solutions in various fields. The number third is scientific research. O1 is perfect for tasks like annotating cell sequencing data or solving complex math needed in areas like quantum optics. The number fourth is coding. The O1 models can write and fix code, performing well on coding tests like human eval and code forces, and helping developers build multi-step workflows. The fifth one, mathematics. O1 is much better at math than previous model, scoring 83% in the International Mathematics Olympiad test compared to GPT-4o's 13%. It also did well in other math competitions like AIME, making it useful for generating complex formulas for physics. And the last one is self-fact checking. O1 can check the accuracy of its own responses, helping to improve the reliability of its answer. You can use OpenAI O1 models in several ways. ChatGPT Plus and team users have access to O1 Preview and O1 Mini models and can manually choose them in the model picker. Although free users don't have access to the O1 models yet, OpenAI planning to offer O1 Mini to them in the future. Developers can also use these models, OpenAI's API, and they are available on third-party platforms like Microsoft Azure AI Studio and GitHub models. So yes guys, I have opened this ChatGPT 4o model here and ChatGPT O1 Preview, as you can see. So I have this Plus model okay, the paid version of ChatGPT. So I can access this O1 preview and O1 mini model. Okay, we will go with O1 preview model, and we will put same prompts in both the model of the ChatGPT 4.0 and the O1 preview and see what are the differences are coming. Okay, so we will do some math questions and we will do some coding. We will do some advanced reasoning and quantum physics as well. Okay, so let's start with. So I have some prompt already written with me. So first one is number theory. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy it from here and paste it in this and both. Okay, so let me run in 4.0 and O1 preview. So here you can see it's thinking. Okay, so this is what I was saying, chain of thoughts. Okay, so these are the chain of thoughts. First is breaking down the primes, this is, and then is identifying the GCD. And now see the difference between the output. See, output is 561 is not a prime number, and the GCD, greatest common receiver, of 48 and 180 is 12. Okay, here see, ChatGPT O1 preview is giving the output in step by step. First, see, determine if 561 is a prime number or not. The number 561 is not a prime number. It's a composite number because it has this. Okay, then second step, then the greatest common divisor. Then they found 12. And answer is no, 561 is not composite number because of this, and the greatest common divisor of 48 and 180 is 12. See, just see the difference between the two models. This is why ChatGPT O1 models are crazy for math, coding, and advanced reasoning, quantum physics, for these things. Okay, so let's go with our second step. So here, if you will see, you can see the attach file option in ChatGPT 4.0. Okay, you can come upload from your computer, but here we will see in O1 there is no attach file option. This is one drawback. Okay, so here upload from computer. So this is one small. Okay, and let me open this, and this is the question I have. Okay, yeah, so I will copy this, I will run this and this. Okay, see, it's start giving the answer, and O1 is still thinking, solving the equation, then analyzing the relationship. Okay, so ChatGPT O1 will take time, but it will give you more accurate, more step by step as you want. Okay, so here you can see solve for x question, this, and here the steps you can see. Okay, this is more structured way, you can say, in a good structured way. Okay, ChatGPT O1 preview give you in good structured way as O1 mini as well. Okay, so yeah, so here they wrote just 1 and 2, this, and here if you'll see question 1, solve for x in this, and step 1 is this, step 2 is this, and step 3 is this, then the answer of x is equal to 3. But here simply they wrote we know this, and x equals to 3. For the second question, see, expanding the left hand side, this, but here step 1, square both sides of the given equation. Start by squaring both sides. Okay, it's written but not in good way. Okay, so this is why O1 is better for math. Okay, so now let's check it for the coding part. Okay, so I have one question. Okay, let me see what output it will give to. First I will write I need. Okay, leave it. I will copy it and I will copy it as well here. Run it and run it. See, it start giving answer. Okay, and still this will adjust the parameters, ensuring the code generation, because ChatGPT O1 will think first, then it will analyze, then after that it will give you answers. Okay, here the code is done. See, here the code is done and it's still thinking. Step 1. And first here, you can't see anything. See, step setup development environment, pip install numpy matplotlib, then this. And here, nothing. And but I will ask it, okay, give me code in one tab. Okay. Here also I will write give me code in single tab. Okay, so I can just copy and paste. So what I will do, I will open one online compiler and I will directly copy it and paste. Okay, so let's finish this. I hope it will work. So let me open W3 Schools compiler. Okay, yeah, same I will open for this W3 School. Okay, so let me copy the code and my bad and paste it here. Same works for this. Okay, okay, I will copy the code and I will paste it here. Okay, I hope it gives something. Yeah, cool. So yes, now you can see the difference between the output. So this is the output of 4.0 and this is the output of O1 preview. See, O1 preview output is this and this is the output of 4.0. So this is the difference. This is why O1 takes time, but it will give you more accurate result in a good way. Okay, so now let's check something else. So moving on, let's see some advanced reasoning question. Okay, so this is the logical puzzle one, the first one. Okay, so I will copy it and I will paste it here. Okay, this is for O1, this is for preview. Because why I'm not comparing O1 with mini, because they both are same but slightly differences there. Okay, so here we can see more difference between 4.0 old model versus new model, you can say. Okay, so now see, the answer is end in this much only, but it will explain you in a better way. See, thoughts for 7 seconds, explanation, that case 1 then case 2. Okay, with conclusion in both scenarios, summary, and this here, this one, small explanation, and that's it, right? So they created O1 preview for more, it will describe you more in a better way, right? Now let's see some scientific reasoning as well. Okay, so let me copy it here. So still thinking, but start giving answer. Says thought for 16 seconds. So again, I will say that ChatGPT O1 is much better than ChatGPT 4.0. ChatGPT 4.0 is great for content writing and all, but ChatGPT O1 preview and mini are very good for reasoning, math, coding, or quantum physics, these type of things. Okay, advanced reasoning. Okay, ChatGPT 4.0 is great for generative text. Okay, like for marketing, writing copies, emails, and all of those. So now let's see some comparison between O1 models and GPT 4.0 model. When new models are released, their capabilities are revealed through benchmark data in the technical reports. The new OpenAI model excels in complex reasoning tasks. It surpasses human PhD level accuracy in physics, chemistry, biology on the GPQA benchmark. Coding becomes easier with O1. as it ranks in the 89th percentile of the competitive programming questions Codeforce. The model is also outstanding in math. On a qualifying exam for International Mathematics Olympiad (IMO), GPT-4o solved only 13% of problems, while O1 achieved 83%. This is truly next level. On the standard ML benchmarks, it has huge improvements across the board. MMLU means multitask accuracy and GPQA is reasoning capabilities. Human evaluation. OpenAI asks people to compare O1 Mini with GPT-4o on difficult open-ended tasks across different topics. Using the same method as the O1 preview versus GPT-4o comparison, like O1 preview, O1 Mini was preferred over GPT-4o for tasks that require strong reasoning skills, but GPT-4o was still favored for language-based tasks. Model speed. As a concrete example, we compared responses from GPT-4o, O1 Mini, and O1 preview on the word reasoning question, while GPT-4o did not answer correctly. Both O1 Mini and O1 Preview did, and O1 Mini reached the answer around 3 to 5x faster. Limitation and what's next. Due to its specialization on STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, reasoning capabilities, O1 Mini's factual knowledge on non-STEM topics such as dates, biographics, and trivia is comparable to small LLMs such as GPT-4o Mini. OpenAI will improve these limitations in future versions, as well as extending the model to other modalities and specialties outside of STEM.
Hello guys, welcome to this Reasoning with O1 course. What if we told you that there's an AI that does not just give answers but actually thinks? So introducing O1, the latest and the most advanced reasoning model from OpenAI. So unlike other models that rely on patterns, O1 is designed to reason through problems, self-correct and explain its thinking step by step, just like a human would. So today we will explore what makes O1 so special. Then we will come across how it reasons. Then we will see where it's useful, and finally we will see why learning about this model is essential in the age of intelligent machines. So let's just dive in. So what is O1? So O1 is OpenAI's new AI model, but it's not just a smarter chatbot, it's a reasoning engine. While models like GPT-4 are brilliant at language and creativity, O1 gives a step further. It can think logically, it can solve problems with multi-step reasoning and analyze the complex data. In short, O1 is the closest we have come to building an AI that can think through a task, not just respond. So why does this matter? Because the real-world problems in maths, science, code and life require structured thinking, not just quick answers. So let's now move on to what is reasoning and why O1 needs it. So before we understand how O1 works, let's ask what is reasoning. So reasoning is a process of analyzing information, finding connections, and drawing conclusions, like solving a puzzle. For example, you see dark clouds. People are carrying umbrellas, so even if it's not raining, you reason it as it's about to rain. So AI needs this same skill. So without reasoning, an AI is like a parrot. It repeats. With reasoning, it becomes a problem solver. And that's exactly what O1 brings to the table. So let's now understand how O1 reasons. So let's break down how O1 actually reasons step by step. The first one is chain of thought reasoning. So O1 solves problems step by step, just like we do on a paper. For example, the question is, what is 12 into 15? O1 does not just say 180. It thinks it as 10 into 15 is equal to 150. Then it calculates 2 into 15 is equal to 30. Then it adds final two results, that is 150 plus 30 is equal to 180. So this chain of thought method reduces errors and shows the logic behind every answer. So let's now move on to the next, that is reinforcement learning. So O1 gets better over time by learning from success and failure, just like a person. If one method doesn't work, it tries another, sees the result and improves next time. It's like a chess player who gets sharper with every game. Then we'll come to reasoning tokens. So when O1 solves a complex task, it uses invisible tokens to keep track of its thoughts, like a mental sticky notes. So imagine solving a math problem. You scribble your steps on a paper. O1 does the same internally, helping it to stay organized and accurate. So let's now dive into the real life examples. So let's see O1 in action. The first one is solving a math problem. So the question is, what is 25 plus 37? So O1 thinks like 20 plus 30 is equal to 50. And 5 plus 7 is equal to 12. 50 plus 12 is equal to 62. And the final answer it gives is 62. So it's not magic, it's methodical reasoning. That's what makes O1 more trustworthy and transparent. Then we are going to the next example, that is debugging a code. So now let's shift to a coding scenario. If you ask, why is my Python code giving me an error? So here's what O1 does. It reads the code line by line, spots where the error happens, then explains why it occurred, and then it suggests a fix step by step. It's like having a calm, logical coding partner who always explains their thinking. So let's now move on to the next one. We have what makes O1 different. So here is a quick comparison. Say we have the capability. So GPT-4 predicts the next word, and same O1 also does. So GPT-4 thinks through steps. It doesn't think through steps, but O1 does. So GPT-4 self-correction is a basic thing, but the self-correction in O1 is a very advanced thing. Then it solves the complex problems. GPT-4 sometimes does it, but O1 is consistently doing it. Then transparent reasoning. GPT-4 has no transparent reasoning, but O1 has a transparent reasoning. So let's move on to where can O1 be used. So because of its structured reasoning, O1 is useful in multiple domains. The first one is maths and science, solving equations, explaining experiments, and so on. And then we have coding, so writing, debugging, and understanding programs. Then we have research, that is analyzing data, summarizing papers, and verifying facts. And then we have creative work, so planning content, brainstorming logically, are all falling under creative work. Then we have image analysis, this interpreting visuals step by step. So wherever thinking is needed, O1 delivers clarity. So let's now come to the common mistakes avoided by O1. So previously, older models had a few common issues, such as the jumping to conclusions directly, then ignoring small details, and then we have repeating errors in the new context. But O1 avoids all this by reasoning in steps, checking its own logic, and learning from feedback. And that's why it's more dependable, especially when stakes are high. Let's now move to why O1 is so important. What is the future of work and thinking? So because reasoning AI is the future and it's already here, learning OI works helps you use AI more effectively. Ask better questions, obviously, then understand how machines think, and then stay ahead in the technical, research, and educational field, and become a critical thinker yourself. So this is not just about AI. It's about preparing for a world where thinking with AI is a part of how we work, learn, and create. So let's now move on with the key takeaways. So let's recap what we have learned. O1 doesn't just answer, it reasons. Then it learns from mistakes and improves. It explains its logic step by step. Then it's accurate, explainable, and helpful across industries. Then it's future of intelligent systems, and you can be a part of it. So whether you are a student, developer, analyst, or just curious, O1 is just a tool that helps you think better. So let's dive into deeper in the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to the second module. So in this module, we will learn about promptings in O1 models. So prompting is a way we interact with the AI by giving instructions and receiving responses. So with O1 models like GPT-4o, things have gotten simpler. So these models understand prompts with more accuracy, which means you can be clear, concise, and direct without over-explaining. So there are certain principles of prompting in O1 models. The first one is it is simple and direct. Then number 2 is no explicit chain of thought needed. Then the third one is structure over description. And the fourth one is show, don't tell. So there is a summary for this. Like, to get the best out of the O1 models, remember these 4 principles. You have to be simple and direct. No need for explicit reasoning. It's already built in. So give structure, not long descriptions, and show tone with examples. Don't just tell. So these principles will help you get better, faster results from O1 models while keeping things smooth and efficient. So let's then get into the demo part. So here we'll write our first code as. So the first thing, import warnings, warnings.filter warning, ignore. So this is basically a warning control. So this is a Python code snippet does 2 main things. It suppresses warnings and retrieves the OpenAI API key for use in the later interactions. So I will just break it down step by step. So the first line, import warnings, imports Python's built-in warning module. So this module is used to manage the warning messages in the program, which are typically notifications about for the potential problematic or unexpected events in your code. It helps developers keep track of the minor issues without even interrupting the program's execution. So next, warnings.filter ignore is used to tell Python to ignore any warning messages that might appear. So normally warnings are shown to alert the developer about something, so that may be critical issue but could be important. So then the third line, from helper import get OpenAI API key, imports a function called get OpenAI API key from a module named helper. So this function is responsible for retrieving the OpenAI API key, which is necessary for interacting with the OpenAI services, such as generating text or using other machine learning models. So finally, the OpenAI API key is equal to get OpenAI API key calls the imported function to get the API key and stores it in the variable OpenAI API key. So these variables know how the key needed to access the OpenAI's features, and it can be used for even making the authenticated API request. So this code is designed basically to suppress any unnecessary warnings while ensuring that the program has the power of the API key. So let's just run this. So then basically we have imported JSON. So the firstly, import JSON allows working with the JSON data, obviously, commonly used in the API interactions from ipython.display, import display, then markdown HTML, imports functions to display, etc. So then from OpenAI, import OpenAI, imports the OpenAI class, so which is used to interact with the OpenAI services. Then client equal to OpenAI API key equal to OpenAI API key creates an OpenAI client using the API key, enabling communication with the OpenAI's models. Then finally we have GPT model equal to GPT-4o mini and O1 model is equal to O1 mini. Defines the name of the 2 different models that can be used in the API requests. So in short, this code sets up the OpenAI client and defines the 2 models for use in natural language processing tasks. So we'll run this. So here basically the code snippet defines a prompt for generating a function using the OpenAI's model. Then sends the prompt to the OpenAI API to get a response. So let's now break it down step by step. So bad prompt equal to generate a function till insulin creates a string variable called the bad prompt because it is a statement basically. So this prompt is a request for the model to generate a function that outputs the smiles IDs, a way to represent the molecular structure basically for all molecules involved in the insulin. It also guides the model to think step by step, outlining tasks like identifying the models, creating the function, and looping through each molecule to return the smile IDs. So then we have response equal to client.chat.completions.create model So this basically sends the prompt to the OpenAI API for processing. It uses the client.chat.completions method to interact with the OpenAI's API, specifying the model, that is O1 model, which was defined earlier. The messages parameter sends the bad prompt to the model as input under the user role. So in short, this code defines a prompt using the OpenAI's model to create a function for returning the smiles IDs for insulin molecules and sends that prompt to the OpenAI API to generate a response. So let's now move on, run this and move on. So then basically we have display HTML division style equal to background color. So basically displays the formatted HTML and markdown content in a Jupyter notebook. So then we have the first version, the first line, displays an HTML division with a light background color and a border also. So it also includes a heading that says markdown output, beginning with a downward arrow emoji. Basically, the HR tags are used to insert the horizontal lines before and after the heading. Then we have display HTML function is used to render this HTML in the notebook. Then we have display markdown. This line takes the content of the response from OpenAI's model stored in this and it displays it as markdown. The markdown function is used to render the content in a more readable formatted way. So this content could include text, headers, list or any markdown elements generated by the model. So then we can run this and you can basically see the heading. Then the step 1 is identify all the molecules involved in insulin, chain A, chain B. Then step 2, prepare the smiles and strings for each amino acid. Then we have create the function. This is basically the output. So then we have this good prompt generator function that outputs a smile IDs. As we have given a bad prompt, it is necessary to give a good prompt as well. So yeah, we have given a good prompt. So let's now display that good prompt. Mark out beginning, understand insulin, step by step, and you can see the difference clearly. So this is basically a great code, but don't get overwhelmed. I'll break it down step by step. So this example is a structured prompt basically and used to guide an AI assistant to behave like a customer service representative for a company named AnyCorp. So which sells storage solutions such as beans. The purpose of this prompt is to make sure that the AI behaves professionally, respectfully and in line with the company policies while responding to the customer queries. The first part of the prompt, labeled as instructions, clearly tells the assistant what role it is playing, a customer service assistant, and emphasize the tone it should maintain kind and respectful at all times. So this ensures the assistant responds in a friendly and helpful manner, just like a real support agent would. So next comes the policy section, which outlines the 6 specific areas that the assistant must follow. So these include handling refunds, recording complaints, providing accurate product information, maintaining the professional conduct, complying with the policies and data privacy rules, and refusing to answer questions outside these topics. For example, under refunds, the assistant is allowed to process them as long as it follows AnyCorp's rules and documents everything properly. If a customer complains, the assistant should listen carefully, reassure them, and escalate the issue if necessary. So if asked about topics unrelated to these areas, the assistant must politely refuse to answer and guide the user back to the allowed topics. The final part is a user query, which shows the customer's actual message like, hey, I would like to return the bin I bought from you as it was not found as prescribed. So these falls under the refunds category in the policy. Since the assistant is allowed to handle the refund request, it will process this message accordingly, possibly by confirming the issue, starting the return process, and recording the complaint. So in short, this structured prompt creates a safe and clear framework for the assistant to operate. It tells the AI what kind of support it can offer, how to behave, what topics are allowed, and how to respond when faced with customer issues, all while making sure the customer feels heard, respected, and healed. So let's now print the statement, the structured prompt. Now you can see that it is printed. So now this code is from the Python program using the OpenAI API, which allows developers to interact with the AI models like ChatGPT. So especially this line is used to send a prompt to the AI and get a response back. The function call is then client.chat.completion.create. So client is the OpenAI API client that was likely used up earlier in the code. It connects your code to the OpenAI server. So the .chat.completions.create part is how you send a chat message to the AI and ask it to complete the conversation. So in other words, generating a reply. So inside the parenthesis, the first argument is model is equal to O1 model. So this tells the API which version of the AI model to use, for example, GPT-4, GPT 3.5 Turbo, or some other customer or fine-tuned model stored in the variable. So this ensures that you are using the right AI brain for your task. So the second argument is messages again. So this is where you pass the actual conversation history or input formatted as a list of message objects. So in this case, there's only one message in the list and it has two key parts. The role, that is the user, then the content, it is a structured prompt. The role, the user, so this tells the AI that the following content is coming from the user, so not from the system or assistant. And the content is the combines the earlier structured prompt, so which include instructions and policy rules for the assistant with the user's questions like wanting to return a bean, etc. This combined content acts as the full message the AI will read before replying. So in more simpler terms, this line is telling the AI, hey, you're a customer service agent for any crop. Here's your policy. Now here's a customer question. What will be your reply? The AI will read the whole input, follow the instructions and policies, and then return a customer-friendly response. So the response itself will be saved in the variable called response, which you can later print or process in your code. So let's run this. So I have this printed response. So I will just run this. You can see the response basically. Then we have this refusal input. The variable refusal input contains a user query that asks the AI, write me a haiku about how reasoning modules are great. So this is wrapped in XML-like tags. This purpose of this input is to test the AI's ability to say no. According to the structured prompt and policy you provided earlier, the assistant is only allowed to talk about refunds, complaints, and product information about the storage solutions. A haiku about reasoning models doesn't fall into any of these topics. So when this refusal input is combined with the structured prompt and sent to the AI, it should politely refuse to answer and explain it that so it can only help with the allowed topics. We will run this. So again, this line is sending a new message to the AI model, but this time using refusal input instead of user input. The client.chat.completions.create calls OpenAI API key to get a reply from the AI. Then model is O1 model, tells which AI model to use. Then messages we have is sends a message to the AI with. Then here the role is a user and the content is structured prompt plus refusal. It basically combines the rules of the structured prompt with a new question that may be outside the allowed topics. Since the structured program says that the assistant must refuse questions outside refunds, complaints, product information, these test checks if the AI correctly refuses to answer. So in short, this line tests if the AI follows the policy and politely refuses to answer the question it's not allowed to handle. So let's run this. So this line basically displays the AI's reply to the refusal input. You can see that this is the output. So now we are ready for giving up for a base prompt and a legal query. So let me explain. The variable base prompt is used to define the role and the behavior of the AI assistant. So in this case, the AI is told to act as a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, especially helping the business owners understand the legal issues. So this prompt is wrapped in tags like prompt and policy to make it structured and easy for the AI to interpret. So the policy section outlines the important rules the AI must follow. It says that the assistant should give clear and accurate information about the competition law, maintain confidentiality and professionalism, and avoid the offering specific legal advice unless there's enough context. The legal query variable contains the actual question from the user. The query is: a larger company is offering suppliers incentives not to do business with me. So is this legal? So this is wrapped inside a query tag which keeps the input structured and consistent with the rest of the prompt format. So in summary, this setup gives the AI a clearly defined role as a legal expert and a policy to follow. For example, we will now run this. So this line then sends the structured legal question to the AI using the OpenAI API. The goal is to get a helpful and professional response from an AI that's acting as a competitive law expert. So the method client.chat.completionScreate is used to generate a chat response, as we have discussed earlier. Here the role is a user and the content is base prompt plus legal query. So we'll now run this. So now we are going to visually display the AI's response with styling and format, and it helps the output look clean and organized for the user. So we'll do this, and you can see it is a step-by-step guide for the. So this is also again a like BigQuery. So here the variable example prompt is a structured example prompt that shows how an AI assistant acting as a competition law expert should respond to a user's legal interest. So it's formatted using special tags like prompt, policy, example, question, and response to keep everything organized and machine readable. So inside the prompt section, the AI is structured to behave like a lawyer who specializes in the competition law, helping business owners with their legal questions. So this gives the AI its role and sets the stage for how it should respond. The policy section defines the boundaries the AI must follow. Then we have the example section provides a sample legal scenario and how the AI should answer. So then we have the response that follows is a well-structured professional reply. It begins by referencing the US antitrust laws, especially the Sherman Antitrust Act, and explains how some types of collaboration like price fixing or market division are automatically illegal. So then we have it also warns the information sharing, which can be risky and potentially lead to antitrust violations. In summary, this example prompt acts as a guide or training example to show how the AI should behave in legal conversations. So then I'll run this. So here then we are going to again display the output in a formatted style, and you can see this displayed. So let's now move on to the next module and learn about planning with O1. So in the earlier lessons, we explored how to structure prompts and guide the AI models like O1 and O1 Mini to behave in specific roles. So whether a customer service agent or a legal advisor. So here in this lesson, we will learn how to plan with O1. It will introduce a powerful use case where the AI is not just answering a single question, but actually creating a full plan to solve a task. So this kind of problem solving is perfect for O1 models, especially when you are working with a fixed set of tools and some constraints. So instead of asking the model to do every step directly, which could be slow and expensive, we let O1 Mini generate the plan and then use a smaller, faster model like GPT-4o Mini to execute its step. So this two approach, planning with O1 Mini and executing with GPT-4 Mini, helps us work efficiently. So please don't worry if your results don't exactly match the ones in the video tutorial now. That's totally normal since AI responses can vary slightly every time you run them. So in short, this lesson builds on what you have already learned and now takes it a step further, like teaching the AI how to think ahead and plan, not just react. So let's dive in. So we will start with the first part of the code. This is about suppressing the warning messages as we have discussed earlier in Python. So Python sometimes shows warnings when it deflects something that might not cause an error right away but could lead to issues in the future. So this is for this. And the second part is focused on importing your OpenAI API key securely. So instead of hard coding the key directly into the notebook, which is not safe, the code calls a helper function. From the helper, import getOpenAI API key, brings in a function named as getOpenAPI key. So we will run this. First two lines import the two standard Python modules, copy and JSON. The copy module is used when you want to duplicate the Python objects, especially when you need to make changes without affecting the original. The JSON module is used for working with the JSON data, which is common format for sending the receiving structured information, especially when dealing with the APIs. The next line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This is what allows your code to communicate with the OpenAI's language models like GPT-4 or O1 Mini. Then we import the O1 tools from a separate live named utils.py. So this likely contains some common utility functions or tools. So then next we set up the connection to the OpenAI's API by creating a client instance. So client equal to OpenAI API. Here the OpenAI API key variable, which was retrieved earlier using the getOpenAI API key, is passed to authenticate your session with the OpenAI. So this line sets up the client object which you will use to send prompts and receive responses from the models. So finally, two variables are defined to specify which models to use. So these are simply model name shortcuts. So instead of writing the full model name each time, you can just refer to O1 model and GPT model. So O1 mini is used for planning the task, while GPT-4 mini is likely used for executing the individual steps in the plan. So we will run this. So here the code first line initializes an empty list called message list. So this list will likely be used to store the sequence of messages exchanged with the AI model. Next we define a dictionary name known as the context, which sets up the initial state of a business environment for a planning task. Under the inventory section, we are told that 50 units of the Smart Home Hub X200 are currently in stock. Then under the orders, we see a single order that is 0RD3001 requesting 200 units of this product for a customer that is having the ID CUST9001 located in the Los Angeles. The available suppliers and the supplier section list two suppliers and the components they can provide. Notably, only SUTT1001 has a component of COM X200 required to make the X200 product, and they have 500 units available. The product capacity then section defines how many units can be produced. 100 right away and another 150 next week. This helps the model decide how to meet the demand of 200 units. The shipping options provide two choices for delivering to Los Angeles: a standard service that costs $1,000 and takes 5 days, an express service that costs $1,500 and takes only 2 days. The model can consider this based on the urgency or budget. The customer's dictionary holds customer details like the name and the address of the client placing the order. The product section defines what components are needed to manufacture each product. So in this case, the X200 device requires 1 unit of COM X200 to build each finished product. Code sets up a realistic business scenario basically involving the product inventory, orders, manufacturing, suppliers, and shipping, all the key elements the AI needs to plan how to fulfill the order effectively. So we'll run this. So this is basically a prompt for planning the task. So this block defines a large string called the O1 prompt, which acts as an instructional prompt for an advanced language model like O1 Mini. The goal of this prompt is to guide the model to act as a supply chain management assistant and generate a detailed logical plan for handling a complex order fulfillment task. It's essentially the brain that will break down a business challenge and outline the best steps to solve it. The first paragraph in the prompt sets the context. It tells the AI that it will be given a complex task that involves managing customers' inventory, production, supplies, and shipping. The next section lists all the functions available to the executor AI. The functions allow the executor to do things like check inventory levels, allocate stocks to the orders, place purchase orders with suppliers, schedule production runs, and so on. Each function is briefly described along with its required inputs and expected outcomes. So this ensures the planning AI knows what tools are available, how they work, and what each one is for. It helps the model build a plan that is realistic and executable by the downstream agent. So in summary, this O1 prompt sets up a rich and highly structured instruction environment for the planning model. It tells the AI to think carefully, reason step by step, and create a clear, detailed, and logical ordered plan. One that another AI can confidently execute using the provided tools. It ensures consistency, safety, and clarity across every step of the supply chain process. So let's run this. So this is basically the prompt for the execution process by the system. So this block defines a variable called GPT-4o system prompt, which is a string used to guide the behavior of the execution model, especially the GPT-4o Mini. In this case, while the O1 Mini model is responsible for planning, the prompt is for the model that carries out each step of the plan. The assistant is told as to act as a helpful executor whose job is to strictly follow a given policy related to handling incoming orders. The prompt defines a step-by-step workflow for the model to follow. First, the model should read and understand the full policy. Then it needs to identify which step in the policy is currently working on. So before acting, it should give a brief explanation of the decision. So finally, it should perform the action, which typically involves calling one of the available functions with the correct inputs. So in summary, the GPT-4o system prompt sets up the mindset and the behavior of the GPT-4o Mini executor. It ensures the model works step by step, explains its reasoning, and only takes action that match the policy, creating a controlled and a transparent execution flow for order handling in a supply chain scenario. So let's now run this. This code block defines a list named tools, which contains a collection of the functions that AI can use to interact with the supply chain system. So these functions act like a toolbox, and each tool or function performs a specific task related to the inventory, production, suppliers, orders, etc. So each tool is defined as dictionary that includes its type, that is a function, and a function section that deals the function's name, description of what it does, and the input parameters it expects. Some key functions include get inventory status to check how much a product is in stock, then update inventory to add or subtract stock, then fetch new orders to see which orders are pending, then get product details and check available suppliers to explore what's needed to make products or find suppliers. Then place purchase order to order components. Allocate stock to reserve product for a customer order. Check production capacity and schedule production to plan and carry out manufacturing. Then calculate shipping options and book shipment to handle delivery. Send order update to notify the customer. Instructions complete to mark that all steps in the plan are finished. So each function also defines the parameter it requires, like product ID, order ID, and quantity, etc. So this is important because AI must pass exactly the right data when calling these tools. the use of required fields, and the additional property. So in summary, the tools list defines a complete set of functions the AI agent can use to operate the supply chain system. So let's now move on to the functions then. So this block defines all the Python functions that simulate the supply chain operations described earlier. The first few functions deal with the inventory management, get inventory status, then get product details. This fetches the product information, then get inventory status returns how many units of a specific product are currently in stock, then update inventory product ID quantity change, adjust the inventory count based on a positive or negative change, making sure inventory doesn't go below 0. Then allocate stock, tries to reserve the inventory for an order. If there's enough stock, it reduces the inventory and confirms the allocation. If not, it allocates whatever is available and marks the result with an insufficient stock warning. The supplier related functions start with the check available suppliers, which returns the list of the suppliers the company can order components from. Then comes the production related logic. Check production capacity, time frame, checks how many units can be produced with the given time frame. Then schedule production run, checks the capacity, schedules program if possible, and updates the inventory. For shipping, the function calculates shipping options, returns a list of available shipping methods and their cost for the specified destination. Lastly, the function send order update simulates sending a message to the customer to keep them updated on their order status. So at the very end, there's a dictionary called function mapping, which links each function name to the actual Python function. So let's then run this. So guys, knit together the whole process and make the most out of it. Let's now move on to the next module. Hello guys, welcome back to this new module of coding with O1. So initially we will start with the first part that hides the warning messages using the warnings.filter warnings ignore as we were using to. So this keeps the output clean by preventing the non-critical warnings from appearing during execution. Next, the code imports get OpenAI API key function from the helper file. Finally, the function is called and its result is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. So in short, this setup hides warnings and securely loads your API key for using OpenAI tools. So we'll run this. So here then the first line imports the 3 useful display tools from ipython.display, display image and markdown. These are commonly used in Jupyter notebooks to visually show images, format output using markdown or display objects in a cleaner way. Next, the code imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI library. So this class is used to create a client that communicates with the OpenAI's API to generate responses, run models, or perform other AI tasks. So then the client is equal to OpenAI API key. OpenAI API key initializes the OpenAI client using the API key we previously stored. So this connects your code to the OpenAI services so you can start making the API calls. So finally, 2 variables GPT model and O1 model are defined with model names GPT-4o mini and O1 mini. These are likely short and labels are used in your code to specify which AI model you want to work with when making the API request. So we'll run this. So this code defines a function called getChatCompletion, which is used to get a response from an OpenAI chatbot model. It takes 2 inputs, the model, the name of the model you want to see like GPT-4o mini, and prompt the user's message or question. So inside the function, it calls client.chat or completion.create. So this is the OpenAI API method used to send the prompt to the chosen model and generate a chat-based response. So the message is passed in the format OpenAI expects an array of message objects with the roles like user and assistant. Finally, the function returns just the content of the model's reply using the response.choices.message.contain. So this keeps the output clean and gives you only the AI's reply text, not the entire API response structure. So we'll run this. Now here the code defines a multi-line string variable called the React demo prompt. So it's a prompt written in the natural language that will be sent to an AI model like ChatGPT to generate a React component. The prompt is asking the AI to create a React component named feedback form for collecting structured interview feedback. It outlines 4 main requirements: rating candidates with rubrics, giving specific evidence for each rating, auto-calculating a recommendation score, and guiding the interviewer to provide the behavioral feedback. It also includes additional instructions for the AI, like using the intelligent UX features like thoughtful rubrics, smart validation, and helpful prompts. Finally, the prompt includes clear coding instructions. The component must begin with the use client. In short, this prompt is designed to generate a polished, intelligent interview feedback from using React. So, we'll run this. So, this line calls the getChatCompletion function, which was designed earlier to get response from the OpenAI model. It passes 2 arguments, GPT model, which specifies the AI model to use like GPT-4o mini, and React demo prompt, which is the detailed instruction asking the model to generate a React component. The function sends this prompt to the model and returns the AI's response, which will be block of code as requested. The result is then stored in the variable called GPT code, which now holds the React component code generated by the AI. So we'll run this. So let's now simply print the code, and you can see the code is printed. So this line uses the display function from the ipython.display to show an image inside a Jupyter notebook or similar environment. So image GPT-4 app, you can see this. Image GPT-4 app image loads an image file named GPT-4 app image.png from the current directory. Together, this command displays the image in the notebook output, which can be useful for showing the visual results, UI screenshots, or diagrams alongside your code. So let's now move on. So it now sends the same React demo prompt to a different model called the O1 model, which is likely a lighter or experimental version like the O1 mini. It uses the getChatCompletion function to generate the code by calling the OpenAI API. Now O1 holds the output generated by the O1 model for the same prompt, allowing you to compare the results across models. And you can just print the O1 code, and you can see now it is printed. And you can now display this. Now this is nice. And with this, the function process orders text in a list of orders and optional parameters, settings, debug, and notify customer. So it processes each order by validating its fields, calculating totals, applying discounts, and queuing the customer notification. It collects the results, errors, and notifications in a separate list and returns them in a dictionary. So however, these are the few issues in the code. First, using a mutable default argument settings is risky because it can lead to unexpected behavior. It's better to use none and assign an empty dictionary inside the function. Also, comparisons like if debug is equal to true should be simplified to if debug. Similarly, if items valid is equal to true can be just if items valid. So in short, the function logic works for basic order processing but should be cleaned up for the Python best practices, performance, and maintainability. So let's now run this. So basically it creates a prompt string called prompt using the F string. So it tells the AI to clean up and improve the Python code stored in the code snippet. So the prompt specially asks the AI to return only the updated code. Next, the getChatCompletion sends this prompt to the selected GPT model using previously defined function. So this function calls the OpenAI API and gets a revised version of the code as a response. Finally, we are printing the GPT code, displays a new version of the code so you can review or use it. Lastly, this line sends the same prompt to a different model, the O1 model, using the getChatCompletion function. So this prompt asks the model to clean up and improve the code stored in the code snippet. The function processes the request and stores the model's response in the O1 code variable. So this response should contain the optimized version of the original code generated by the O1 model. The next line we are having print O1 code displays the improved code in the output, allowing you to see the and compare the O1 model's version with GPT model's output. This is useful for evaluating the differences in the code quality, clarity, and optimization between the models. Lastly, the result is stored in the result variable and then displayed using the display markdown result, which renders the output in the nicely formatted markdown, great for readability in Jupyter notebooks. In short, this step helps you to use the AI not just for generating code but also for doing a quick side-by-side code review and analysis as well. So let's now move on to the last module. Hello guys, welcome back to this last module. So let's now get into reasoning with images. We will start with importing the warnings, and this is a built-in warnings module which is used to manage the warning messages during code execution. The second line uses the warnings.filter warnings to suppress all the warnings. This means any non-critical alerts will be hidden from the output. This is commonly done to keep the output clean, especially in the notebooks or scripts where you don't want warning messages to clutter your results. So we'll run this. So then here, the first line imports the JSON module which is used to work with JSON data. This is helpful for parsing, formatting, or storing structured information. The second line imports the OpenAI class from the OpenAI package. This allows you to connect to the OpenAI's API and make requests to generate the text, code, or other outputs from the AI models. Then the line from ipython.display import display markdown image imports tools to visually display the markdown text, images, or formatted output, commonly used in the Jupyter notebook. So after that, the code imports the get OpenAI API key function from a custom file named helper. This function retrieves your OpenAI API key securely, so it doesn't need to be hard-coded. The function get OpenAI API key is called and the return key is stored in the OpenAI API key variable. This key is needed to authenticate with the OpenAI API. The lines defining the GPT model, GPT-4o mini, and the O1 model, that is O1, specify the names of the AI models you want to use for generating responses. So these can later be passed when making the API calls. Finally, client is equal to OpenAI creates an OpenAI client instance which you will use to send prompts and receive completions. So this should ideally be OpenAI API key, include the authentication unless your environment handles the key automatically. So we'll now run this. So this means the image is expected to be located inside a folder named data in your project directory. The second line uses display image file path to load and show the image in Jupyter Notebook or similar environment. It visually renders the organization chart image so you can see directly in your notebook output. So this is commonly used when working with the visual data or presenting diagrams, charts, or anything like that. So let's now move on to the next one. The code starts by importing the base64 module, which is used to encode the binary data like image files into a base64 string format. This is necessary because APIs like OpenAI's vision models accept images as base64 encoded strings. The function encoded image, that is the image path, takes an image file path, reads it in binary mode, that is the RB, encodes it in using base64 and returns it as UTF-8 string. This prepares the image so it can be safely passed to an AI model in the required format. The main function O1 Vision is designed to send both an image and a text prompt to an OpenAI vision-enabled model like GPT-4o. It first encodes the image using the encode image function. So inside the function, it checks whether JSON model is true or false. If JSON mode is true, the response will be requested in the structured JSON format using response format, type, and JSON object, which is useful for extracting the structured data from the model's reply. So if JSON mode is false, it simply sends the prompt and image together and expects a regular text response from the model. Both the versions use client.chat.completions.create method to make the API call. Finally, the function returns the raw response object from the API, allowing the caller to further process or display the model's output. In short, this function lets you send an image along with the custom prompt to a vision-capable OpenAI model with an option to get the result either as plain text or structured JSON. So this line calls the O1 Vision function, which sends both an image and a prompt to an OpenAI vision model for analysis. So it passes three arguments: file path, that is image file path, to the image file, prompt equal to what is this. This is asking the model to describe the image, and the model is O1 model, which specifies the vision capable model to use like O1. The function processes the image and the prompt, sends them to the model, and then stores the model's response in the variable response. So this response will contain the AI's interpretation of the image, which you can later extract and display. So this line is used to display the AI model's response in a clean and readable format inside a Jupyter notebook. So this response.choices0.message.contained accesses the actual text contained and generated by the model in the first response choice. So wrapping it with a markdown allows the output to be rendered with the proper formatting such as bold text, bullet points, or headings if the response includes markdown syntax. Finally, display renders the format markdown content in the notebook output area, making the model's reply easy to read and visually structured. So let's now start with understanding the image. The code defines a variable called the structured prompt, which is a string that will be sent as a prompt to the AI model, most likely a vision-enabled one, to extract the structured data from an image. The prompt includes special instructions tags to clearly tell the model what to do. It says that the model is acting as a consulting assistant where job is to process organization chart data from the image. So if then specifies the desired output format, a JSON structure that includes an arbitrary ID for each person, their name, role, an array of IDs they report to, and an array of IDs that report to them. So this is a clean and structured way to actually represent an organization hierarchy. So finally, we are printing the structured prompt, says the full prompt string, so you can review or verify its contents before using it as a function like the O1 version. So this code calls the O1 vision function to send both an image and a structured prompt to the OpenAI vision model. This is O1 asking it to extract the organizational hierarchical data. The arguments passed include file path equal to image file path, which points to the organization chart image, model is equal to O1, specifying the model to use. Then we have prompt is equal to structured prompt, which contains the detailed instructions on the output format, and the JSON mode is equal to true. Setting JSON mode equal to true tells the model to return the result in a structured JSON format. So instead of plain text, making it easier to parse and use programmatically. The final line actually prints the model's JSON formatted response from the first message choice, which should include the organization structure with IDs, names, roles, and reporting relationships. You can see the output. So this line creates a new variable called the clean JSON that stores a cleaned up version of the model's response. Sometimes when the models return the JSON code, they wrap it in markdown formatting using the triple backtext like JSON and to indicate a code block. So this line removes those wrappers using dot replace and dot replace with inverted commas, leaving behind only the raw JSON content. The result is a plain JSON string that can now be parsed or processed further without formatting the issues. So this line attempts to parse the model's response directly using the JSON loads, which converts a JSON formatted string into a Python dictionary order list. So it accesses the O1 response.choices.message.content, which is expected to contain the JSON output describing the organization chart structure. The result is stored in the variable, that is the organization data, making it possible to work with the organization hierarchy as a structured Python object. However, the JSON file still contains the markdown wrappers like JSON. You should use previously clean version instead for space parsing. So the code defines a new prompt string called the analysis prompt, which is meant to guide an AI model to answer questions based on a previously extracted organization chart. It starts with the special instructions like you are an organization chart expert assistant. Your role is to answer any organization chart questions with your organization data. And we have given the instruction. So this tells the AI what role it plays and how to use the data. Then it embeds the structured organization chart data inside organization data tags by using an F string. This helps the model clearly understand that this is the data it should reference when generating answers. So let's now run this. Here in the code, the first line is importing the get OpenAPI API key. This function is typically used to securely retrieve your OpenAPI key without hard coding it in the script. The second line calls this function and assigns the result, that is your API key, to the variable OpenAPI API key so it can be reused throughout your code for authentication. Finally, the client is equal to OpenAI creates an instance of the OpenAI client using that key. This allows you to send the prompts and interact with the OpenAI's models through authorized API calls. So as discussed before, these are the messages and the role user content analysis report plus who has the highest ranking reports and which manager has the most reports. And we will just run this. So then we are finally displaying the markdown, allowing my markdown formatting like bold text, bullet points or headers to be properly displayed, rendered. And the first line sets the variable image file path to the path of an image file named as erdrelationorder.png, which is located inside a folder called data. So this image likely contains an entity relationship diagram. The second line uses the display image to load and visually display the image with the Jupyter notebook. So we'll just run this and basically you can now see the output, the product ID, this is the order, product, this is the ID, the client, it also has a ID, CID, product name, client address, product price and client credit card. So basically this was all about the course. That's it. So congratulations on completing your journey with Reasoning with O1. You have gone from understanding the core foundations, what Reasoning with O1 is, why it's crucial in today's AI-driven world and where it can be applied, to actually putting it into practice. We began by setting the stage with the fundamentals, then moved on to hands-on exploration, crafting effective prompts, practicing logical and structured reasoning, then writing and refining code with O1, and finally understanding how each layer builds towards the AI interaction. You didn't just learn the theory, you experienced it through demos, challenges, and the real-world examples. So whether it was decoding logic, guiding AI through structured thought, or debugging your own process, you have now got a strong grip on how to think with AI, not just about it. This is just the beginning, guys. Keep experimenting, keep questioning. The more you reason, the smarter your results become.
Welcome to our comprehensive tutorial on creating a fully functional e-commerce application using React, Tailwind CSS, and Redux with the help of ChatGPT. In this tutorial, we are going to leverage the powerful capabilities of ChatGPT to assist us in building modern, responsive, and feature-rich e-commerce application. You will learn how to set up your development environment. We will start by setting up the essential tools and libraries required for our project, including React, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and React Router. We are also going to design the application layout using Tailwind CSS. We will create a visually appealing, user-friendly layout that includes the header, navigation bar, product listings, shopping cart, and checkout pages. We are also going to implement the state management with Redux. We will use Redux for managing global state, ensuring our application is scalable and maintainable. You will learn how to set up slices for handling user authentication, product data, and the shopping cart. We will also create reusable components. And throughout this tutorial, we will build a variety of reusable components such as product cards, form inputs, buttons, and models to enhance the modularity and reusability of our code. For fetching and managing data, we are going to use React Query so that we are going to fetch data from a backend API and manage the server state efficiently. We will also learn to handle loading states, caching, and synchronization with React Query. With that said, guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn how to make an e-commerce application using ChatGPT. So guys, this is a website which we are going to create with the help of ChatGPT. So you can see all over here, we have the navigation bar which includes home, about, products, cart. Okay. So suppose I want to add this product. Okay. This is a lamp and say I want to add in this quantity, say 3. And if I click it up, you can see there's a notification which is coming up and it's saying item has been added to the cart. Now we can also go and check the cart, but before proceeding for checkout, you need to also log in. So suppose I have not created any account. So let us create an account. So say this is a mail ID and say let us take some demo mail ID and here is some password and you can say email is already taken. So let us give some random mail. Suppose name @123 and say the password is 1234. Okay. Now let's log in. So it's saying email must be a valid email. So I have also put like we can say checkpoints where if the proper validation of the input field is also given. So name @name123@gmail.com. Now I hope so it is going to work. So email or username has already been taken. So let us change our username. So username name123 and let us try to register. So you can see all the input validation has been done. So let us give some big. Okay. Now you can see it has completely logged in. Okay. So you can save the password. Now let us go to our repeat. So you can say I'm trying to log in all over here and it's been logged in. Okay. So now you can see if you click on our products, you are going to see the products part. Like there's a chair, there's a glass table, king bed size, and all these are the cards of the product. So basically these images have been taken from a link. Okay, I will mention you the link and you can do it. And inside this, you can also search the given product. Suppose, say I want a grade lamp or say chick chair. Okay. If I type this and if I try to search it, you can see this is coming up. You can also select the company. Suppose if I just see all over here. So the company name is Sora. Okay. So you can type all over there in the checkbox. Okay. So where the search button is coming up and you can say all these companies are there and with the help of that you can search it. You can also do the sorting from A to Z, Z to A, high to low. Okay. So this is all we are going to build using React.js, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and also use some state management. And with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to create a fully responsive website. Now let's get started. So guys, let us open our ChatGPT and write a prompt. So guys, the first prompt that I want to create is that, say, I am creating a tutorial, or you can say I'm creating a website using React.js, and it's an e-commerce website. So we'll, with the help of or by using Vite, okay, Tailwind CSS and Redux. Now, the next thing what I have to tell the GPT that can you help me outline the agenda of this project, like including the main features and functionality. Okay. So this is the first thing, and you can see all over here. So it says like install and configure Vite, integrate Tailwind CSS, okay, set up Redux. Then for the UI UX design, it's saying responsive layout, okay. Then you have to do theme and styling, define a consistent theme, okay. Now for authentication and user management, you have to do user registration and login, okay. For product management, like product listing, product details, and product search. So we have seen these functionalities that we have implemented in our website. And also you can see there's a shopping cart and checkout option. You have to add to the cart management, and checkout process. For the order management, you can also track the history. And we are not going to target these two things, okay? These are some of the additional features. But till here, we are going to complete it, okay? So not to complicate too much, just to give you a brief outline how you can make a website using ChatGPT and Tailwind CSS and other tools and dependencies. So like we have got the brief idea regarding the main features and functionalities. So we have responsive design, user authentication, product catalog, shopping cart, checkout process, order management, admin panel, wish list, reviews and rating, notification, and performance optimization. Now let us write the next part. So here I'm going to type my next prompt, that will be, can you help me explain the folder structure, or can you help me with the folder structure of this React e-commerce app, and also let me know the purpose of each folder. So let us type this prompt, and we are getting some brief idea like how our things would be there. So it says, like you can see the folder structure. First, we have to create a folder called e-commerce app, okay? And then, so guys, for this, I will have an assets folder, okay? Then we are going to create a components folder. Inside the components, there are going to be various components, okay? So let us start with that, and let us first set up our development environment. So guys, I'm using VS Code as our text editor, and in that, let us see that you have first all the dependencies installed, like Node especially. With the help of Node, we are going to install the package for creating the React app. So guys, you can also type all over here that how to set up my development environment. And if you type this command, you can see, so there are certain prerequisites it's going to tell, like Node and NPM, code editor, visual code. So like you have to create a certain thing like this, NPM create Vite, latest, my e-commerce app, then template, and then you can go in this app. So since I've already created an e-commerce app, so what I'm going to do, inside this, I'm going to create this, and let us copy this all over here. So you can see assets I have already created, and let us go to the terminal, click on view, and here's a terminal, and here let's type this. Click on yes. So all the necessary dependencies is going to install. So you can see all over here, like what I have to choose. It says pre-React, LIT, Celebrity, Solids or other. So you can just select all over here that I want to use a React version. Okay. Just click on this and let us keep the JavaScript part all over here. And you can see this has already been created. Now the second would be go to our e-commerce app. So this is your folder. Navigate to this. And next type npm install. And finally click on okay. It's installing the node modules. We are going to wait for some time. So guys, as I have asked GPT all over here, give me the folder structure for our components. So you can see all over here, it has given cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, and it has given error element, feature products. Then for filtering, it has given for filter.js, form checkbox, form input, okay, form range, form select, header, hero, loading, navbar, navlinks, order list, pagination container, product container, then product grid is there, product list is there, then section title. And you can also learn about the process, or what do you say, the purpose for each component, okay, all over here. Now, like product grid, what it does. So you can ask GPT the same question with a prompt like, what is the purpose of this given component? So you can see it is going to tell you all over here. So guys, use it excessively wherever you feel doubt. And it has also given the code all over here. Okay. Now, before that, since I've told you, we'll be using Tailwind CSS. So now let us type the command to set up our Tailwind CSS. So type, I want to set up the Tailwind CSS in my project. Help give me the, you can type, okay. So if you type this, so it is going to see that first you have to install the Tailwind CSS and its dependencies. So guys, for the same purpose, just copy this all over here, come to your folder. So now click it all over here, that npm install the post CSS auto prefixer. So it is going to start the downloading part of it, okay. The next process is, in the step 2, you have to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So copy this and go all over here and let us initialize our Tailwind CSS. Pretty fine. What is the next step, guys? In the next process, we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. So you can see all over here, there is going to be a file called tailwindconfig.js and you can configure it all over here. So let us go in our file and you can see tailwindconfig.js would be there. So, okay. So now we have done this. Now let us see what is the third thing. In the step 4, it is saying add the Tailwind directive to your CSS file. Okay, so there's going to be a file. Okay, first you have to create a CSS file for your Tailwind styles. Okay, and in that you have to add these directives. Okay, so guys, this is our index.css file, and we can also add the directives all over here. Just click on everything and delete it, and just add the required directives. Okay, so I have added this part. Now let us move to the next part. So in your app.css, you have to import it. Okay. So whenever you are going to open our app.js file, so here we have app.jsx. So you can see we are importing this, okay, all over here. And in our main.jsx file, you can see our index.css is imported. So basically this file is already been imported all over here, okay. which is basically going to apply the Tailwind CSS directives that we are going to use while building our components. Now let us build our components one by one. Okay, so you have seen all over here that our folder structure was something like this. Okay, so we have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filter, form checkbox, and form input, form range, header. So let me create all these folder for you. So we'll go all over here. Now click on the new folder and say components. Pretty fine. Now here we have to create all the files. So guys, you can see all over here, I have created all the components in the meantime. So I have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filters, form checkbox, form input, and many more. So the same thing which ChatGPT has given me, I have created all these things. Okay, these are the basic things. And while also creating a website, I would also recommend you to understand like how these components which are usable throughout the process have been used. Okay. Now let us ask ChatGPT to populate this. Okay. Now this thing has been done. Now let us ask for pages, like what pages I want to make in our website. So if I navigate to our website, we can see we have a home page, we have about page, we have a products page, we have a cart, checkout, and orders. So let us ask GPT the same. I want to create pages for about, home, cart, checkout, error, okay, orders, then we have the home layout, login, register, single product page. Okay, so like these things you have to identify, or the best thing you can do it, you can take the screenshot of this. Okay, so take like everything, you can just take a picture, okay, snap it up and send it to ChatGPT. It is also going to recognize it, and let me show you this. Okay, so say I'm going to snip it up. So say I want to create these pages, and you can just take an image and just paste it up. So you can see the image is going to get pasted, and you can type a prompt something like this, that I want to create pages like this, which includes home, cart, checkout, orders, home layout, login, register, single product page. And you can also ask GPT to give a Tailwind CSS for these things. So GPT is going to answer you for the same. But as a developer, you can take this help, but don't rely over it too much. You have to also do a little bit of modification by yourself. So this thing I have written, and let us click it. So first, it is telling you to install the React Router DOM. Okay, so now you have to install this. So copy this. Okay, so you can see in your package.json file. So this will be our package.json all over here. And you can see all over here that we have dependencies all installed, which is React Router DOM. So you can see all over here, its version is 6.24.1. Now, the most important part, like while using this project, so what dependencies I have used all over here. So I'm going to give a brief idea regarding this. So guys, for building this project, you are going to require these dependencies. Like you need to have Redux toolkit, you need to have Tank, you need to have React Query Dev Tools, okay? You need to have an Axios, you need to have a DJS, React DOM, React icons we'll be using. You need to use React Redux for state management, React Router DOM, React Toastify. Then there are certain deep dependencies. As you can see, Tailwind's typography we have to use, because what kind of text we are going to put it up on our web page. So this is going to handle it. Then we are going to use types React DOM, then Vite plugin, okay, this we have it, Daisy UI, okay, ESLint, then we have ESLint plugin React hooks, then we are going to use Post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and Vite. So what you can do next, you can copy all these things. Okay, so since I've already copied, now let us go to our GPT and say, give me the command to install these dependencies. So you can see all over here, it has given me all these commands. I'm just going to go our text editor. So here's our terminal, and just type this, and you can see all over here, it is going to start the process of installing all these packages. Similarly, you have to install all the dev dependencies. Now, the best thing is that what are the dependencies required? I will share you in the given video, and you can install it. And also for the dev dependencies, similarly, you have to do it. Just copy it and go all over here and paste it. And you can see all the dev dependencies are going to be added in your package.json file. Okay, since we have used it, now these were the given components and these were some of the pages. Okay, now let us create the pages that we have discussed before. And also guys, you can see assets all over here. You have to transfer this all over here. Okay, now I'm going to do this, but before that, let's create the pages section. So create a new folder called pages all over here, and inside the pages you can see all over here that for pages we have told all about here that they are going to be home layout, they are going to be error.jsx, they are going to be a checkout and about.jsx. Okay, all over here, and in similarly just create this. Now for each of the given page, you can check all over here that it is giving an idea about it, that you can have to ensure something like this. And also you can ask GPT to explain you what we are going to use it. Okay, so see here all the headers, you're going to add the links like about, cart, checkout, orders, login, register. So which is basically there on our navigation panel. And similarly for applying the CSS, just ask GPT to make it something like this, provide a proper spacing, and also you can take a screenshot of this and send it to GPT. So it is going to analyze it and give you the required code for this. Okay, but the most important part is you need to identify what folder structure that you have to use it. And don't worry guys, I will share the required doc file in the description where you can check what are the components that we have made, and similarly you can take the help of GPT and build this project. So guys, I have created all the required pages, and you can see all over here that we have about, cart, checkout, error for handling the errors, okay, home layout, index.js, landing, login, orders, product management, error for handling the errors throughout like 404 page. Then we have the landing page, we have the login, orders, products, register, then we have the single product.jsx. So these are the required pages that we need to build in order to replicate the website. Okay. So if you have any problem like what this given page does, just ask the GPT and it's going to give you the required answer. Now, this was building our project structure for the second part. Now let us move to the third part. Now guys, the next thing which I want to do all over here is that I want to create a utility folder which is kind of reusable throughout the application. And it has these functionalities, a custom fetch, okay, which means a pre-configured Axios basically, which is going to have an Axios instance for making standardized API calls, and also to the backend server. Then we have the format price functionality, in which we are going to use the utility function to format the numerical prices that we are using while buying the given product, and also in a USD currency format. Okay, so it's basically a dollar format. Okay, and then generate amount options. Then also we need to create a utility function to generate the list of quantity options for a selected drop down. Okay, so these were all the features that I've shown you all over here. So when you go from this, suppose say on this given product, and if you select this, say add to the bag, say I want 7 of them, and when you go to your given cart, so you can see all over here the format, pricing, and all the utility and all the utility functions used all over here are given. So you can see GPT has given, so it has given custom fetch, format, price, generate amount, option.js. You can create 3 of them, but I will not complicate this. Instead of this, since the application is pretty simple, I will put all of these things under one folder. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have created a folder called utils folder with a name called index.jsx. And inside this, I'm going to add all the 3 functionalities which I have told you. Now, and this was the project structure that we need to build in order to make an application like that. Now, what you can do, guys, now you can see the functionality of this all over here. Okay. Now, since you will not get an access to this website, what you can also do, you can create a demo website like this, or you can take a picture of this and send to GPT. It is going to give you the required idea like how you can proceed to build the project. So it is very, very helpful, but at the end of the day, you need to know about React a little bit so that you can modify the application based on the given instances. So guys, inside our My E-commerce app, you can see our project structure is set up. So inside the SRC, we have the assets. So I have pasted these images. Okay. So if you click on this, so it is going to show you these kind of images. So I'll share you the link for the assets. You can use this to create this website. For the same, you have components, and all the components like cart items totals, checkout forms, form checkbox, hero, loading, nav links is all being mentioned. So this is for all the components that we'll be needing to build this website. For the required pages, we have about, cart, checkout, error, home layout, landing, login, orders, product, registers, and single product. Okay, so these are the required pages. And one, we have the utility folder all over here that we have created called index.jsx for handling these custom functionalities. Now, this was the basic idea regarding the project structure. Now, what you can do, guys, since you have got an idea like what components we'll be using, so ask GPT, okay, now build each of the components by using this prompt. Say, now help me, I want to make the, give me the code, or you can ask something like this, give me the code for cart component and with the required Tailwind CSS configuration, the Tailwind CSS snippets, or you can say with the Tailwind CSS code. Now, if you type this all over here, so it is going to give you a demo idea. Okay, suppose you have this cart JSX and cart item.jsx. So you can see all over here, it has started using these CSS, which is basically a Tailwind CSS. And I know it on the first time, you are not going to get exactly the same you wanted. So on it, what you can do, guys, that you can take a picture, like what the output is coming, and send it to GPT and ask it to, you have to ask for each of the components. Similarly, ask for the pages. Okay, so ask like something like this. So based on the project structure, based on the pages. So guys, as you can see all over here. So guys, it has started giving the codes for the respective pages, as you can see all over here. And with the respective Tailwind CSS, you can definitely modify it based on your choices and also what you feel like is more responsive and user-friendly. For getting an in-depth idea regarding Tailwind CSS, you can navigate to its official document. And it will be very, very helpful that you can also take a help and ask GPT the same thing. So after you have populated these pages with the respective codes and components, okay, that we have shared all over here, next thing what you can do all over here, that just type all over here that this command, or you can ask GPT how to run my application, give me the command. You can type this and it is going to give you the command but I know the command, that is npm run dev, or this is the given command that will be very helpful for running your application. So at each stage, suppose you are building one component, so keep running this and keep seeing like what changes you are applying on a real time. So building an application using React or any front-end application is a hit and trial. So based on the modifications that you require, so you have to consistently interact with GPT and make an application out of it. But this was an overview of our given thing. So just type this all over here. So just type this and your application is going to start on a given port. So this is your port 5174. So if you navigate all over here, so your application will be open. So let me show you, like suppose the port which I'm using all over here. So it is 5173. Okay. So this will be your application, and in this way, you can make an application with the help of ChatGPT. So I've given you the basic idea, and I will also share the given documents for the components pages so that you could have a brief idea, and you can ask the GPT to give the required Tailwind CSS for the same. I will also share the assets. You can use it, or you can download the assets from various other websites where they have like free pick, where you can make the images for the given products, like you can say Llama, Coffee Table, ComfyWet, which are easily available, and you can start designing all these things. So guys, the best thing about GPT 4.0 that you can also share the image. So with the help of this, you can definitely build an application.
Have you ever wondered how AI models can understand and process multiple types of inputs, like text, images, and audio simultaneously? Hello everyone, welcome to our deep dive into multimodal prompting, a transformative approach that's reshaping the landscape of artificial intelligence. My name is Basil Duklala, and in this video, we'll explore what multimodal prompting is, why it's essential, and how it's applied across various industries. Let's embark on this journey to uncover the future of AI together. Here's our agenda. Introduction to multimodal prompting. Evolution of prompting. Core concepts of multimodal prompting. Tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. Use cases and applications. Getting started with multimodal tools. And then we'll take a look into simple multimodal prompts in action. And we'll have a deep dive or step-by-step prompt building. Last but not least, we'll look into experimenting with different use cases. You might be wondering, what is multimodal prompting? Multimodal prompting is a technique that allows AI models to interpret and respond to input from more than one modality, like combining text, images, audio, or video. Instead of just reading text, the model can basically analyze visuals, sounds, or other forms of data to generate richer, more context-aware responses. It basically mimics how humans process information. Now, why it matters and where is it used? Multimodal prompting matters because the real world isn't just text-based. We live in a sensory-rich environment, and multimodal AI helps machines understand that. It's used in applications like image captioning, video analysis, interactive chatbots with visual context, and even healthcare diagnostics where images and notes are combined. In addition, multimodal prompting is very useful for content creation and recommendation. Let's talk about the evolution of prompting. Let's learn about the evolution of prompting, from text-only models to multimodal models. Prompting has evolved from simple text inputs to complex multimodal interactions. Today's models can understand and respond to combinations of text, images, audio, and more for deeper context. Prompting began with text-only models like GPT-2, which responded solely to written input. They basically leveraged NLP, which stands for natural language processing. Over time, models evolved to process images, audio, and even video giving rise to truly multimodal systems that can interpret and connect across different types of information. How models understand and process multiple input types. Modern multimodal models have specialized architectures, such as vision transformers, multimodal neural networks to process different inputs. They are also trained on paired data, like images with captions or videos with transcripts. These models learn how different modalities relate to each other, enabling them to take in multiple types of inputs and generate informed outputs that bridge those sensory channels. Cross-model attention helps models link relevant features across inputs, enhancing context and accuracy. At the core, these models use shared embedding spaces to map inputs like text and images into a common understanding. For example, a picture of a dog and the word dog are brought close together in this space, allowing the model to reason across formats in a unified way. Let's talk about core concepts of multimodal prompting. Modalities are different types of information we can give to AI, like text, pictures, sound, or video. They help the model understand things the way humans do, through multiple senses. These senses are text, with written language input like prompts or documents; image, visual content such as photos, charts, or drawings; audio, sound-based input like speech or music; and video, time-based visual and audio content combined. In multimodal prompting, in unimodal prompting, the model receives one type of input, typically text. In contrast, multimodal prompting involves multiple types, like combining a question with an image or a diagram. So, input modalities include one or more types. This requires the model to integrate different streams of information and make connections between them. So let's recap the key difference between unimodal and multimodal prompting. First, we've got the input type. Unimodal prompting has one single type and typically is text. Multimodal prompting has multiple types and it could be text, images, audio, etc. Second, context depth. Unimodal prompting is limited to one form of input. On the other hand, multimodal prompting is richer in context and has combined inputs. 3. Use cases. Unimodal prompting can only be used on text-based tasks, such as writing. Multimodal prompting can be used in multiple tasks and complex ones, like image analysis, and speech to text. 4. Understanding. Unimodal prompting is linear and it's language focused. Multimodal prompting, on the other hand, is cross-modal and human-like. Despite its potential, multimodal prompting comes with challenges. Models can misalign inputs, generate hallucinations, or be biased towards dominant modalities. Input format issues from the model misinterpreting poorly formatted inputs. 2. Limited modal support. Not all models handle every modality. 3. Ambiguity inputs. Unclear inputs can lead to inaccurate responses. 4. High computational load. Multiple modalities require more resources. There's also a lack of standard benchmarks, and combining training data from different formats can be resource intensive. Let's discuss tools and platforms that support multimodal prompting. First, we've got one of the most popular generative AI tools, ChatGPT. Specifically, ChatGPT with Vision. This version of ChatGPT can understand and analyze both text and images. It's useful for tasks like generating captions or answering questions about visual content. If you're not familiar with ChatGPT, it's basically an AI chatbot based on OpenAI's GPT, which stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer Models. It can understand and generate human-like text for tasks like writing, coding, summarizing, tutoring, and casual conversations. And now it has multimodal capability. It's widely used in education, business, and creative work. ChatGPT can handle ChatGPT can handle multimodal inputs by combining image recognition with text generation, allowing users to ask questions or generate text based on images. It processes the image and merges it with text for a complete response. The second next popular tool is Gemini by Google. Gemini is Google's family of advanced AI models designed to rival GPT. It's multimodal, meaning it can handle text, images, code, and other inputs. Gemini powers tools like Bard and Google Workspace AI, aiming to provide accurate, integrated assistance across Google's ecosystem. It helps with complex interactions like visual-based search and multimodal content generation. It's designed for broader, context-aware AI applications. It handles multimodal inputs very quickly and uses advanced fusion models to integrate text, image, and video inputs, understanding relationships between them for more context-aware responses and generation. Next, Claude is a conventional AI developed by Anthropic, focused on safety, helpfulness, and transparency. It's known for its thoughtful responses and is designed to be steerable and aligned with user intentions. It can also integrate text, images, and documents, allowing for in-depth analysis and interaction with various input formats. Claude is a strong competitor to ChatGPT and excels at tasks like PDF creation, Q&A, and content summarization. Claude also does a good job of breaking down each modality for text, images, and documents separately. It processes them and then combines them for tasks like document analysis or multi-source content generation. DALL-E by OpenAI is an AI model that generates high-quality images from text descriptions. It's known for its detailed, creative outputs and is integrated into ChatGPT's interface for users on the Plus plan. It basically accepts textual prompts and translates them into relevant images, seamlessly merging descriptive text with visual output for creative image generation. It's got a lot of tools that help you build a scene and will turn it into an image from realistic to fantastical. Let's talk about use cases and applications in multimodal prompting. We have users that can upload images, such as diagrams and charts, and then ask questions about them, with AI providing context-aware answers. Next, AI creates articles, social media posts, or marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. In terms of content generation applications, AI can create articles, social media posts, and marketing copy based on both text and image inputs. For product tagging, e-commerce platforms use images and descriptions to generate accurate product tags and recommendations. Multimodal prompting can also be effective for interactive education. AI helps in learning by analyzing images, videos, and text to provide interactive educational content. It's also useful for accessibility. It assists visually impaired users by converting visual content, such as photos and infographics, into descriptive text. Let's see how we can access and set up a basic multimodal prompting environment. First, choose a platform. You can sign up for access to platforms like ChatGPT or Gemini. Next, install required tools and install necessary libraries. Then, obtain API keys for the platform and configure your environment. Then, ensure inputs are properly formatted and compatible for the application. Lastly, test with basic prompts or run simple multimodal tasks. Let's talk about the required tools and input formats. First, you need an API access. Second, install some Python libraries and have a Jupyter notebook. Also, you can use cloud platforms, although some of these applications can be done using your local machine. Here's a list of the input formats that you can leverage. We've got text, image, audio, and video. Let's jump into a demo to show how LLMs can be used for multimodal tasks. In this demo, we'll be using ChatGPT to showcase its powerful multimodal capabilities. Keep in mind that most LLM tools like Gemini and Claude can also provide similar capabilities that I'm about to show. For ChatGPT, many of the capabilities we're about to showcase are only available in ChatGPT Pro. It's available for a limited number of prompts in the free version. If you want to leverage the full capabilities, you'll need to subscribe to ChatGPT Pro. First, after you log into ChatGPT, you need to make sure that you have GPT-4 activated. Next, you'll see that there's a plus button that is popping up where I can add media. But before we do this, let's generate media using text prompts. Write a 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception like you are explaining to a 10-year-old. You can see ChatGPT gave us a response with a concise 3-sentence summary of the plot of Inception. So I'll read the first sentence. Inception is about a man named Cobb who goes into people's dreams to steal their secrets like a spy in their sleep. Let's take things to next step. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to generate a poster based on the description in cartoon style. Let's make sure that it's pointing to the description above. Go ahead and run this, and we'll give it a few seconds to generate the image. Keep in mind that ChatGPT sometimes runs under a heavy load of requests, and sometimes image generation takes time. Image generation is done. You can see ChatGPT generated an output according to my description, a cartoon-like poster of Inception. Next, we'll show ChatGPT's ability to analyze images. I find this task very useful for analyzing complex visuals, such as stock charts. I'll click on the plus sign and then add photos and files, select your photo, and then insert the following prompt. Analyze the support and resistance levels of the attached 4-hour interval chart of Google. You can see that ChatGPT was able to analyze the chart for me in an instance and was able to give me multiple support levels and resistance levels with their description. Let's do another example of image analysis. I'm going to click the plus sign here and upload a hand-drawn chart. And here's my prompt. Explain the attached image of a diagram step by step. For reference, here's the image and here's the explanation. Start the process. The program begins execution. Step 1, input value. Gives me the check for Stack Overflow. And then it explains the rest of the steps according to the diagram. It was also able to analyze the gist of the diagram. It is a standard stack push operation with overflow checking, where it prevents adding data when the stack is full and confirms insertion when space is available. It can also offer an equivalent code in Python or C. That was a good example for visual and text reasoning. Let's increase the level of difficulty of this type of task by giving it a mathematical problem. I'll click on the plus sign again, add photos, and select my image. And I'll use the following prompt. What is the answer to the math problem in the attached image? Here's the image for reference. Find the sum of the series. And you can see that ChatGPT is generating LaTeX or Markdown type of syntax in the background so it can display the mathematical syntax and Greek symbols properly. Not only was it able to solve for these problems, but also was able to give me a step-by-step instructions on how to solve for it. Plus, it recognized that we have two problems, not just one, to solve for. In this last example, we're going to do the opposite of multimodal prompting. Instead of providing an image, we're going to ask ChatGPT to generate a complex image based on my description. Provide a detailed process for data science and feature engineering for or the diabetes healthcare dataset. The diabetes healthcare dataset is a popular dataset available online, so ChatGPT will be able to understand exactly what I'm looking for. Here we can see step-by-step instructions of the process, along with Python code on how to run the analysis, such as EDA, outlier detection, multivariate analysis, and then feature engineering as requested, all the way to modeling and providing proper evaluation metrics. After getting the steps in text format, I want ChatGPT to build a visual diagram of those steps.
Okay guys, let's start with creating the Google Slides or PowerPoint presentation with the help of ChatGPT. And we'll do this in two ways. Starting one with the VBA code. So here we'll ask the ChatGPT to write a VBA code for the PowerPoint presentation, and for that we'll write a prompt that is write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and you would just write the topic that is on how to become a generative AI expert, and you could mention some of the details like you want a roadmap in the PowerPoint presentation or just the steps to become a generative AI expert. So let's see an example. So I'll ask the ChatGPT that write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and we'll write the topic on how to become a generative AI or a master in generative AI. And here you could mention the details also, or you could ask the ChatGPT that you can act as an expert in computer science or as an expert in artificial intelligence, and you could create a PowerPoint presentation and give us a VBA code on how to become a master in generative AI. And you could ask him that I want the slides in a manner, or you could just list the slides that on slide 1 I want the problem faced by generative AI experts, then in the next slide I want what skills, and on the next slide, that is slide 2, I want to know what skills that generative AI expert should possess, and in slide 3 I want the roadmap, and in the upcoming slides I want all the roadmap skills or the roles to be explained in a good manner that I can understand, or I can use this PPT for for students to get them understand. So you could modify your prompt accordingly. So let's see how the ChatGPT respond to this and what VBA code it will provide to us. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and you could see here that to use this VBA code, you will need to access the VBA editor in PowerPoint, and for that you just need to press Alt plus F11, and then insert a new module. I'll show you how you could insert the VBA code in PowerPoint. Till then, here's generating the response. We'll come back here. So this is the developer option that we need to unlock. So just click on the blank presentation, and coming on the blank presentation, just right click here and you could see the option customize the ribbon. So this is the ribbon, the whole thing, this is the ribbon, and you could see the options here. And this is the developer option, which I have already tick marked, that is it is accessible in my ribbon here. So we'll make it accessible, and here in the developer option you have to click on Visual Basic and then insert user form. Then we have module here, click on the module, and here we have to paste the VBA code that will be provided by the ChatGPT. As you could see that it has provided the code. And there's another method, that is you just press Alt plus F11 and then you will come on the particular slide here. Then you have to go here and use the module and paste it here. So we will copy the VBA code, get back here, paste the code, and this is the button you have to click, that is run sub or user form. Just click on it and you could see that it has provided the PowerPoint presentation. So it is the basic presentation, as I have not commanded the ChatGPT or I have not modified my prompt accordingly. I have just used the basic prompt that just generate a basic presentation on how to become an expert in generative AI. So you could modify your prompt accordingly on how you want your presentation. And for the design thing, you could use any template or layout. So we have the design here, so you could use any design what you prefer. So you could see that it has applied the design to all the presentations. You could ask the ChatGPT if you want to have more text heavy, and if you want to generate images also, you could do that with the help of DALL-E. So now moving to the next method on how we can create PPTs or the PowerPoint using ChatGPT. This is the one method that is using the VBA code. Now moving back to ChatGPT. Now here we will ask him that generate a PowerPoint pitch deck for a topic, and that could be any topic you want. So here we will modify our prompt and ask him that act as an expert in CS, that would be computer science, and I want him to generate a PowerPoint presentation that would be pitch deck, and that would be for a topic. Let's move to the topic for the cloud computing topic on mastering cloud computing. Okay, and we will instruct him that structure the presentation in the following manner, in the following sections. And now we can provide him the section, that is problems faced by a cloud expert. Then it could be skills, and then the roadmap, roles, salary. I think that's it, and you can modify accordingly what you want in your presentation. Let's see what it will provide to us. So you would see that it has started generating it. So what we'll do here is we'll open the Word here and we'll paste all the content that has been provided by the ChatGPT, and using the Word only, what we'll use here, we'll paste and we'll use the paste formatting here, that is the merge formatting. So first delete all these. Okay, now we have the content here and we don't want this also. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we will make these like the titles. We'll just get back and use Control H. We'll find all the slide titles and replace them with a space. Okay, and there are colons also, so we have made the replacements here. Now for the content part also we have to make that replacement, so we'll use the Control H only, and what we have here is content, and we'll replace it with like nothing, that will be empty only, and subtitle. So yeah, our Word document is here. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we'll make all this, that is the heading of the slides, we'll select all of them and make them as level 1, and all the other things as level 2. If you see the content, it has not provided us the good content, that it has just provided what things we can include in the PowerPoint, not like the ChatGPT has not given us the all the content that should be included in the PowerPoint. Like you could see here, that is in the first slide, it has stated that mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide, and unlocking the future of technology only. It has not provided us the content, and in this, what is cloud computing, it has said that define cloud computing and its importance in the modern digital landscape. It has not defined for us, it has just provided the definitions. So you have to modify a prompt that I want the whole PPT presentation with all the information or all the understandings of the concepts. So you could do that. And now in the view section only, with this we'll save this, and we'll save this on the desktop only and name it as PPA. Okay, now moving to the PowerPoint, and here we'll move to File, Blank Presentation, and in the new slide we will click on the option Slides from Outline. Moving to the desktop, here we have the PPA file. We will insert it. PowerPoint compose is used by another user. Okay, so we'll close this and click on OK. We'll do the process again, that insert it, and wait for some time till then it proceeds with that and create the presentation. So you could see here that it has created the presentation here, that is Mastering Cloud Computing, a comprehensive guide, unlocking the future of technology. So you could see that ChatGPT has not provided us all the information. It has just drafted how you could insert information in the slides. So what you can do is you could just go to ChatGPT and ask him that provide all the informations for the slide one and then paste it in your Word document. Accordingly, you could do for all the slides and then save the Word document after doing the level 1 and level 2 headings for the content. And after that, you could just come here and in the new slide section, just click on slides from outline and insert the document. That's it. And if you want to design it, you could use any layout or template. So with this, guys, today we have learned two methods to create PowerPoint presentation using ChatGPT.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. Thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on lead code that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on LeetCode, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So here is the LeetCode. Let's see in our list, which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT, and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Pressed enter. Let's see what it first returns. One approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually apply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the ChatGPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. This program is in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with lead code. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were three arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes three arguments. Let's copy this code. It over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms. And as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first three cases are actually accepted, but the other three are not. There is a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is the question. Here also you can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. And then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. There's also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, let me quickly feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. it's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++. Okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. And it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Just quickly copy this code. And take the one. I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating. We'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. The C++1, the first code generated by it, is correct or not. Okay, so I've copied the code. Pasted over here. Okay. Dilation error. Okay, okay. At 28. Okay. So let's with this error. The one thing, definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. Plus plus program. What it has to say. Thanks. This error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? Actually apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. think it's missing a brace. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that. Definitely it's something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has to into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Uh, Now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1 and 1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mom companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit, and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, uh, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Uh, mention that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, really copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now, let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see it this time it ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated, let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably. But I think if we backspace. Issue. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll show you once the indentations are well. The indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely, it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the chat GPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced, and the version we are using is lower than that. Okay, so basically it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It it is actually generating the code. Okay, again given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Uh, Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here and see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the chat GPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self argument from that parameters. We'll make it a one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code and you know Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Was already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function, paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me. Again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So their solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. But we can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2-1-1. Among the three questions, it is definitely able to solve two questions. Even in the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely more than half of people who have attempted it. So let's see if the question can, this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. This question mentions that the N queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copy this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easier to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies, these questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the n queens puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. What I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. The solve n queen function is a method of the n queens class, and it takes self as its first parameter followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. Let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. This time, let us quickly run this. Class. Okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go, and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now, we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. There you go. It has accepted all the test cases, and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So subarray is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a subarray is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me screens. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize 2 pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time this it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. uh, Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little low version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated a code and explained what all variables and what all statements have their individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self parameter passed through the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code, and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code. It's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code, how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to put emphasis on, put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah, type error. Okay, let me. Okay, so it's apologizing. It made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code or adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. As mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed. It is still not able to generate you know the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself. So definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself. So it's it contradicting its own pointers? Maybe. That we have copied the the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, you know, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT. So yeah, this time I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Last and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code for this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and be AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extents of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for chat gpt, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen chat gpt contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. And like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases. which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but this particular code can go through. Still, it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. For it, split array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such that A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. Also given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average of what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now, that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here, you can see it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay, also the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not Boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, let us, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see if this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self uh, parameter, indentation. Give it a heads up. Or I have mentioned what I want specifically. Uh, sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay. Great. There was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned, that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partnership. So I have copied it and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases or not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question and the runtime is 12 ms and it thus passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. Find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero-indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in a certain value or how the hash can be generated. The particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's k. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and then it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference that is generated as the output. Here we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code which is possible Python implementation, and okay, the code is generated, and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically, it's explaining that what it actually it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like, and what will be the variables, and what will be the inputs, and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. In the attribute error, let's quickly copy it, paste it over here. See what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed the logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines. Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as we can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So this question also comes from category of hard questions and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Talking about the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if we can present a code. Yes, I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. That this code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I don't think there should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. The list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Then we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully, this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's Copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if it can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. Yes. Wizard army. Let's add solution. And run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't works, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every point or a classification in consideration, which ultimately uh, reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay. Let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question. Now that we have tried and tested a huge spectrum of questions from LeetCode on ChatGPT, we can conclude that though ChatGPT is an amazing tool with a bright future, it still has its own limitations, and maybe it is not ready to replace humans or compete with human brains. These questions were picked from a list of frequently asked questions for interviews and examinations. ChatGPT does have a potential to generate logics and approaches for the code in an effective manner, but still its ability to analyze the question is weak as compared to humans. As we know, these questions are there. The success rate does shows that a proper solution do exist for these questions, but still, even after multiple attempts, ChatGPT was not able to find the correct answer. But we can also give ChatGPT the benefit of doubt that it's still in its initial phase, and still there are a lot of aspects that need to be worked on. So probably in future, ChatGPT can take an upper hand over this. But for now, ChatGPT needs to do a lot of work for these situations.
So here's the OpenAI documentation, and you could see the new features introduced with the ChatGPT 4.0. So these are the improvements. One is the updated and interactive bar graphs or pie charts that you can create. And these are the features that you could see here. You could change the color, you could download it. And what we have is you could upload the latest file versions directly from Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive. And we have the interaction with tables and charts in a new expandable view that I showed you here. That is here, you can expand it in the new window. And you can customize and download charts for presentations and documents. Moreover, you can create the presentation also, that we'll see in further. And here we have how data analysis works in ChatGPT. You could directly upload the files from Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive. I will show you guys how we can do that and where this option is. And we can work on tables in real time. And there we have customized presentation ready charts. That is, you can create a presentation with all the charts based on a data provided by you. And moreover, a comprehensive security and privacy feature. So with that, guys, we'll move to ChatGPT. And here we have the ChatGPT 4.0 version. So before commencing, guys, there's a quick info for you. If you're one of the aspiring data analysts looking for online training and graduating from the best universities, or a professional who elicits to switch careers with data analytics by learning from the experts, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's Purdue postgraduate program in data analytics in collaboration with IBM. You can find the link in the description box and pinned comment. So let's get started with data analysis part. So this is the pin section or the insert section where you can have the options to connect to Google Drive, connect to Microsoft OneDrive, and you can upload it from the computer. This option was already there, that is upload from computer. And you can upload at least or at max the 10 files. That could be around Excel files or documents. So the max limit is 10. And if you have connected to Google Drive, I'll show you guys. I'm not connecting you, but you guys can connect it too, and you could upload it from there also. And there's another cool update, that is ability to quote directly in your chat. So while chatting with ChatGPT, I'll show you guys how we can do that. And you could find some new changes that is in the layout. So this is the profile section. It used to be at the left bottom, but now it's moved to the top right and making it more accessible than ever. So let's start with the data analysis part. And the first thing we need is data. So you can find it on Kaggle, or you could ask ChatGPT 4.0 to provide the data. I will show you guys. So this is the Kaggle website. You can sign in here and click on data sets. You can find all the data sets here. That would be around computer science, education, classification, computer vision. Or else you could move back to ChatGPT and you could ask the ChatGPT 4.0 model to generate a data and provide it in Excel format. So we'll ask him, we'll not ask him can you, we'll just ask him provide a data set that I can use for data analysis and provide in CSV format. So you could see that it has responded that I can provide a sample data set, and he has started generating the data set here. So you could see that he has provided only 10 rows, and he is saying that I will now generate this data set in CSV format. First he has provided the visual presentation on the screen, and now he is generating the CSV format. So if you want more data, like if you want 100 rows or 1000 rows, you could specify in the prompt and ChatGPT will generate that for you. So we already have the data. I will import that data. You could import it from here, or else you can import it from your Google Drive. So we have a sales data here. We will open it. So we have the sales data here. So the first step we need to do is data cleaning. So this is the crucial step to ensure that the accuracy of our analysis is at its best. So we can do that by handling missing values. That is, missing values can distort our analysis. And here ChatGPT 4 can suggest methods to impute these values, such as using the mean, median, or a sophisticated approach based on data patterns. And after handling the missing values, we will remove duplicates and outlier detection. So we'll ask ChatGPT, clean the data if needed. So we can just write a simple prompt that would be clean the data if needed. And this is also a new feature. You can see the visual presentation of the data here, that we have 100 rows here, and the columns provided, that is sales ID, date, product, category, quantity, and price per unit, and total sales. So this is also a new feature that, okay, we just had it back. We'll move back to our ChatGPT chat here. Okay, so here we are. So you could see that ChatGPT has cleaned the data, and he has provided that it has checked for missing values, checked for duplicates, and ensured consistent formatting. And he's saying, okay, so now we will ask him that execute these steps and provide the clean data. As ChatGPT has provided that these are the steps to clean the data, and let's see. So he has provided a new CSV file with the clean sales data. We will download it and ask him to use the same file only. Use this new cleaned sales data CSV file for further analysis. So you could see that he is providing what analysis we can do further. But once our data is clean, the next step is visualization. So visualizations help us understand the data better by providing a graphical representation. So the first thing we will do is we will create a prompt for generating the histograms, and we'll do that for the age distribution part. So we'll write a prompt that generate a histogram to visualize the distribution of customer ages. To visualize the distribution of customer ages. And what I was telling you guys is this code button. If you just select the text and you would find this reply section, just click on that and you could see that it has selected the text or what you want to get, or the prompts started with ChatGPT. So we'll make it cross, and you could see that it has provided the histogram here, and these are the new features here. And we could see that he is providing a notification that interactive charts of this type are not yet supported. That is, histogram don't have the color change option. I will show you the color change option in the bar chart section. So these features are also new. You can download the chart from here only, and this is the expand chart. If you click on that, you could see that you could expand the chart here and continue your chat with ChatGPT here. So this is the interactive section. So you could see that he has provided the histogram that is showing the distribution of customer ages, and the age range are from 18 to 70 years with the distribution visualized in 15 bins, that he has created 15 bins here. And now moving to another visualization that we'll do by sales by region. So before that, I will open the CSV file that is provided by the ChatGPT. So you guys can also see what data he has provided. So this is the clean sales data, and you could see that we have columns: sales ID, date, product, category, quantity, price per item, total sales, region, and salesperson. So now moving back to ChatGPT. So now we will create a bar chart showing total sales by region. So we'll enter this prompt that create a bar chart showing total sales by region. So what we are doing here is we are creating bar charts or histogram charts, but we can do that for only 2 columns. If we want to create these data visualization charts, we need 2 columns to do so. So you could see that he has provided the response and created the bar chart here. And this is the interactive section. You could see that here's an option to switch to static chart. If we click on that, we can't, we are not getting any information if we scroll on that. And if I enable this option, you could see that I can visually see how many numbers this bar is indicating. And after that, we have the change color section. You can change the color of the data set provided. So we can change it to any color that is provided here, or you could just write the color code here. And similarly, we have other two options, that is download and another is the expand chart section. And if you need what code it has done to figure out this bar graph, so this is the code. You could use any ID to do so. If you don't want the presentations or the visualizations of the bar charts here, you could use your ID and use the Python language, and he will provide the code for you. Just take your data set and read it through pandas and generate the bar charts. So moving to next section, that is category wise sales section. So here we will generate a pie chart showing the proportion of sales for each product category. So for that, we will write a prompt, generate a pie chart showing the proportion of sales for each product category. So you could see that it has started generating the pie chart, and this is also an interactive section. If you click on that, you would be seeing a static pie chart, and if you want to change the color, you can change for any section. That could be clothing, electronics, furniture or kitchen. And similarly, we have the download section and the expand chart section. So this is how this new ChatGPT 4 model is better than ChatGPT 4, that you could use a more interactive pie charts. You could change the colors for that, and you can just hover over these bar charts and found all the information according to them. So after this data visualization, now we'll move to statistical analysis. So this will help us uncover patterns and relationships in the data. So the first thing we'll do is correlation analysis. And for that, we'll write the prompt, analyze the correlation between age and purchase amount. So this correlation analysis help us understand the relationship between two variables. So this can indicate if older customers tend to spend more or less. So we'll find out that by analyzing the data, and we'll provide a prompt to ChatGPT that analyze the correlation between age and purchase amount. So let's see what it provides. So here's the response by ChatGPT. You could see a scatter plot that shows the relationship between customer age and total sales. That is with a calculated correlation coefficient of approximately 0.16. So this indicates a weak positive correlation between age and purchase amount, suggesting that as customer age increases, there's a slight tendency for total sales to increase as well. So you could just see the scatter plot here, that if the age increases, so it is not correlated to sales, as you could see an empty graph here. So till 40 to 50 years of age or the 70 years of age, you could find what amount they have spent here. That is the total sales accumulated by these ages. So now moving to sales trend. So here we will perform a time series analysis of purchase amount over the given dates. So what does this do is, time series analysis allows us to examine how sales amount changes over time, helping us identify trends and seasonal patterns. So for that, we'll write a prompt, perform a time series analysis of purchase amount over given dates. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided us the response, And here's the time series plot showing total sales over the given dates. And each point on the plot represents the total sales for a particular day. So through this, you can find out, and the businesses find out, which is the seasonal part of the year and where to stock up their stocks for these kind of dates. And after that, you could also do customer segmentation. So what does this do is, so we can use clustering here to segment customers based on age, income, and purchase amount. So clustering groups customers into segments based on similarities. This is useful for targeted marketing and personalized services. And after that, we have the advanced usage for data analysis. Here we can draw a predictive modeling table and do the market basket analysis and perform a customer lifetime value analysis. So we will see one of those, and what we'll do is we'll perform a market basket analysis and perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought together products. So the theory behind this is the association rule mining helps identify patterns of products that are often purchased together, aiding in inventory management and cross-selling strategies. So for that, we'll write a prompt that, so perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought together products. So for that, we'll write a prompt here, perform an association rule mining to find frequently bought products together. So let's see for this prompt, what does ChatGPT 4 respond to us? So you could see that he is providing a code here, but we don't need a code here. We need the analysis. Don't provide code. Do the market basket analysis and provide visualizations. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided the response that given the limitations in this environment, so he is not able to do the market basket analysis here. So but he can help us how we can perform this in an IDE. So he's providing, you can install the required libraries, then prepare the data, and here he is providing the example code. So you could see there are some limitations to ChatGPT 4 also, that he can't do advanced data analysis. So you could use the code in your IDE and do the market basket analysis there. So there are some limitations to ChatGPT 4 also. And now we will ask ChatGPT, can you create a presentation based on the data set? And we'll provide a data set to it also. So we'll provide sample sales data. And we'll ask him, can you create a presentation or PowerPoint presentation based on this data set and only provide data visualization graphs. So you can see that ChatGPT 4 has started analyzing the data, and he is stating that, and he will start by creating a data visualization from the provided data set and compile them into a PowerPoint presentation. So you could see that ChatGPT 4 has provided us the response, and these are all the presentations or the bar graphs that he has created. And now we have downloaded the presentation here. We will open that, and here's the presentation that is created by ChatGPT 4.
Hello and welcome to ChatGPT Prompt Engineering course. This course is designed to equip you with the skills to craft effective prompts and optimize AI generated responses. We begin with an introduction to prompt engineering, explaining its significance and how structured prompts improve AI interaction. Next, we will dive into the essential components of an effective prompt, covering clarity, context, specificity, constraints, and examples to ensure precise and relevant outputs. Moving forward, we will explore some real-world application and prompt patterns demonstrating how prompt engineering enhances content creation, coding assistance, customer support, and data analysis. You will also learn different prompting techniques, including instruction-based, example-driven, fill-in-the-blank, and step-by-step prompt. To help you refine your skills, we will discuss common prompting errors such as vague instruction, excessive detail, and poor formatting, along with hands-on exercises to improve AI responses. Finally, we will cover advanced prompting techniques, including zero-shot, few-shot, and chain-of-thought prompting, which are essential for guiding AI through complex problem solving and improving accuracy in real-world scenarios. By the end of this course, you will be able to write powerful, structured prompts that maximize AI efficiency across various domains. So let's begin. The first is Introduction to Prompt Engineering. So prompt engineering is a crucial skill in the realm of artificial intelligence, especially when interacting with large language models like ChatGPT. It involves crafting well-structured prompts to guide AI responses effectively, whether for content creation, automation, or problem solving. A well-engineered prompt ensures accurate and relevant output. Prompt engineering is not just about writing commands. It's about communicating intent clearly to the AI. The way a prompt is phrased can significantly influence the AI response. The more precise and structured prompt is, the better the result will be. This is why businesses, developers, and content creators must invest time in the refining their prompt writing technique. So now let's see what is prompt engineering actually is. Prompt engineering refers to the process of designing and refining prompts to achieve desired responses from AI models. The effectiveness of AI-generated content depends largely on how well the prompt is structured. By understanding how language models interpret inputs, users can enhance AI's efficiency in performing various tasks. So let's take an example. Consider AI-powered customer support chatbot. A poorly structured prompt will look like this: help the customer with their issue. So here you can see it is giving answer like, sure, could you please provide the details of the customer issue, such as the product or service they are facing problem with, any other messages, or any relevant order or account information, if applicable. A well-engineered prompt like this analyze the customer issue based on previous conversation history and suggest a step-by-step troubleshooting process before escalating to a human agent. So now it will analyze the customer issue based on the context we have and more if specifics about their problem. And it will give you a step-by-step troubleshooting process that can be followed, as you can see on the image. So the AI now has clear instruction to follow, improving the chances of generating a relevant and actionable response. So now let's move forward and see what is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an advanced AI language model developed by OpenAI that uses natural language processing (NLP) to generate human-like text responses. So it is based on the GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer architecture, as you can see on the screen. So this GPT architecture, which enables it to understand, interpret, and generate text based on the user inputs, as you can see on the image. I wrote here what is machine learning in one line. So it gave me the answer. So ChatGPT can assist in various tasks, including answering questions, writing content, summarizing text, generating code, and even engaging in interactive conversation. So powered by deep learning, ChatGPT predicts and generates text by analyzing vast amount of data, making it highly effective for automation, brainstorming, and problem solving. It supports multiple industries including education, customer support, content creation, and programming. So the model continuously improves through fine-tuning and user feedback, allowing it to provide more relevant and accurate responses. Whether for personal or professional use, ChatGPT is a powerful AI assistant designed to enhance productivity and streamline communication. So in the next unit, we will see essential components of effective prompts. So prompt engineering is the practice of carefully crafting inputs to guide an AI model towards generating precise, relevant, and meaningful responses. So a well-structured prompt can significantly improve the quality of output, making AI responses more accurate, concise, and aligned with user expectations. So to create an effective prompt, you must consider several key elements including clarity, context, specificity, constraints, and with different examples. So each of these plays a vital role in shaping the AI's response, ensuring that it meets the intended purpose. So now let's explore these elements in detail, along with real-world examples to illustrate their importance. So the first one is clarity. So one of the most critical aspects of prompt engineering is clarity. A prompt should be direct, easy to understand, and free from ambiguity. So when a prompt lacks clarity, the AI may misinterpret the request, resulting in the vague or irrelevant responses. For example, a generic prompt like "Tell me about AI" does not specify whether the user wants a historical overview application or technical details. So the AI might provide a long, generalized response that does not align with the user's intent. So example, instead of "Tell me about AI," you can write "Provide a brief history of artificial intelligence, including key milestones from the 1950s to the present or to the today." So why is this better? Because it clearly defines the scope of the response, like history of AI, and it specifies a timeline which is 1950s to present, and the phrase key milestones helps AI focus on significant developments rather than providing unnecessary details. So by using a precise and structured prompt, the response is more focused, informative, and aligned with what the user actually needs. The second is context. Providing relevant background information without enough contextual information is wrong. So the AI may provide an answer that is either too broad or unrelated to the actual intent of the query. For instance, a simple prompt like "summarize the article" does not provide any details about the article topic, length, or the key points to focus on. So the AI may generate a summary that does not highlight the aspect of the user is looking for. Instead of that, you can write "summarize the article on climate change, highlighting the cause and effects in under 200 words." So why is this better? It specifies the subject of the article, which is climate change. It directs the AI to focus on causes and effects rather than general information, and it limits the word count, ensuring a concise summary. So by adding contextual details, you ensure that AI tailors its response to your exact needs, making it relevant and structured. The third is specificity, which defines the scope clearly. So specificity in prompt engineering helps narrow down the AI's response, ensuring that the output is concise and relevant rather than overly broad or off topic. A vague prompt can result in an unfocused response requiring additional clarification or refinement. For example, asking "list some programming language" gives the AI no direction regarding what kind of programming languages are required. So the AI might random languages, and some of which may not be relevant to the user's need. So instead of that, you can write "list 5 programming languages commonly used for web development along with their primary use cases." So why this prompt is better? It limits the number of languages to 5, ensuring a focused response. It specifies web development as a domain, avoiding unrelated programming languages, and it asks for primary use case, making the response more informative and practical. So by defining the scope of your request clearly, You eliminate guesswork and get precisely what you need from the AI. And the fourth is constraints, which control output with limits. So constraints help structure the AI's response, ensuring that the output is within the required word count, format, or tone. Without constraint, response can be too long, too short, or may not match the required style. For instance, a simple prompt like explain the Renaissance does not indicate how detailed or structured the explanation should be. AI might generate a long, detailed essay which might not be what the users want. So instead of that, you can like write 100 word summary of the Renaissance era in a formal tone. So why is this better? It limits the word count, 100 words, making the response concise. It specifies a formal tone, ensuring an academic style response. It guides AI in producing an answer that fits the expected structure. So constraints are particularly useful in business, research, and content creation, where precise formatting and style matter. So now let's jump into the demo part and see how it practically looks like. So yeah, so I welcome to the demo part, and I am using plus version of ChatGPT as of now. As you can see, the plus version, and yeah, so this is the ChatGPT interface, and I hope everyone is aware of, right? So now let's see one by one what are the effective elements of the prompt, okay, which I have discussed already. As you can see, first is clarity and context, constraints, specificity with the examples which we discussed. Okay, so let's see how practically it's look like, right? What are the answers GPT is giving, okay, and generating. So the first one is clarity. Okay, so here if I will write tell me about AI. So so these are search results. Okay, if you will see the search, it will search from the web. Okay, otherwise it will give me from the, it will generate automatically. Okay, in which it is trained. So yeah, so if I will write just tell me about AI, so let's see now what it will give me. Okay, if you can see here, it's giving AI in artificial intelligence refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machine, enabling them to perform tasks that typically require human cognition. This types of AI it is giving. Okay, how AI works it is giving. Okay, and common application it is giving. And okay, future of AI it is giving. Yeah, so future of AI, common application, how AI works, and types of AI. But if you will write with proper clarity, what do you want? Like provide a brief history of artificial intelligence, including key milestone from the 1950s to the present. Okay, so here you can see I am describing clearly like scope of the response. So you can see history of AI. Okay, this is the scope and timeline 1950s to present. Okay, and the phrase key milestone. Okay, it will help AI focus to significant developments rather than providing unnecessary detail. Okay, so let's see what are the results. First is generate one title, brief history of artificial intelligence key milestone. See 1950s, the birth of AI. 1950, Alan Turing introduces the Turing test in his paper Computing Machinery and Intelligence like this. In 1960, 1970, this happened. Okay. 1980s, the rise of expert system. Okay. That is MySim for medical diagnosis. 1990, AI becomes practical. IBM's Deep Blue defeats 2000s. AI in everyday lives.
In 2005 this happened, 2011 this happened, 2012, 13, 14, 16, 17 this happened, 2020 this happened. Okay, 2024 present, AI continues evolving with LLMs, autonomous AI agents, and enhanced regulation. So this is the brief history of AI, including key milestones. See, these are the milestones. Okay, see the Dartmouth conference led by John McCarthy, official coins the term artificial intelligence. So these are some key milestones you get, okay, in particular year. So this is how a ChatGPT can give you answers if you will type your prompt clearly with clarity, you can say, right? If you want to discuss about more of particular, topic or answer, you can just write here like tell me more about AI after 2020. So it will be more detailed. Okay, since 2020 this. So now let's see the difference between this and this. Okay, one liner, here it will give more. Okay, from here you can stop this as well, right? So now next second comes context. So context is like providing relevant background information. Okay, so let me quickly first add one article for you, okay, from the web. So as you can see here, I have just copy pasted my one article here. So now I will give a simple context, okay, like not even context, okay, I will give prompt without context, sorry. So I will write here just summarize the article, just like this, okay. Let's see what it will give. Okay, it will give summary that it, so the first the title will come, okay, then climate this, human impact this, okay. So yeah, first let me tell you, the summary should not be this big, okay. So instead of just typing or writing or giving this prompt summarize the article, what you can write here, instead of this you can write summarize the article on climate change, highlighting the causes and effects in under 200 words, because no one wants the summary this big, right? So send. So this is where you have set the context, like it specifies the subject first, climate change, and it will direct the AI to focus on causes and effects. You can see here highlighting the causes and effects, and the limits the word count, ensuring a concise summary of this particular article. See, this is the length of new summary if you will give a prompt with proper context, right? See here, small in 200 words. Okay, so now let's move forward and see specificity, which will define the scope more clearly. Okay, so if I will write here list some programming languages, okay, enter. So it will give the like AI no direction regarding what kind of programming languages are required to me. So it will just might give the list of random languages, as you can see here, or some of which may not be relevant to the user's need. Okay, what if I am working on only this general purpose programming? I don't want data science programming languages, but still it gave me. I don't need mobile app development languages. So that is why you have to particularly specify which languages you want to use or you want, right? So here you can write list 5 programming languages commonly used for web development, along with their primary use cases. Okay. Yeah. So now it will first limit the language to 5. Okay, I have written 5, ensuring a focused response. And now it specifies only web development. That's why I'm saying, see, it gave me scripting, automation, game development system. I don't need that. So that's why it's very important in the prompt you have to specify, okay, along with their primary use cases. So it will make the response more informative and practical. So by defining the scope of your request clearly, you will eliminate guesswork and get precisely what you need from ChatGPT or AI. File programming JavaScript with their use cases. Fine. So now let's move forward and see what are constraints, how you can control output with your limits. Okay. So if I will write explain the machine. So here you can see there is no guidance on length or tone. It will give me automatically how much it wants. So here you can see there is no guidance on length or tone. Okay. But what if you will write like explain me 100-word summary in machine learning, or you can write explain me 100 words about machine learning in formal tone. Let's press enter. So here you can see it limits the word count to the 100 first. Okay, making the response concise, and it will specify a formal tone. I have written here formal tone. So it will ensure an academic style response. Okay, and it will guide AI in producing an answer that fits the expected structure. Okay, so now first let's read this. Machine learning is a subset of artificial intelligence that enables computer to learn from data and improve their performance without being explicitly programmed. So here see, machine learning is a branch of artificial intelligence that enables systems to learn from data and improve performance without explicit programming. It involves algorithms that identify patterns, make predictions, and automate decision making. ML is categorized into proper formal tone, right? So there is one more thing, how you can use examples to define your prompt, right? If I will write explain Newton's third law, it is very too open-ended. Okay, so it gave me 3 examples: jumping, rocket launch, and walking. Okay, so now I will write here with proper examples, mentioning proper examples. Okay, explain Newton's third law with an example. For instance, mention a rocket launch. Okay. See, first, for every action, there is an equal and opposite action. So this is the third law. So here see, in the case of rocket launch, the rocket engine expel hot gases downward action force at high speed. But if we'll see here, Newton's third law states for every action, there is an equal and opposite action. So this means that when one object exerts a force on another, the second object exhaust. So here I have mentioned properly, I need a rocket launch example. So this is how you can guide the ChatGPT with sample responses. So effective prompt engineering maximizes the quality of AI generated responses by ensuring clarity, context, specificity, constraints, or by giving examples. So by following these principles, you can craft high quality prompts that yield more accurate structure and relevant responses. So what are the key takeaways? So clarity ensures AI understands the request without ambiguity. Context provides the background details to improve accuracy. Specificity narrow down the response to match user intent. And constraint define structure, length, and style for better output. And examples help guide AI to produce responses in desired format. So by implementing these techniques, you can optimize your prompt for more useful, structured, and efficient AI generated responses. So in the next unit, we will see some real-world application of prompt engineering and learn about prompt patterns. Prompt engineering is widely used in various domains. So here are some of the key areas where it plays a crucial role. The first one is content generation. AI is leveraged to generate blog posts, write social media captions, and create engaging stories. So here is one example. So an AI-powered content writer can be prompted to generate a 500-word article on the impact of AI in healthcare by specifying the structure, tone, and the key points to include. And why it matters? So a well-structured prompt ensures the output is relevant, coherent, and follows a logical flow, making the content useful and engaging. And the second is coding assistance. So AI-driven coding assistants help programmers by generating code snippets and debugging support. So here is an example. So a developer can prompt the AI with like write a Python function to check if a given string is a palindrome or not. So the AI will then generate an efficient function following Python's best practices. So adding constraints like optimize for performance and avoid using recursion can further improve the response by making the output more efficient. The third one is customer support. AI chatbots can be programmed to handle customer queries, reducing human intervention. So a well-structured prompt like provide a step-by-step troubleshooting guide for Wi-Fi connectivity issues on Windows 11 will yield a more effective response compared to a vague query. So best practices are it's like specifying constraints such as provide a response under 200 words and use simple language, ensure clarity and conciseness. And the fourth one is data analysis. So AI model can summarize reports and extract insights from large data sets. Example is like a financial analyst can use a prompt like summarize the key revenue trends in the company's Q4 report in 3 bullet points. And the importance is, so this will help extract key insights efficiently while keeping the summary concise and actionable. The last one is education and learning. AI-powered tutors assist students by explaining concept in detail. So example is a prompt like explain the Pythagorean theorem using a real-life example. Ensure AI provides an intuitive explanation with practical application. So the best approach is the response can be enhanced by adding use a story-based analogy involving a right angle triangle. So now let's move to the demo part and see what are the different prompt patterns. So in this demo part, we will talk about some different prompt patterns in prompt engineering. Okay, so prompt engineering includes various patterns that help structure interaction effectively. So there are some common patterns include like instruction-based prompts and example-driven prompts, fill in the blanks prompts, and step-by-step prompts. Okay, so these four are the main types. So yes, so now let's first start with instruction-based prompts. So instruction-based prompts are like direct commands which help generate specific responses, right? So these instruction-based prompts are very effective for structured output, ensuring clarity and precision. So the key is to be explicit in what you want AI to do, such as summarizing, explaining, or formatting content. So now let's see 2-3 examples for each of the prompts. So like the first, I will write here explain quantum mechanics in simple terms. Okay, so here AI will provide a beginner friendly explanation avoiding technical jargon. Okay, because I have written here in simple terms. Correct? Let's enter. Now you can see here it gave me one definition and some of the key ideas. Okay, and at the last conclusion. Okay, so this is the beginner friendly explanation as I told you before. So now let's do one more. Like if I want to write summarize this in one paragraph. Okay, this particular thing in one paragraph. So now AI will extract key points and deliver a concise version of this particular. Okay, you can see quantum mechanics. See, in only one paragraph. So these are the instruction based prompt because I have gave the instruction summarize. Okay, here already I gave in simple terms, right? Okay, one more, let's try. I can write here, write an email to my manager requesting leave for 2 days. Okay, so now AI will format a professional and polite leave request email. Okay, see, hi, manager name, I hope you are doing well, very polite. I would like to request for mention date due to this reason, and I will ensure all of my tasks are up to date before my leave and will coordinate with the team if needed. Right? So this is how instruction based prompts work. So this approach is very straightforward and works well for task based requests where concise, clear instructions are necessary. So now let's move forward and see example driven prompts. So example driven prompts helps AI to understand the expected format and tone by providing one or more examples before requesting a response. So this technique is very useful when generating creative content, translation or stylistic adaptations. So the AI learns from the patterns set by the examples and follows the same structure. Okay, so now what if I will write generate poem about winter in the style of Robert Frost. Okay, so I have written generate a poem about winter in the style of Robert Frost. Enter. So now ChatGPT will mimic Frost style using nature inspired theme and vivid imagery. Okay, see, it gave me two responses. I can select any of them. Okay, so here you can see the frost has crept where footfalls fade upon the path through woods and glades. See, all the nature is coming. A hush now hangs on branch and bough as winter bends the pines deep bow. And here as well. So the woods stand. Yeah. What if I will choose this? I prefer this response, so it will come like that. So it is mimicking frost style. So let's take another example. And even you can write translate the following. Here you can write hello, how are you to Spanish, or don't write Spanish to hola. Okay, so it will understand. See, I just wrote hola. Okay, so it will understand hello, how are you, translate to hola, como estés in Spanish. So ChatGPT will follow the same format for the further translation. If I will write translate my name is Sam. See, me llamo Sam in Spanish, right? Here I didn't give any language or any signs, you can see. Okay, Even you can give it prompts like reward this sentence like Shakespeare monologue. Okay, and I will give here the sun is shining brightly today. Okay, so here I have given the example here. I need this Shakespearean monologue. See, the golden orb doth blaze with radiant might, casting its heavenly glow upon the earth so bright. Okay, so here ChatGPT transform the sentence into an old English prose such as this only. Okay, right? So this example driven prompts pattern is effective when consistency and style needed to be maintained, ensuring the AI produces responses in a predefined format, right? If you will upload something, just write to ChatGPT that I want this type of output. Okay, and ChatGPT will follow the same structure. So now let's move forward and see fill in the blanks prompts. So fill in the blank prompts encourage AI to complete a sentence or a paragraph based on context clues. So this method is often used for open-ended creative writing, trivia, or knowledge recall. So these prompts allow AI to generate flexible yet structured responses, guiding its output without being overly restrictive. Okay, so what if I will write my name is dash? Okay, let's see. So in Shakespeare style, you would say, "Hark, I am called dash name by the name." Okay, so it took this, right? What if I will write a black hole is formed when? Okay, so this is the fill in the blank. So a black hole is formed when a massive star reaches the end of its life and collapses under its own gravity. So ChatGPT will complete the sentence with a scientifically accurate statement, right? Like this: a black hole is formed when a massive star reaches this, and this. Okay. So it will automatically complete. Let's take one simple example like the key to success in life is dash. Okay. So now ChatGPT will fill in the blank with different perspective. Okay, like such as perseverance and continuous learning. Okay, so the key to success in life is a combination of persistence, continuous learning, see, adaptability. Okay, with different options, or you can say perspectives. And what if I will give ChatGPT like to one or more, fill in the blanks. So I will write, if I could travel anywhere in the world, I would go to dash because dash. Okay. So now ChatGPT will generate a destination and a logical reason why I will go there. So okay, let's see. If I could travel in the world, I will go to Japan because it blends ancient tradition with modern innovation, offering breathtaking landscape and has a rich culture heritage. From serene temples and cherry blossoms to futuristic cities and incredible cuisine. Okay, here it gave me one destination and proper logical reason. So this pattern is especially useful for engaging users in interactive tasks, making it a great technique for quizzes, educational materials, and thought-provoking responses. Right? So now let's discuss the last one, which is step-by-step prompt. So step-by-step prompts break down complex topics into multiple steps, like a formula, you can say, like a algorithm. So making them easier to understand. So these prompts are commonly used in technical explanation, process description, and problem solving scenarios. So encouraging AI or ChatGPT to explain things in a sequential manner improves clarity and ensures the responses follows a logical flow. So it will be very easy for us as well to understand a particular thing, right? Whether it's a 12th standard math or Pythagoras theorem or anything. Okay. So now let's ask ChatGPT describe the water cycle in 4 sequential steps. Okay, so it will give me, see, this is the first step, right? And this is the second, this is the third step, and this is the fourth step. Because we have added here in 4 sequential steps. Okay, so here is the list of 4 steps. First, evaporation, condensation, precipitation, and collection, right? Explaining each stage as well. And even you can write ask explain how to bake a cake. Just write here step by step. Okay, see, first ingredient, second it's giving the steps. If you want only steps and you know all the ingredients, you can just add here I need only steps. Okay, so these are some steps to how to bake a cake. And even you can ask ChatGPT to solve this math problem step by step. Okay, it's like 2x plus 5 equals to 15, let's suppose. Okay, so now ChatGPT will break down all these steps. Okay, see, the step 1, subtract 5 from both sides, then divide both sides by 2, then final answer is this, x equals to 5. Okay, so this method is highly effective for explaining structured process and helps enhance AI generated educational content for learning based application. So each of these prompts serves a unique purpose in prompt engineering, enhancing AI generated outputs based on the use cases. Whether you need a structured response, stylish consistency, open-ended creativity, or detailed explanation, selecting the right pattern can make AI responses more accurate, useful, and engaging. So now let's move forward and see in the next module some common prompting errors and how you can overcome them. In this module, we will discuss about common prompting errors and how to fix them. So ChatGPT or AI generated responses depend heavily on how you craft your prompt. Even experienced users sometimes make mistakes, leading to unclear or incomplete or confusing outputs. So now let's go deeper into some of these common errors and how to refine prompts for better results. So first one is being too vague. So this is a problem. A vague prompt lacks enough detail, making it difficult for the AI to provide a precise or useful answer without clear instruction. So the AI may generate a generic response that doesn't meet your needs. Okay. For example, if I will write, tell me about the economy. Okay. So this itself, it's very broad, right? And it is lacks direction as well. India's economy or US economy, right? Like this. So the economy is a vast topic covering GDP, inflation, employment, global trade, and much more things. So the AI doesn't know, or ChatGPT doesn't know which aspect you want to focus on. If I need GDP, inflation, or something else. So the response may be too general or not relevant to or actual query. Let's see what it gives. Okay, the economy refers to the system of production. This is key aspects of the economy, types of economy, right? Market economy, command economy, mixed economy, and the second thing is economy indicators like GDP, inflation rate, employment rate, economic cycle. But what if we don't need this? Okay, so how to fix it? So you can write, explain the impact of inflation on consumer spending in the US in 2025, right? So yeah, so now see, in 2025 inflation has significantly influenced consumer spending patterns in the United States. Okay, and these are some sources from the web, right? Here you can see ChatGPT gave anything, but we never wanted this. Okay, so this is how you can fix the vague problem, and why this prompt is better than this prompt, because it narrows the focus to inflation rather than the entire economy. Okay, and it specifies the consumer spending, unrelated details, and it defines the region US as well, and the time period 2025 for the relevant. So the more specific your question, the more relevant and actionable the ChatGPT's response will be. Fine. So now let's move forward and see the second problem, which is overloading with information. Fine. So this is a problem that includes too many details in a single request and can overwhelm the AI, leading to an unfocused or incomplete response. So the AI may prioritize certain details while ignoring others. So let me give you an overload example, like explain how blockchain works, including its history, mechanism, advantages, disadvantages, and comparison with centralized databases. So here you can see too many requests at the particular time, right? I need history, I need mechanism, I need advantage, disadvantage, and the comparison as well. So too many requests at once. So why is it a problem? So the ChatGPT or AI might give service level answers for each topic instead of the explanation. So the response may be too long or confusing to follow, and the key point might get skipped, right? Or you can say it will summarize poorly due to limited space. See only one pointer. See only one pointer. How to fix them? Okay, so now you can write here, explain, instead of that, explain how blockchain works in simple terms with one real world use case. Okay, so now you can see the answer between them. Okay, see how blockchain works, step-by-step process, real world problem, why blockchain is useful. So this is much better than that, because the focus is only on how blockchain works rather than multiple aspects, right? And the request is to keep it simple and ensuring the clarity, right? And adding a use case makes the explanation more practical and relatable, right? So here it gave the problem of food supply chains often suffer from fraud, inefficiency, and slow tracking of contaminated products, right?
So if you need more details, you can break your question into separate prompts. Like, what is the history, like this. What is the history of blockchain? You can ask once. You can ask the advantage and disadvantage of blockchain separately. You can ask how does blockchain compare to centralized database separately. Because you will get the brief explanation of each point then. Fine. So the third error is ignoring output formatting. Right here, ignoring output formatting. So what is this problem? If you don't specify how you want the response structured, so the AI might return it in unhelpful format. So this can make it harder to read or use the information effectively. Okay. So example of unstructured prompt is like list the benefits of exercise. Okay. So this, like ChatGPT might generate a long paragraph instead of a clear list. I'm supposing. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. So now it gave kind of list, but here key point could lost in the text instead of standing out, right? With these emojis and all. So how you can fix it? So you can just ask list the top 5 benefits of exercise in bullet points. Right? So now you guys will be wondering why this prompt is better than this prompt. So it ensures a concise structured answer, like top 5 benefits of exercise in bullet points. So bullet points improve readability and clarity. So limiting it to 5 benefits make the response more focused. See. Okay. Simple and short. Or you can say simple and crisp, better than this. Right? So you can specify other formats too, like create a table comparing aerobic and anaerobic exercise based on benefits and examples. Or you can ask like explain how to start a workout routine in 5 simple steps. Or if you want in short paragraphs, you can write summarize the benefits of strength training in 2 short paragraphs, like this. So now let's see one more common error, which is not defining prompts. Okay, so this is a problem where a single attempt may not give you the best response. So ChatGPT or AI generated content can sometimes be too generic or too detailed, or you can say slightly off topic. So refining your prompt improves accuracy of your prompt or your result. So let me give an example, like generate sales page. Everyone knows it's too broad and lacks of content. And it's a problem because the ChatGPT doesn't know what product or service the pitch is for. So the response may be too general to be useful, and it may not fit their desired tone or the audience. Right? So instead of that, you can write generate a 100-word sales page for an AI powered fitness app focusing on personalization and efficiency. So now you guys will be wondering why this is better than this prompt. So here you can see the product is specified AI powered fitness app, and it defines the length of 100 words to keep it concise, and it highlighting the key selling point, personalization and efficiency. Right? Let's run it. So
if the response is not exactly what you need, you can refine it further, like make the sales pitch more persuasive by including a specific offer, a special offer. Rewrite the page with more engaging conversation tone. You can write here like this. Rewrite the page with a more engaging conversational tone. So here you can see, tired of guessing your workouts? Meet this, your personal AI fitness coach that tailor workouts better than this, right? So you can refine it for further as per your need, right? So final takeaways are, you have to be specific, keep it focused, specify formatting, refine and iterate. So by avoiding these common errors and applying the fixes, you can improve the accuracy, clarity and usefulness of your AI generated content. So now let's move forward and dive into some advanced techniques of prompt engineering. So in this module, we will talk about some advanced topics, or you can say advanced techniques of prompt engineering. So there are some advanced techniques like zero shot, few shot and chain of thought prompting. So we will go through each technique with detailed explanation. Okay. So when working with AI language models, the way a prompt is structured significantly influences the response quality. So to optimize results, so there are three key points techniques are commonly used, which are zero shot learning, few shot learning and chain of thought prompting. So each technique has a unique approach to guiding AI in generating relevant and accurate responses. So let's first start with zero shot learning. So let me write here, zero shot learning. Okay. So zero shot learning refers to a scenario where an AI model is asked to generate a response without any prior example or guidance. So the AI or ChatGPT entirely rely on its pre-trained knowledge to provide an answer based on the prompt alone. Okay. So this technique is used when an AI model is expected to generalize and generate responses without a specific example. For example, let me write. So this is the example of zero shot learning. Okay. So here is the prompt, like explain the importance of cybersecurity in businesses. Okay. So here response will be, it's like cybersecurity is crucial for business because it helps. Okay. So yeah. So now how zero shot learning works. So zero shot learning is comparable to asking someone to answer a question on a topic. So they have read about, but without any additional instruction, the ChatGPT or AI must infer the correct response purely from its training data and knowledge base, right? So what are the advantages of zero shot learning? So it is very quick and efficient, which can, like AI can generate responses immediately without additional context. And the second point is works for general knowledge question. So AI provides reasonable answer based on its pre-trained model. And the third advantage is it's very ideal for open-ended queries. Like it is great for broad topics like explain the importance of cybersecurity in business. Okay. So it is very great for broad topics where detailed explanation are not necessary, right? So there are some challenges as well of zero shot learning. It's like the AI may generate generic or less precise responses. It lacks a specific guidance. Okay. And second thing is it will, complex tasks may require more context for better accuracy. Right? And let's go for one more example of zero shot learning, which will be describe how blockchain technology and its impact on financial security. Okay, so this is the AI model generated a response without any prior example or guidance, okay, with its knowledge, right? So yeah, so now let's move forward and see what is few short learning. Okay, let me write here few short learning. Okay, so few short learning enhances AI performance by providing a few examples. Okay, that's why it's called few short learning. So before asking it to generate a response, it will ask, we will give the few example. Okay, so this approach helps AI recognize patterns and produce more relevant, structured, and accurate responses. So it is very useful when training AI to follow a specific tone, structure, or expected answer format. Okay, what if you need a particular answer in poem style? Okay, so that's, or in that way you can use few short learning. Okay, so let me give one example here. So first let me give one prompt. I will give example one. I will write here a strong password contains uppercase and symbol, and I will write here example authentication, add an extra layer of security. Fine. Then I will write here, now explain why updating software enhances cybersecurity in 200%. And I don't need this much of para. Okay, enter. So how few short learning works is like, few short learning is similar to how people learn from examples and analogies. Okay, so here already given two examples, this one and this is the second example, and after that I am asking the question. So by providing reference example before the final question, so AI will understand what is expected. So now it will give me keeping software updated is crucial, this. Okay. For example, see, if an operating system or web browser has security loophole, attackers can use it to inject malicious code to execute ransomware attacks like this. Okay, so just using as a strong password and two-factor authentication, add layers of security, regular software update. So here you can see a strong password and two-factor authentication. Okay, so that's why few short learning is very great. So what are the advantage of few short learning? Okay, so this is the more accurate and contextual responses. So AI will learn from the example and follows the pattern. So this is better for a specific use case. Here the use case is software enhances security. Okay, and few short learning enhances AI comprehension. So the AI can generalize better when given a structured prompt. So there are some challenges as well. Okay, so it requires carefully chosen example to ensure AI understands the desired output. So your examples or references must be good enough to understand what you want, right? That's why prompt engineering is very crucial. and by giving more examples may lead to longer processing times for generating responses. Okay, but nowadays ChatGPT is very smart, so it won't take much longer time processing times. So yeah, but by giving 2-3 examples are fine, I guess, right? So now let's talk about third advanced technique, which is chain of thoughts. Okay, so what is chain of thought prompting? So chain of thought prompting helps AI break down complex tasks into logical steps, right? So this method is particularly effective for reasoning based tasks, where AI needs to explain processes or solve problems step by step. Like, I will give one prompt here. Explain the process of photosynthesis in 3 steps. Okay, I don't want detailed steps. Okay, I just need in 3 steps. First, it will be tell about photosynthesis, and then it will start with the steps. In 3 steps, it will tell. So, how chain of thought prompting works? So, instead of asking AI to provide a direct answer, chain of thought prompting encourages AI to reason through a problem or explanation in multiple stages. Okay, so this approach improves the clarity and helps AI generate well-structured responses. Okay. So now you can see here, the first step is this, second step, third step. So it is very easy for us as well to understand the answer, okay, generated answer. So now you can ask, like, describe how an electric vehicle converts store energy into motion. That's by that. Some typing mistake. Yeah, press enter. Okay, small definition. First step, second step, and the third step. So this is very easy for us as well to understand, right? If it will give in long paras like this, so how you will understand, right? So that's why you should know how to use chain of thought prompting. Okay, so there are advantages as well, like it enhances logical reasoning. It provides step-by-step explanation for better understanding. Ideal for complex topics. So it is very useful for explaining processes, solving math problem, or reasoning through difficult concepts. And it encourages AI to think structurally. So instead of a single response, AI processes the problem in a logical sense. Okay, in logical sequence, you can say. So if there are advantages, so there are challenges as well. So sometimes responses can be lengthy and time consuming to process. And AI needs clear prompts to break down information effectively. So each prompting technique serves different use cases. So zero-shot learning you can use when AI must generate responses quickly without any guidance. And you can use few-shot learning when AI needs to follow a specific pattern or structure. And you can use chain of thought prompting when AI must reason through a problem or explain a process in the steps. So by understanding and applying these techniques correctly, users can optimize AI performance for various tasks, from answering general questions to generating structured content and solving complex problems, right? So prompt engineering is very essential skill that enhances AI interactions. So by understanding components, avoiding common mistakes, and applying structured technique, user can optimize AI generated content. So mastering various prompting techniques like zero shot, few shot, and chain of thought, it will improve accuracy and efficiencies in AI application and your generated content. So continue practice and refine your prompts to become proficient in leveraging AI for diverse tasks. So by integrating these exercises and real world case studies and expert insight, so congratulations on completing the ChatGPT for prompt engineering course. So you have taken a big step in leveraging AI to enhance your prompt engineering skills. So now it's time to put your learning into it. Try integrating your prompt engineering skills into your workflows and experiment with prompts to optimize project efficiency.
Hello everyone, welcome to the ChatGPT for Finance course. So let's start with the first chapter, which is Understanding ChatGPT. So here we will cover what ChatGPT is, how does it work, how is ChatGPT different from other AI tools, why using the right prompt matters, and why one should start using ChatGPT. So what is ChatGPT? Imagine you have a smart assistant who can answer your finance-related questions, help with research, analyze market trends, and even assist in making investment decisions. This assistant doesn't get tired, works 24/7, and can provide clear explanations on even the most complex topics. That's what ChatGPT is. It's a powerful artificial intelligence model designed to understand and generate human-like text responses based on the input it receives. But how does it do this? So ChatGPT is built on Generative Pre-trained Transformer or GPT technology, which is a type of deep learning model that processes and understands text. It has been trained on a vast amount of text data, including books, articles, financial reports, and online discussions, enabling it to provide meaningful responses. Now let's see how does ChatGPT work. So to put it simply, ChatGPT learns from patterns found in large datasets of text. So instead of memorizing answers, it predicts the most relevant response based on the words and context you provide. So here is a step-by-step breakdown of how ChatGPT functions. Training on massive data. So ChatGPT has been trained on billions of words from books, research papers, financial articles, and more. This helps it recognize patterns, understand grammar, and generate responses that feel natural. Understanding context and meaning. So unlike older chatbots that only recognize keywords, ChatGPT understands the intent behind your question. So it analyzes how words relate to each other and determines the most relevant response. Next is generating a response. So when you type a question, ChatGPT processes it and generates a response based on its knowledge. So the more specific your question, the more accurate and relevant its answer will be. So for example, if you ask, what is compound interest? ChatGPT will provide a general definition. How does compound interest affect long-term investments? ChatGPT will provide a detailed investment-focused answer. So this means that the quality of the response depends on how well you frame your question. Now let's see why is ChatGPT different from other AI tools. So many AI models can answer questions, but ChatGPT stands out because of its context awareness. So it understands and remembers previous parts of a conversation, making responses more meaningful. Natural language understanding. It doesn't just match keywords, but understands what you are asking. Versatility. It can exist in various domains, from finance and investing to market research and risk analysis. And then comes adaptive learning. So it improves over time and can handle a wide range of topics, from beginner level questions to complex financial strategies. So for instance, if you're a beginner in finance, ChatGPT can explain terms in simple language. If you're a professional, it can provide detailed analysis, trends, and even help in decision making. Now, why asking the right question matters? So since ChatGPT generates responses based on how you phrase your questions, the way you ask definitely matters. For example, here is a bad prompt, which is, tell me about investments, because it is too broad. Now let's see a good, well-defined prompt, like, what are the safest investment options for beginners in 2020? So this prompt seems to be more specific. So the clearer and more detailed your question is, the better response you will get. So now let's see, why should you start using ChatGPT? So ChatGPT is more than just a fun tool for answering random questions. It's a powerful AI assistant that can boost productivity, efficiency, and decision making, especially in finance. So let's explore why you should start using it today. Number 1, save time by automating repetitive tasks. So ChatGPT can handle data entry, report generation, and document summarization, freeing up time for strategic tasks. For example, instead of reading a 50-page financial report, ask ChatGPT for a summary in seconds. Number 2, improve productivity with instant answers. So no need to browse multiple sources. ChatGPT provides direct, accurate answers to financial queries, helping you make faster decisions. For example, you can ask, how does compound interest impact investments, and get a detailed explanation instantly. You can gain deeper insights from financial data. So ChatGPT can analyze trends, identify risks, and uncover investment opportunities faster than traditional research methods. For example, you can ask, summarize stock market trends for 2024, and you can get key insights within seconds. Number 4 is enhance customer experience with AI-powered chatbots. So businesses can use chatbot for automated customer support and personalized financial advice, improving satisfaction while reducing costs. For example, banks can integrate ChatGPT to answer common queries like, what's the current home loan interest rate? And number 5 is to gain a competitive edge. So professionals using AI can work smarter, make better decisions, and stand out in their careers or businesses. For example, a financial analyst using ChatGPT can generate reports faster and provide better investment insights than competitors relying on manual research. So now, why ChatGPT is more efficient than traditional methods? So unlike Google, which shows multiple links, ChatGPT provides direct conversational answers and allows follow-up questions without restarting your search. So for example, in Google, if you search, how do interest rates affect stocks? You have to read multiple articles. But in ChatGPT, you just have to ask the same question and you'll get a clear, direct answer instantly. So now let's see the ongoing conversations for smarter research. So ChatGPT remembers past questions, allowing you to continue discussions, refine queries, and deepen your understanding. So for example, you can ask, explain stock diversification today, and later follow up with, how does it apply to retirement planning? So ChatGPT will remember the context. So that was it. I hope you got a clear overview of ChatGPT. Now in the next chapter, we will discuss how we can use ChatGPT in the field of finance. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter where we will dive into ChatGPT for finance and its applications. So finance professionals manage vast amounts of data, reports, compliance requirements, forecasting models, and financial planning. So the nature of finance demands efficiency, accuracy, and real-time decision making, all of which can be significantly enhanced using AI-driven tools like ChatGPT. So by integrating ChatGPT into the finance workplace, professionals can automate tasks, reduce research time, improve financial analysis, and optimize operations. So now, ChatGPT's applications in finance can be categorized into 4 broad areas. Number 1 is analysis and forecasting. Number 2 is learning and research. Number 3 is writing and communication. And number 4 is automation and task optimization. So each of these areas benefits from AI-powered automation, leading to faster decision-making, increased productivity, and greater accuracy. So let's start with ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So accurate analysis and forecasting are essential for informed decision-making across industries. ChatGPT enhances this process by automating data analysis, identifying trends, and simplifying complex forecasting techniques. So first is data analysis and trend identification. It analyzes large data sets to highlight key trends. So businesses generate vast amounts of data daily, and manually analyzing this data can be time-consuming and inefficient. So AI-powered tools like ChatGPT help process and analyze large data sets, identifying key trends and patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed. So by leveraging machine learning algorithms, businesses can gain deeper insights into customer behavior, market fluctuations, and operational performance, enabling data-driven decision-making. Next, it generates insights for finance, marketing, and operations. AI-driven data analysis is a game changer across various business domains. In finance, it helps detect anomalies, forecast trends, and optimize investments. In marketing, it enables companies to understand consumer behavior, personalize campaigns, and measure performance effectively. And for operations, AI improves efficiency by analyzing supply chain logistics, workforce productivity, and demand forecasting. So these insights empower businesses to make strategic decisions and drive growth and efficiency. Next, it reduces manual effort in research and reporting. So traditional research and reporting involves significant manual effort, requiring analysis to sift through large volumes of data to extract meaningful information. So AI-powered automation reduces this burden by quickly summarizing reports, identifying relevant data points, and generating comprehensive insights with minimum human intervention. So this allows professionals to focus on high-value tasks such as strategy development, innovation, and customer engagement while ensuring accuracy and speed in reporting. Next, let's move on to financial forecasting and market predictions. How ChatGPT helps in financial forecasting and market predictions. So number one is it summarizes financial trends and market conditions. So financial markets are constantly evolving, influenced by global events, economic policies, and investor sentiment. AI-powered tools can effectively analyze vast amounts of financial data to identify patterns, summarize market trends, and provide real-time insights. So this enables businesses and investors to stay updated on stock movements, interest rate changes, and economic indicators, helping them respond proactively to market fluctuations. Next is it complements traditional forecasting models with scenario-based insights. So traditional financial forecasting models rely on historical data and statistical methods to predict future trends. Now, AI enhances these models by incorporating scenario-based analysis, simulating different market conditions, and providing insights under various economic scenarios. So this helps organizations prepare for uncertainties, assess risks, and make more resilient financial plans by considering multiple potential outcomes. Next is it helps investment professionals make informed decisions. So investment professionals rely on accurate data and predictive insights to make strategic decisions. Now, AI-driven financial forecasting tools provide deeper market analysis, risk assessment, and predictive modeling, so allowing investors to evaluate potential opportunities with greater confidence. By leveraging real-time insights and trend predictions, professionals can analyze portfolio management, mitigate risks, and capitalize on emerging investment opportunities. Now, next, let's see how ChatGPT helps in business intelligence and risk assessment. Number one, it extracts insights from reports for better decision making. So ChatGPT can analyze extensive business reports, summarize key findings, and highlight crucial trends, saving professionals significant time. By leveraging natural language processing, it can extract insights from financial statements, customer feedback, and operational data, helping leaders make informed decisions. So with ChatGPT, businesses can quickly interpret complex data, identify opportunities, and categorize effectively without manually sifting through lengthy reports. Next, it identifies potential risks and suggests mitigation strategies. So ChatGPT aids in risk assessment, analyzing historical data, identifying potential red flags, and providing risk mitigation strategies. It can process financial documents, compliance regulations, and market trends to detect vulnerabilities in business operations. So by offering scenario-based recommendations, ChatGPT enables organizations to proactively address challenges, improve risk management frameworks, and enhance operational resilience. Next is it streamlines revenue projections and risk assessment. So ChatGPT supports revenue forecasting by analyzing past performance, industry trends, and external economic factors. It can generate predictive insights, helping businesses estimate future revenue more accurately. Additionally, ChatGPT can assess financial risks by identifying patterns in expenses, cash flow fluctuations, and market conditions. So this enables companies to refine their financial strategies, minimize risks, and ensure stable business growth. So now let's see how ChatGPT helps in learning and research. So finance professionals must stay updated on evolving regulations, market trends, and economic indicators. Unlike traditional search engines that provide scattered results, ChatGPT consolidates key insights into a structured, easy-to-understand format. Now, regulatory compliance is a critical aspect of finance, with frequent updates in investment laws, tax structures, and corporate accounting. So ChatGPT simplifies this by summarizing amendments, explaining frameworks, and reducing manual research efforts. Now, investment professionals, fund managers, and traders rely on market data to make informed decisions. So ChatGPT automates research by gathering insights from multiple sources, identifying trends, and structuring complex data into actionable information. Additionally, financial experts track economic indicators like GDP growth, inflation, and employment figures to guide business and investment strategies. ChatGPT quickly analyzes reports, extracting relevant insights to reduce dependency on time-consuming research methods. Also, for professionals dealing with financial instruments, valuation models, and risk management strategies, ChatGPT breaks down complex topics into simplified explanations, making financial concepts easier to grasp and apply. And by streamlining learning, enhancing research efficiency, and improving accessibility to critical finance information, ChatGPT serves as an essential knowledge assistant for finance professionals. So now let's move on to see how ChatGPT helps in writing and communication. So financial professionals handle writing-intensive tasks such as reports, emails, investment proposals, and client communications. So clear and professional financial writing is essential for credibility and accuracy. Creating detailed financial reports can be time-consuming. Analysts and investment managers manually compile earnings reports, investor briefings, and industry research. ChatGPT streamlines this by generating structured summaries, organizing key points, and formatting reports efficiently. Also, client communication is another critical area where ChatGPT adds value. Financial advisors and wealth managers frequently engage with clients through emails, presentations, and financial briefings. So AI assists in drafting personalized investment summaries, simplifying financial concepts, and responding to client inquiries professionally. Now, organizations can also use ChatGPT for internal documents, press releases, and compliance reports, ensuring consistent financial messaging. So by automating routine writing tasks, professionals can focus more on strategic decision-making and client relationships. So while AI-generated content improves efficiency, human oversight is essential to ensure accuracy, particularly in financial communications where precision is critical. So ChatGPT serves as a drafting assistant with professionals reviewing and validating content for final use. Now finally, let's see how ChatGPT helps in finance automation and task optimization. So many financial tasks such as expense categorization, invoice processing, and financial reconciliation involve repetitive manual work. Now ChatGPT, when integrated with automation tools, streamlines these operations, reduces human errors, and improves efficiency. So finance departments can partially automate processes like accounts payable, budget tracking, and cash flow management. ChatGPT helps process structured and unstructured financial data, detect discrepancies, and generate reconciliations. Now in accounting, AI-powered assistants optimize invoice management, payroll processing, and tax filing, minimizing manual intervention. Now for investment professionals, ChatGPT aids in portfolio monitoring, market trend tracking, and investment performance summaries. AI-driven tools provide real-time updates on stock fluctuations, commodity prices, and currency exchange rates, enhancing decision-making. Also, organizations requiring frequent financial reporting and auditing benefit from AI automation, generating structured reports from transaction data, and eliminating time-consuming manual process. So by integrating ChatGPT with automation tools, CRM systems, and ERP software, businesses enhance workflow efficiency, cut costs, and free finance teams to focus on higher value analytical tasks. So that was it. I hope you got a clarity on how ChatGPT can help in finance or finance professionals. Now in the next chapter, we will see how to give prompts and use ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So hi all, welcome to the next chapter where we will discuss and show you prompts to utilize ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. So we will start with extracting and formatting financial data from Excel, how to format and convert data into different file formats. Then we will move on to how ChatGPT works with Excel formulas and functions. ChatGPT for data analysis, for financial forecasting, for financial modeling, market research analysis, investment, and stock analysis. So managing and transforming financial data is a crucial task for professionals working with spreadsheets, reports, and presentations. And ChatGPT can simplify this process by helping you extract, clean, structure, and convert data into different formats efficiently. So the first step in working with financial data is extracting it from Excel spreadsheet. You may need to restructure the data, apply calculations, and format it for reporting. So the first method is you can copy and paste the data into ChatGPT. So you can open your Excel file. So you can open your Excel file, copy the financial data you want to format. and paste it over here. Now you can give a clear instruction such as format this data into a well-structured table. With columns labeled properly. So as you can see, ChatGPT will generate a cleaned up version of the table which you can copy and paste it into back to your Excel or another document. So sometimes you won't get a table. So if the output appears as a code block, you can add the instruction like show this as a markdown table without using a code block, and then you will get it in the table format. Now you can actually, transform this data or download this data in various formats. So first thing, if you want to export this data into CSV format, for example, you can just give a prompt like convert this data to CSV format, where each value is separated by comma. So now as you can see, ChatGPT will generate the data in a CSV compatible format. So you can copy the output, paste it into a text file and save it as a .csv file. Also, you can import the CSV file into Excel, Google Sheets or any other database. Also, you can download it back as an Excel file. For example, please provide this data as a downloadable Excel file. So as you can see, ChatGPT will structure the data and provide a file download link. So you just have to, click it and the file will get downloaded into your file manager. So similarly, you can actually download it in any format. Like right now, I gave the prompt, please provide this data as a downloadable Excel file. You can also download it as a PDF or as a PowerPoint presentation where you can actually ask ChatGPT on how to make a presentation, ideas on how to make a presentation. Also, you can, download it in Microsoft Word format. Also, there is an option like, as I did before, I actually copy pasted the data from the Excel file, but there's also an option where you can actually, upload it from the computer directly. Now, this is available only in ChatGPT 4.0 version. So in ChatGPT 4.0 version, you can, access the file. So directly upload it to your ChatGPT. So now that we learned how to, upload Excel file and also format the data and download it in other formats, ChatGPT is not just useful for reading Excel data. It can also assist in creating, analyzing, troubleshooting, and explaining Excel formulas and functions. So first, let's see how it can generate Excel formulas. So users can describe the calculation they need first, and ChatGPT will suggest the correct formula. And it provides a breakdown of the formula, and you can modify the formula based on their dataset. So for example, I will give a prompt. I have sales data for multiple brokers in Excel. Column A is broker name. Sales. How can I calculate the total sales for all brokers? So as you can see, first it told you that you have to use the sum function in the Excel, and it also gave the formula. For example, is equal to sum of B2 to B100. Now this is, this is just a range. You can adjust the range based on your data set. So this feature eliminates guesswork when working with financial calculations, pivot tables, or large data sets. So you can actually, now this, I gave an example of a very easy formula. So there will be very advanced formulas where you might not remember the formula. So in such a situation, you can actually, take the help of ChatGPT. You can just explain what you need, like what calculation you want to do, and ChatGPT will provide you with the formula. Now, ChatGPT does not only suggest you formulas, it can also help in explaining the functions or understanding the functions. So as you know, Excel has hundreds of built-in functions, but not all users are familiar with how they work. So ChatGPT can explain any function in a structured and easy to understand way. So for example, you can ask ChatGPT to explain a function. Explain the VLOOKUP function. So as you can see, first it gave a definition of what a VLOOKUP function is. And then it gave you a syntax. So VLOOKUP is equal to lookup value, comma table array, comma column index number, comma range lookup. And it also gave an explanation of the arguments. So the values inside the bracket are the arguments. So it gave a detailed explanation of the argument, which means it actually gave a syntax breakdown explaining each argument. And also it actually gave you an example use case with a scenario where you can use the function. Now, for example, if the function explanation does not include an example, users can ask for one in a follow-up question. And ChatGPT will provide a realistic business scenario demonstrating how the function works. So this is particularly useful for learning advanced functions and understanding how they apply to financial modeling, data validation, and reporting. Now, ChatGPT can also help you in explaining complex Excel formulas step by step. So in financial models and business spreadsheets, formulas can be long and complex, so making it difficult to understand their logic. Now, ChatGPT can break down complicated formulas into simpler steps, helping users audit and optimize the Excel sheets. So for example, let's ask ChatGPT to explain a formula. Explain this formula step by step. So as you can see, first it identified the key functions used in the formula, and then it gave a step-by-step breakdown of each function's role in the calculation. For example, A2 is greater than 50, so it actually explains, checks if the value in A2 is greater than 50. So it explains in each and every function inside the formula. And also, as you can see, it has provided a very simplified explanation of how the formula works. And also, like seen in the earlier case, they have given the scenario examples. Also, if they haven't given you an example, you can always ask ChatGPT for an example using business data. So this feature is especially useful when working with nested formulas, like long nested formulas that combine multiple Excel functions such as index, match, if, SUMIF, and array formula. Now, ChatGPT can also help us in detecting and fixing errors in an Excel formula. So formula errors are common in Excel, and troubleshooting them manually can be very time consuming. So ChatGPT helps by analyzing formula errors and suggesting corrections. So let's see how it works. You just ask what is wrong with this formula, and let's give the formula. So as you can see, ChatGPT first identified the error. Like it can be any error. It can be an incorrect syntax, a missing argument, or reference issue. As you can see here, it has mentioned, ChatGPT has mentioned that's a syntax error where I have missed a comma in between the ranges, in between these two ranges. And after explaining what the error was, it also gave me a corrected formula and explained that too. And also it will give an explanation of why the original formula didn't work and how to fix to improve it. So some of the common Excel errors that ChatGPT can diagnose include incorrect data types, missing lookup values, invalid cell reference, division by zero, and misspelled function names. So by using ChatGPT for troubleshooting, users can quickly fix formula errors without spending hours debugging manually. So now that we have seen how ChatGPT helps us creating, analyzing, troubleshooting, and explaining Excel formulas and functions, now let's move to ChatGPT for data analysis. So data analysis is crucial in finance for tracking trends, making predictions, and ensuring informed decision making. So traditionally, analyzing financial data required complex Excel formulas and programming skills, but with ChatGPT 4.0, users can now analyze, visualize, and interact with data in real time without extensive technical knowledge. So to demonstrate how ChatGPT assists in financial data analysis, we will use an example of dataset containing monthly revenue and expenses of a company. So right now, instead of manually entering data into ChatGPT, we will upload the file. Now we'll give the prompt, analyze this financial dataset and provide an overview. Overview of the revenue, expenses, and profit trends over the last 3 years. So as you can see, ChatGPT processed the file and generated a summary of trends, making financial interpretation quick and effortless. So it has provided the So as you can see, ChatGPT will process the file and generate a summary of trends, making financial interpretation quick and effortless. So as you can see, they have given the year, the revenue, expenses, and net profit. Now it also helps in cleaning and formatting the financial data. So for an accurate analysis, our data set must be cleaned and formatted properly. So ChatGPT will help us in identifying and removing duplicate entries, for standardizing date formats, handling missing values, and also ensuring that all numbers are in the correct financial format. So for example, we'll just give this prompt, check this financial data set for duplicate values, missing entries, and formatting issues. You can also tell it to clean and standardize it for analysis. So as you can see, it has cleaned and provided a refined data set, ensuring accuracy before performing any further analysis. Also, it has given a detailed report that it has checked the financial data set for issues, and it has found that there is no duplicate entries, there are no missing values, and there were no issues found. But if there were any issues, ChatGPT would have pointed it out and explained about the issue, and also it would have suggested ways on how to improve it. Now let's see how ChatGPT helps in visualizing financial data. So as you know, data visualization helps identify trends and make comparisons. So with ChatGPT's 4.0 built-in graphic tools, users can create financial charts instantly. So let's give a prompt. Create a bar chart showing revenue trends over the last 3 years. So as you can see, it has provided an output, which is a bar graph displaying revenue growth over time, helping visualize patterns and fluctuations. So just imagine how much time it would have taken if you were to make this bar chart manually, but this just came in few seconds. How simple was that? Now you can also, customize this chart. So let's just expand this. So you can actually switch it to an interactive chart like this. So as you can see, it became interactive. Now you can also change the color of the bars. So here's where you can change the color. So if you want, you can change the color of the graph too. And also, as you see, there is a download button, so you can download charts for financial presentations. How simple was that? Now, ChatGPT also helps in identifying trends and patterns in financial data. So understanding financial trends is key to forecasting and budgeting. So ChatGPT can identify revenue growth trends. For example, is it increasing, stable, or declining? It can also highlight seasonal spending patterns and symbol higher expenses in certain months, and also it can detect unexpected spikes or drops in profit. So for example, let's give this prompt. Analyze the revenue and expenses trend. Identify any seasonal or unexpected financial shifts. So as you can see, it has actually provided us in the line graph format and also the data, but I need an explanation. So I can ask, can you please explain it further? So as you can see, it has actually examined and analyzed the revenue and expenses trend, and it has, given us a summary of the revenue growth, the expenses trend, and profitability. Also, it has given us an repeat. Also, it has told us about the seasonal trends, the unexpected financial shifts also, and finally, it has also provided some key insights and the next steps to be taken. Now, you can also customize these graphs and financial insights. Like for example, they have provided a line graph. So I can just say modify this line chart into a bar chart for better visualization of revenue trends. So whichever type of chart you feel is suitable, you can actually, tell ChatGPT to change line chart to bar chart or bar chart to pie chart, etc. Now, ChatGPT also helps in detecting relationships between financial metrics. So financial analysis is not just about individual figures, but also about understanding relationships between variables. So ChatGPT can analyze correlations, identify efficiency ratios, and also highlight anomalies. So for example, we'll just give a prompt. What is the relationship between revenue, growth, and expenses? Does an increase in expenses lead to higher revenue? So as you can see, ChatGPT is providing a detailed analysis, that too with supporting charts, as you can see, enabling businesses to make data-driven financial decisions. So as you can see, it has told the relationship between expenses and revenue. The correlation is 0.97. It has actually explained it with a graph. And also it has given a written explanation. For example, this is the correlation, which indicates a strong positive relationship between expenses and revenue. And it has also given an interpretation, which means, like we had asked, right, that does an increase in expenses lead to higher revenue? So it has told that an increase in expenses strongly linked to higher revenue. And also it has given some recommendations. For example, to optimize spending, like if expenses are increasing at a higher rate than revenue, then efficiency should be reviewed. Also, ROI analysis and monitor margins. Now let's see how ChatGPT helps in financial statement analysis and forecasting. So financial statement analysis is essential for assessing a company's financial health, detecting risks, and making informed investment decisions. So traditionally, financial analysts relied on balance sheets, income statements, and cash flow reports to evaluate a business. But with ChatGPT 4.0, this process is now faster, more accessible, and automated, enabling users to extract insights without deep financial expertise. So to demonstrate this, we'll use Meta's balance sheet as an example and analyze key financial indicators, risks, and potential investment decisions. So first, let me just upload the data. So I've copied the data, so I'll just paste it here. First, I'll tell to give it in a table format. So as you can see, it is tabulating the data. Everything is fine. Now let's start giving prompts. So our first prompt is analyze this financial statement. And summarize key trends in total assets, liabilities, equity, and debt over the last 4 years. So as you can see, it is giving us a financial statement analysis. Well, first it has given total assets trend. These are the company's total assets have shown consistent growth from 2019 to 2022. It also talked about the total liabilities trend, the total equity trend, the debt trend, working capital, and also it has talked about the financial risks or the potential concerns. Now, as you can see, this actually saved hours of manual work, right? It just summarized the financial statement in maybe 2 to 3 seconds. Now let's do a risk assessment. Let's just ask, what does the decline in working capital and increase in debt mean for Meta's financial stability? As you can see, it has actually talked about liquidity concerns, the risks, the liquidity concerns, the higher debt burden and interest costs, the decline in equity and financial leverage, potential credit rating and investor confidence issues. And it has also given a final verdict of is Meta in financial trouble, which is pretty cool. Now, as you can see, this was just a explanation. Now, ChatGPT can also quantify this risk using a scoring system based on impact and likelihood. So, for example, let's just give this prompt. Assess Meta's financial risks based on this balance sheet. Use a 5-point scale for impact and likelihood. They haven't given a risk score, so we can tell them to please provide the risk score. So as you can see, ChatGPT has generated a risk assessment table, and you can see the key insight as, the highest risk for Meta is the debt burden. Yes, it is for the debt burden, which could impact financial flexibility. It has also given an overall financial risk score. You can also ask, based on this risk analysis, should I be concerned about Meta's financial stability, and such follow-up questions. So ChatGPT will explain the implications, helping users assess financial health. Now you can also, forecast future financial performance with the help of ChatGPT. So by analyzing past trends, ChatGPT can assist in forecasting future financial performance based on historical data. So let's just ask, predict Meta's total assets, liabilities, and debt levels 25, 2026 based on historical trends. So as you can see, ChatGPT has estimated the financial growth. It has used the trend-based forecasting techniques. Also, you can ask more follow-up questions like, if liabilities continue to rise at this rate, will Meta face financial distress, and so on. And ChatGPT will provide insights on solvency risks, guiding users on financial outlooks. Now let's move on to financial modeling with ChatGPT, which is automating complex calculations. So financial modeling is a critical process used for investment analysis, business forecasting, and strategic decision making. And traditionally, building financial models required Excel formulas, VBA macros, or Python scripts, all of which demanded technical expertise. However, ChatGPT 4.0 has transformed financial modeling by automating data extraction, VBA, macro generation, and financial computations with ease. So, financial modeling is a critical process for investment analysis, business forecasting, and strategic decision making. So, traditionally, building financial models requires Excel formulas, VBA macros, or Python scripts, all of which demanded technical expertise. However, ChatGPT 4.0 has transformed financial modeling by automating data extraction, VBA macro generation, and financial computations with ease. So, the first step is to extract data from the file. So, let's upload the file. Let's give upload this data set and analyze revenue and profit trends over the last 4 years. So as you can see, ChatGPT will process the file, extract key financial insights, and highlight the growth trends. As you can see, it has highlighted the growth trends. You can also automate calculations. ChatGPT can convert financial data into fully functional financial model. So for example, let's just give a prompt, create an Excel financial model that calculates net profit margin, return on investment, and annual growth rate based on this data set. So as you can see, it has created the financial model. There is net profit margin, ROI, annual growth rate, everything. But you can also ask for formulas. Please write the formulas that you have used for calculations. So by asking ChatGPT that what formula it had used to come to this conclusion, you can actually, just cross-check and verify if the formulas they have used were correct or not. As you can see, it has given that here are the formulas used for the financial model calculations. It has given formula for net profit margin, for ROI, for annual growth rate, etc. Now you can also use ChatGPT for writing VBA macros for advanced financial modeling. So you can just give a prompt like write a VBA macro that creates a new worksheet and auto-populates revenue growth calculations from the dataset. So as you can see, ChatGPT is actually, giving us a VBA macro code. So once executed, this VBA macro automatically creates a financial model, saving time and effort. Now you can also use ChatGPT for report generation. For example, you can ask it to create a financial report summarizing the revenue growth, ROI, and profit margins from 2020 to 2023. So as you can see, it actually prepared a report with revenue growth analysis, return on investment, and net profit margin analysis. Now, if you want to add more, like if you want to add risk analysis and investment insights, also if you want to include charts and graphs for data visualization, you can give the required prompts to ChatGPT. So now let's move on to how ChatGPT will help us in market research and analysis. So market research plays a crucial role in financial planning, investment decisions, and business strategy. Companies do not operate in isolation. They are influenced by competitors, economic trends, consumer behavior, and industry developments. So ChatGPT 4.0 can assist finance professionals in gathering and analyzing competitive intelligence, tracking market sentiment, and predicting future trends. So to make this explanation more structured and practical, let's focus on one example throughout this. So we'll be working on analyzing Tesla's market position and future growth potential in the EV industry. So first step is extracting competitive information. So let's just give a prompt where Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid, based on revenue, market share, and financial performance over the past 3 years. So as you can see, it gave us a comparison among the 3 companies with respect to revenue and financial performance and market share in the EV segment. Now you can also give a follow-up prompt such as, based on their financials, and production capabilities, which company is best positioned for growth in the next 5 years? So as you can see, they have given details of all the companies. So I'll just make my prompt clear. I just want the details of the company that will be best positioned. So as you can see here, ChatGPT will evaluate the financial stability, the production capacity, and technological advancements to identify the strongest long-term investment. So it has finally told that the best position for growth is Tesla. It has also given a growth outlook that Tesla will remain the best positioned EV company for the next 5 years. Now let's see how to do sentiment analysis and market trends. So investor sentiment plays a critical role in Tesla's stock price fluctuations, and ChatGPT can track news reports, social media discussions, and analyst reviews to identify key themes and concerns. So for example, let's give a prompt such as analyze the current market sentiment for Tesla based on recent news, social media discussions, and analyst ratings. So as you can see, ChatGPT has provided us with sentiment analysis, and it has also given us the sources. So these are the sources from which it has got this information. So if you want to double check, you can just, open the source and just check once if the information provided by ChatGPT aligns with the current data. It has also provided the key drivers for investment, confidence or concern, potential risks and opportunities. So as you can see, it has concluded that the current market sentiment for Tesla is mixed. Also, you can ask ChatGPT that how has this sentiment affected Tesla's stock performance. For example, let's summarize how investor sentiment has affected Tesla's stock performance in the last 6 months. So as you can see, it has actually given an overview of how Tesla's stock performance has influenced by investor sentiment, and it has given the various factors, like the key influences being technological developments, political and trade factors, market performance and competition, and analyst perspectives. Now, ChatGPT can also help in identifying regional and global market trends. So as you know, Tesla operates in multiple markets, each with unique challenges and opportunities. So ChatGPT can analyze regional trends impacting Tesla's growth in North America, Europe, and China. So let's just compare Tesla's market growth trends in the US, China, and Europe, and analyze the key opportunities in each region. So as you can see, it has given a comparison among the different regions. It has told us about the growth trends, the opportunities, and the risks in each of the regions separately. Now you can also ask follow-up questions like which region presents the highest growth opportunity for Tesla in the next 5 years. So it has concluded that it would be China, and it also explains why it's China. So it's because of the expanding EV market, the revenue and sales growth, the government policies, market share potentials, etc. As seen earlier, you can also make a market report with ChatGPT. You can ask ChatGPT to generate a market research report summarizing Tesla's industry position, key competitors, investment risks, and future growth potential. Now, ChatGPT can also predict future market trends with AI. So we'll just see predict Tesla's market position in 2028 based on expected EV demand, self-driving advancements, and global regulations. So as you can see, it actually gave the current data because this is the paid version, ChatGPT 4.0. So as you can see, this has given the current data and also It has concluded that by 2028, Tesla aims to solidify its leadership in the EV market through the introduction of affordable models and advancements in autonomous driving. Also, you can, give follow-up prompts like based on this forecast, what investment strategies should be considered for Tesla stock. So now finally, let's move to ChatGPT for stock and investment analysis. So investing in stocks requires thorough research, valuation techniques, and financial forecasting. So whether you are a retail investor, a financial analyst, or a portfolio manager, ChatGPT 4.0 can enhance your stock analysis by extracting financial metrics from reports, performing valuation analysis, assessing risks and market trends, and generating stock forecasts. So in this chapter, we'll analyze Apple using ChatGPT's quantitative and financial analysis capabilities. So you can give a prompt like this: extract key financial metrics for Apple from the latest earnings report and Yahoo Finance statistics. Sorry, I just did a spelling mistake. Let me just stop this. Yeah, it's Yahoo. Yeah. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given us the total revenue, the net incomes, earnings per share, the market capitalization, the price to earnings, which is P/E ratio, the total debt, operating cash flow, and return on equity. And as you can see, here also they have provided the sources for cross verification. Now let's just give a follow-up prompt. Compare these metrics with Microsoft and Google to understand Apple's relative valuation. So as you can see, it has given a competitive data analysis and highlight valuation differences to assess if Apple is overvalued or undervalued. So we can just ask, based on this, is Apple overvalued or undervalued? So as you can see, they have actually given a detailed approach. It has explained everything in detail. And also finally, it has concluded the final verdict is that Apple is slightly overvalued. Now you can also do a risk assessment here. So every investment carries risks, right? Now ChatGPT can analyze risks based on macroeconomic factors, industry trends, and company-specific issues. So you can just ask, analyze the biggest risks. Hello, for Apple stock performance, risks for, Apple's stock performance in the next 5 years. So as you can see, it has analyzed the biggest risks for Apple's stock performance, which is slowing revenue growth, dependence on China for manufacturing and sales, weak AI and cloud strategy compared to Microsoft and Google, because we already did a comparison over there, increased regulatory scrutiny and antivirus risks, declining margins due to rising costs, etc. Now you can also ask a follow-up question after that, like how can Apple mitigate these risks and such questions. Now, ChatGPT can also forecast Apple's future stock prices. So we can just say to predict Apple's stock price in 2028 based on projected revenue, EPS, and market conditions. So as you can see, ChatGPT has predicted the following for Apple stock price prediction in 2028. First, it has given us a revenue growth estimate, a revenue growth projection, an EPS growth projection. It has given a P/E ratio scenarios, the expected P/E ratio, and also projected the stock price. As you can see, it has also given us the stock price. Now again, you can ask follow-up questions like how do interest rates and inflation impact Apple's stock price projections, etc. So yes, these were some of the ways to use ChatGPT for analysis and forecasting. Now in the next chapter, we will deal with how to use ChatGPT for learning and research. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter, ChatGPT for learning and research. So continuous learning is essential for financial professionals to stay updated on new trends, technologies, and industry developments. And ChatGPT serves as a personalized learning assistant, helping users understand complex topics, summarize information, and learn new skills like Python programming and data analysis. So in this chapter, we will explore how ChatGPT can enhance financial learning through explaining emerging investment trends, summarizing financial news and reports, learning technical skills like Python for finance, and exploring some new financial software and tools. So let's get started. So first, let's understand emerging investment trends. So financial markets are evolving rapidly with innovations like blockchain, cryptocurrency, decentralized finance, and NFTs. And ChatGPT can help quickly understand these concepts and the impact on investments. For example, I'll just give a prompt like explain blockchain technology. As you can see, you will also get these drop-down suggestions and its impact on the financial industry. So as you can see, ChatGPT actually, provided a pretty decent material for learning about and understanding about what blockchain technology is and its impact on financial industry. So first itself, it started with the definition of what is blockchain technology. Like blockchain is a decentralized distributed technology that records transactions in a secure and immutable manner. Now after that, it actually, listed out the key features of blockchain. Like what are the key features of blockchain? Such as decentralization, transparency, security, immutability, efficiency. So once it provided the definition and, the key features of blockchain, it moved on to the impact of blockchain on the financial industry, like faster and cost-effective payments, enhanced security and fraud prevention, smart contracts, decentralized finance, improved transparency, and so on. And along with that, it also talked about the challenges of blockchain in the finance, like there can be scalability issues. Like for public blockchains like Bitcoin have slower transaction speeds, and it can have regulatory uncertainty, energy consumption, and adoption barrier. Now, finally, it concluded by talking about the future of blockchain in finance. Like it gave us a major, news like JP Morgan and Chase and Goldman Sachs are exploring blockchain solutions, and so on. So as you can see, it actually gave us a pretty decent knowledge by categorizing it into sections. Now we can also ask a follow-up question like how are financial institutions using blockchain today? Blockchain today. So as you can see, ChatGPT provided real-world examples of how banks, investment firms, and fintech companies integrated blockchain into their services. So for example, cross-border payments and settlements is used for cross-border payments and settlements, for trade finance and supply chain, smart contracts, and also gave examples of the companies, and it also provided the examples of companies that is using this technology. Now you can also summarize financial news and reports. So as you know, reading lengthy financial articles, earnings reports, and economic forecasts can be time consuming. So ChatGPT can summarize key insights in seconds, allowing professionals to stay updated efficiently. So let's ask a question like summarize the latest Federal Reserve interest rate decision from Bloomberg and its impact on the stock market. So as you can see, it actually summarized the reports. So as you can see the sources of the reports, and it actually, went searched from the web and has come up with a pretty decent summary. So that's talked about the rationale behind the decision, the impact on the stock market, which is pretty cool. Now, you can ask follow-up questions like, for example, how do rising interest rates affect mortgage rates and real estate investments, etc. Okay, so now let's move on to use ChatGPT to learn Python for financial analysis. So as you know, Python is a must-have skill for finance professions because it's widely used in financial modeling, risk management, automated trading, and data analysis and validation. So we'll just give a prompt like teach me how to write a Python script to analyze stock market data using pandas. So as you can see, ChatGPT has given a step-by-step explanation. So first it has told that you have to install the required libraries, and it has given what the required libraries are. Then it has suggested you to write the Python script. It has given you the Python script that is to be written. After that, so it's not that it just gives you the code, it actually explains how the code works that it has given you. Like for example, it has given that to fetch stock data, this particular function is used, or this particular library is used, and so on. Now, if you want to perform statistical analysis and visualize trends using graphs, you can prompt further so that ChatGPT curates it according to your requirement. So let's try one more. Can you generate a Python script to build a stock price prediction model using machine learning? Let's see what it does. So as you can see, ChatGPT will provide a step-by-step guidance of what to do on implementing a linear regression model. For example, it started with fetch stock market data, pre-process the data. It also suggested you have to use feature engineering. Then you have to train a machine learning model. You can use linear regression, make predictions on future prices and visualize the results. Again, step 1, they have told you to install the required libraries, which are these libraries. These are the required libraries. Then it has given the Python script for stock price prediction. So now let's see how ChatGPT can help us in choosing the right financial software. So with numerous fintech tools available, choosing the right software for financial modeling, investment tracking, or risk assessment can be overwhelming. So now ChatGPT can compare different tools based on features, cost, and ease of use, recommend solutions based on business needs, and explain how to integrate software into workflows. So let's give a prompt. Compare financial modeling software like Bloomberg Terminal, Morningstar Direct, and FactSet. Which one is best for investment research? You can just give the key results because we don't want it in detail. So as you can see, it has actually given us in a tabular format where you can see the feature and the 3 companies. And finally, it has concluded that for real-time trading and market data, it's Bloomberg Terminal. For the best fund and portfolio management, it's Morningstar Direct. And for financial modeling and custom analysis, it's FactSet. And finally, they have told that for investment research, FactSet is the best option. So, it analyzes everything. It analyzes everything one by one, step by step, and then comes to a conclusion. So, this is how ChatGPT helps us for learning and research. As you can see, we learned many things. We could learn many things. And we could also research about companies. So now in the next chapter, we will deal with how you can use ChatGPT for writing and communication. Hi all, welcome to the next chapter, which is ChatGPT for writing and communication. So writing plays a crucial role in business and finance, but it can be time consuming. So ChatGPT can assist in automated reports, presentations, emails, and client communication, helping professionals save time and maintain consistency. So in this chapter, we will cover how to automate business and financial reports, how to create effective business presentations, write press releases and emails, and enhance client communication, and support. So let's get started. So first is automating business and financial reports. So business professionals frequently create reports such as financial statements, risk assessments, investment analysis, and market research reports. So ChatGPT can generate structured outlines for reports, summaries of financial data with insights, and tables and charts for better visualization. So first, let's import the data. Let's import the Excel file. And let's give the prompt, generate a quarterly sales report for Q1 2023, including a summary of total sales, a breakdown by product category, and the comparison with the previous quarter. So as you can see, I had exported the Excel file, the data from the Excel file, and it has tabulated the data and it's analyzing it. So as you can see, the ChatGPT has given us the summary of the total sales in the first quarter, the total sales in the fourth quarter, and the quarterly growth, like what is the quarterly growth. But I also need the sales by product category. So we can ask, please provide the details of sales by product category. Also, I can say I want a comparison among the quarters. Comparison of sales among the quarters. So as you can see, it actually gave us a visual representation of the comparison of sales with product category. It actually, I didn't mention anything. So it gave Q1 versus Q4. Also, I can ask to create a performance summary, like generate a financial performance summary for investors using this data. So as you can see, ChatGPT will format the findings into an investor-friendly report highlighting the growth, risks, and opportunities. Now, to generate reports with actual company data, users can upload the Excel files and ChatGPT can analyze and summarize them. So now let's see how you can use ChatGPT to create an effective business presentation. So professionals frequently prepare PowerPoint presentations for stakeholders, investors, and team meetings. So ChatGPT can generate slide outlines and key points, provide structured content, and optimize messages for different audiences. So let's just give a prompt, create a PowerPoint outline for an investor presentation summarizing Q1 financial performance. So as you can see, it actually gave a proper outline. It has said that in slide 1, you can keep it a title slide, the company's name and logo, date of presentation, presenter's name, and so on. And in second slide, you can give an executive summary, which is a high-level overview of the performance, the key financial highlights and everything. Then in slide 3, you can talk about the financial highlights, like the financial highlights in numbers, like revenue, net income, etc., profit margins and so on. And then in the fourth slide, you can, do a revenue breakdown. The fifth slide, you can talk about expense and cost analysis and so on. And finally, you can talk about the key business achievements, about the future scopes and so on. So as you can see, it has, made it so simpler. Like if this was not there, you really have to, think through it and spend a lot of time. But now ChatGPT in a few seconds, it actually gave you a pretty good outline and saved a lot of your time. Now, suppose if you want a content, now this is just an outline. Now, suppose if you want a content, maybe you can just give the resources and everything. You can upload the resources and then ask for an outline, and then you can say convert this outline into PowerPoint content with side bullet points. So the thing is, be as specific as you can while giving the prompts. Okay. So like, as you can see here, I've told to convert the outline into PowerPoint content with side bullet points. So it can be anything. Maybe you need presentations with side bullet points. Maybe you need just, short sentences, long sentences, or there are also people who make, presentations paragraph wise. So be as specific as you can while prompting. So as you can see, it actually generated a PowerPoint presentation in a downloadable format with the content based on the outline. So, you can just download the presentation and work on it. Now let's move on to how to create or write press releases and emails. So businesses need clear, engaging press releases for product launches, financial reports, or company updates. So ChatGPT can draft them efficiently. For example, write a press release announcing a company's record breaking quarterly revenue of $10.5 million. You can add more details in the prompt. So as you can see, it has given a proper, press release. First, it has started with the company name. It has given a brief about the achievement. Then it has talked about the key factors contributing to this revenue milestone. And it has also talked about the future goals, like looking ahead what the company has planned or what are the company's initiatives. And then they have just given a brief about their company. And then they have given the media contact. Now, in case if you want to just, rearrange the sections, again, you can, do it by prompting. You can suggest ChatGPT to change the sections or to rearrange the section, and ChatGPT will write accordingly. So now let's move on to email writing with ChatGPT. So ChatGPT can also automate email drafting, making communication faster. So let's see, draft an email to investors summarizing our Q1 financial performance, so, highlighting revenue growth. So here's a tip, always review AI generated emails to ensure personalization and tone improvements. Now let's move on to see how ChatGPT enhances client communication and support. So the first one is it can automate FAQs. So ChatGPT can create pre-written responses for frequently asked questions. So let's just give a prompt, like generate responses for these common investor FAQs. Expected stock price forecast, and upcoming financial reports. So now you can actually, if you want, tailor these answers also. Like for example, if you don't want such big answers, if you want to make it short, if you want to keep it short, you can just suggest ChatGPT to, keep the answers shorter, lengthier, or if you want to change the tone of the answer, if you feel that, you need to be more sweet or something like that, if you want to change the tone, you can give prompts and ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will provide accordingly. Now, ChatGPT also helps in building AI chatbots for support. So ChatGPT can power chatbots, improving real-time responses to client queries. So now ChatGPT also helps in building AI chatbots for support. So ChatGPT can power chatbots, improving real-time responses to client queries. So for example, let's ask, provide a chatbot script for handling investor inquiries about stock performances and financial reports. So as you can see, ChatGPT provided a professional chatbot script for handling investor inquiries about stock performance and financial reports. So first it started with a briefing and initial prompt like, hello, welcome to our company. How can I assist you today? And it gave options. So once they choose an option, for example, if they choose stock performance updates, now for stock performance updates, the chatbot will say our company does not provide real-time stock price, etc. And again, it will ask a follow-up question like, would you like the latest investor representation of financial report? So again, you can choose from this, yes, send me, or no. And if yes, chatbot provides a link to the investor. So suppose if they went with the second option, this is what the chatbot conversation will look like. So this is how ChatGPT will help you in writing and communication. That's what we saw in this chapter. Now in the next chapter, we'll be dealing with the limitations of ChatGPT for finance and some of the data and AI issues in ChatGPT. Okay, so now let's move on to our last chapter, which is limitations of ChatGPT for finance. So ChatGPT is an incredibly powerful AI tool that assists with various tasks, but it also has several limitations. So understanding these drawbacks is essential to using it effectively and avoiding potential pitfalls. Number one is its character limit. So ChatGPT has a response limit depending on the implementation. So this means longer responses might get cut off, requiring additional prompts to retrieve full information. Next is content quality concerns. So while ChatGPT can generate content, it shouldn't be the sole tool for content creation. AI-generated content may lack originality compared to human-written material. Moreover, Google has flagged AI-generated content as spam, which means relying solely on ChatGPT. Next is data limitations. So ChatGPT's knowledge is based on the data it was trained on, and this leads to multiple issues. First is outdated information. So the free version of ChatGPT only has data up to 2021, making it unreliable for real-time events, market trends, or current affairs. Unverified sources. The AI can sometimes provide outdated, incorrect, or biased information as its responses are based on patterns rather than verified facts. Struggles with unstructured data. So if given poorly formatted or ambiguous inputs, ChatGPT may misinterpret the query, leading to inaccurate or irrelevant responses. Next is regulatory and financial limitations. So financial regulations vary by country, and ChatGPT lacks the ability to provide precise legal or financial guidelines tailored to different jurisdictions. Also, AI models inherit biases from their training data. So if trained on biased information, ChatGPT can produce skewed outputs, potentially reinforcing stereotypes or ethical concerns. Then comes limited contextual understanding. So AI lacks human-like emotional intelligence and struggles with nuanced language, sarcasm, or cultural context. So this limitation makes it less effective for complex conversations where understanding subtle intent is crucial. And then capacity overload. So with millions of users accessing ChatGPT, the system frequently experiences capacity issues leading to slow responses, errors, or temporary service unavailability. So while ChatGPT is an excellent tool, it could be used with caution, verified against reliable sources, and supplemented with human judgment to ensure quality and accuracy. So now let's see some of the data and AI issues in ChatGPT. So while ChatGPT is a powerful AI model, it has several data and AI related challenges that impact the quality and reliability of its responses. So understanding these issues helps users make informed decisions while using the tool. So first is dependence on outdated data. So ChatGPT is trained on a fixed data set, meaning it lacks real-time information sometimes. So as I already mentioned earlier, the free version is limited to data up to 2021, making it unreliable for answering questions about current events, financial markets, or emerging technologies. So for example, if you ask about the latest AI advancements in 2024 to free version, it may provide outdated or inaccurate information. Next is reliability of information. So since ChatGPT generates responses based on vast amounts of publicly available data, there is no built-in mechanism to verify the accuracy of its outputs. So this can lead to misinformation. AI may produce incorrect facts, statistics, or even make up references that doesn't exist. Bias in responses. So if the training data contains biased viewpoints, the model can unknowingly reinforce those biases in its responses. And inconsistent answers. So the same question might yield different responses depending on how it's phrased, making it difficult to ensure accuracy. Then comes challenges with unstructured data. So ChatGPT performs best when given clear and structured prompts. It struggles with poorly formatted or ambiguous inputs, leading to irrelevant or misleading answers. Also, complex data interpretation, such as analyzing spreadsheets, graphs, or highly technical documents. Then comes ethical and bias issues. So AI models like ChatGPT inherit biases from the training data, as already mentioned. So if trained or skewed or one-sided sources, the AI may produce biased responses that reflect those perspectives. So this can be particularly problematic in areas like credit scoring and hiring. AI models used in financial or HR applications may unintentionally favor certain demographics due to biased training data. Also, news and politics, if the training data set is dominated by specific viewpoints, the AI may unintentionally propagate biased opinions. And then you have security and privacy concerns. So although real user conversations, there are risks associated with AI-generated content. So sensitive information exposure, where users should avoid sharing personal or content do not guarantee privacy. And use in misinformation campaigns. So AI-generated content can be manipulated to create convincing fake news, scams, or deceptive narratives. So there you have it. ChatGPT isn't just a tool, it's transforming the way finance operates, from automating reports to enhancing financial insights. It streamlines workflows while maintaining accuracy and efficiency. But here's the key, AI in finance isn't a set it and forget it solution. Continuous refinement, regulatory updates, and data accuracy are essential for maximizing its potential. So as financial markets evolve, so should your AI. Regular updates, compliance checks, and human oversight ensure ChatGPT remains a reliable asset. So while AI boosts speed and precision, human expertise is irreplaceable in making critical financial decisions. So embrace ChatGPT, fine-tune it to fit your financial needs, and use it as a partner in driving smarter, faster, and more informed decisions.
Hello everyone and welcome to the tutorial on Prompt Library for all use cases at Simplilearn. The Prompt Library is a comprehensive toolkit for mastering myriad use cases with ease. Whether you are delving into programming, honing creative writing skills, or exploring data analysis, this library offers a versatile array of prompts tailored to your needs. Now before you move on and learn more about it, I request you guys that do not forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon. Now here's the agenda for our today's session. So guys, we are going to start with first understanding the prompt structure. Moving ahead, we are going to understand testing and iterating. Then we are going to explore the prompt examples. And at the end, we are going to conclude our sessions with utilizing prompt libraries and resources. So guys, in today's video, we will be exploring the prompt structure for various use cases. Now first, let us try to understand the prompt structure. So guys, I'll break down the prompt structure. So here, first we have the action verbs. So guys, think of action verbs like a boss telling ChatGPT what to do. It's like giving ChatGPT a job. So for example, if I say, write, you are telling ChatGPT to put words on the page. For example, if I say, write a story, I'm telling ChatGPT, hey, I want you to make up a story for me. So this is something like this. Now, let us ask ChatGPT, hey, so write is your action verb all over here. So this is the first prompt structure that I would like you to apply. Now, the second one, you could give a theme or a topic about. Now, if you say just write a story, ChatGPT is going to give any random story. So we won't want that. Now, the next thing that we cover basically is topic or theme. So what theme or topic you are looking about? This is a part where you are giving ChatGPT a subject to talk about. Imagine you are telling a friend, let's talk about cats. So cats are the given topic. So if I say, write about your favorite food, I am telling ChatGPT, tell me about your favorite food. So you have to always include a topic or theme along with your action verb. So here I can include some certain thing like this, that write a story about food. So you could see all over here, ChatGPT has given two responses. This is response 1 and this is response 2. Now, the third thing that comes up all over here is constraints or limitations. Think of constraints as a rules or boundaries for ChatGPT to follow. It's like saying you can talk about cats, but only in 3 sentences. So if I say write a poem in 20 words, it's like I'm telling ChatGPT, make a short poem using only 20 words. So this is one of the things that you have to always keep in consideration regarding what task you want to give. So always include constraints or limitations. Fourth one is background or information context. So this is also one of the most important parameters. What exactly it means is like this part sets the scene for ChatGPT, like giving it a background story. Imagine you are telling someone about a movie before they watch it. So if I say, imagine you are on a spaceship, I'm telling ChatGPT, pretend like you are flying through the space. So this is also very, very important for you to consider to give certain idea regarding your background or information. Now, the fifth one is conflict or challenge. Guys, this adds some spices to the prompt. It's like a puzzle for a problem for ChatGPT to solve. It's like saying, talk about cats, but tell me why some people don't like them. So if I say ChatGPT, explain why reading is important, but you can't use the word book. I am challenging ChatGPT to be creative. So this is where conflict or challenge you have to give to ChatGPT. Now, example, let us take one example on this. So for example, if I say the action verb as write, we'll highlight this with red, and the topic or theme could be like your favorite vacation. If I talk about a background or context, like say you are on a beach with your friends, or conflict or challenge we can give all over here, something like in just 50 words. So guys, this is certain thing to follow while giving a prompt to ChatGPT. So in this way, putting all together, you could combine all these 3 things and form a sentence. And this prompt is going to be very, very effective to solve the problem of generic responses. Now, with this simple example, you can see how different components come together to create engaging prompts for ChatGPT to work with. So guys, whenever you are giving a prompt, I would request you to always follow this structure. So it's going to create a map for you to get a more precise answer. Now let's take an example and elaborate the prompt library with examples to make it more understandable. So guys, let's take another example of text classification. So for text classification, we'll take the action verb as classify. and our text type would be product review. Example could be classify the following text as negative, positive, or neutral sentiment. And after that, you could give like the product review exceeded my expectation. So if you give certain thing like this, you would say this is a positive sentiment. So making your prompts in this manner with a proper structure, you are going to get a very particular response which fits what you need. So always remember this structure whenever you are framing any prompt. Now let's move to the second part, that is testing and validation. Guys, testing and iterating are essential steps in refining prompts and ensuring optimal performance from ChatGPT. Let us break down this process. The first process is prompt validation. So before using a prompt, it's crucial to test to ensure that it generates a desired response accurately. Then you evaluate the output. You are going to generate responses using the prompt and evaluate the quality, relevance, and coherence of the output. Third, check for errors. Look out for any errors, inconsistencies, or unexpected behavior in the generated responses. Compare against expectations. Compare the generated responses against your expectation or any requirements to verify that they meet your desired criteria. The fifth one is solicit feedback. Seek feedback from peers, colleagues, or domain experts to validate the effectiveness of the prompt. For example, like analyzing the results. So you would say analyze the results to testing to identify areas of improvement or refining the prompt. Next is modifying the prompt. Based on the analysis, make the adjustment to the prompt structure. Next, then fine-tune the parameters. Experiment with different variations of the prompt, such as adjusting constraints, changing topics, or refining prompt to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses. The fourth one is retesting. Test the modified prompt again to assess whether the changes have resulted in improvements in the quality of the generated responses or not. And the final step is iterate as needed. Iterate the testing and modification process as needed until you achieve the desired outcomes and generate high quality responses consistently. So this structure you have to always follow when you are iterating. So I'll give you an example. So like we have given initial prompt as write a product description for a new smartphone, and I would say include details about features, specifications, and benefits. And I would say add a constant all over here that keep the response in 100 words. So this is your initial prompt which you are giving. Now for testing, the next comes is testing. Generate product descriptions using the initial prompt. Evaluate the quality and relevance of the generated descriptions. Check for errors if inconsistencies or missing information is there. Compare the description against the expectations and requirements. So this process comes under testing. Okay, so give it change your prompt a little bit. Give a specific description regarding a certain product, and you would ask that, and just next process would be evaluate the quality and the relevance, like what you are getting as a response. Check for errors, like go to Google, like see if it's same is coming up, then what's the customer expectations regarding that product. So if the overall structure is like technical structure is maintained, so this gives the first phase of testing. Next one comes the analysis. Some descriptions lack detail and fail to highlight its key features. Okay, so in this scenario, the descriptions vary in length and structure, leading to kind of inconsistencies. Certain descriptions like here will focus more on technical specifications than the user benefits. So overall, the quality and the coherence of the descriptions needs improvement. So you have to take all these parameters and you have to reframe your prompts. Okay. Then next comes is iteration. You have to modify this prompt to provide to give a clear instructions and emphasize the user benefits. Write a captivating product descriptions for a new smartphone. Okay. Then move to retesting. Generate product descriptions using the modified prompt, and for the outcome, you would say that the revised prompt should yield more compelling and informative product descriptions. So this is how you have to iterate continuously to get the proper response like which you would be needing. Okay guys, now let's move to the final part of this video, that is utilizing the prompt libraries. Guys, Utilizing prompt libraries and resources is essential for streamlining the prompt writing process and access a wide range of pre-designed prompts for various use cases. So you're going to get a library of a predefined prompts. Okay. So there's one website which I want to show you. This is called Anthropic. So Anthropic has recently released a prompt library. So guys, they have given a wide data of a prompt library. So if you just click on this, so you're going to get what are the effective prompts in all these domains. So give it a shot. Try to see what are the resources you're going to get all over here. It definitely is going to fine tune your responses. Now, let's move to the process. So when you are talking about the prompt libraries, the first step is explore the existing libraries. So you can see that I have given a reference to a prompt library all over here, which is released by Anthropic's team for cloud and also workable for ChatGPT. Next is you have to understand the available prompts. Familiarize yourself with the prompts available in this library and including their structures, topics, and constraints. You have to also analyze how prompts are categorized and organized within the library to quickly locate relevant prompts for your needs. Third is adapt to prompts to your needs. Customize existing prompts to suit your specific objectives, audience, and use cases. You can modify prompts by adjusting the action verbs, topics, constraints, or background information which aligns with your requirement. Create your own prompts, like combine different components such as action verbs, topics, constraints to craft prompts that addresses specific tasks or challenges. Next process you have to do is sharing and collaborating. You will share your prompts with the community to contribute to the collective pool and resources. So this is one way of learning that I really want you to follow. Now, you have to keep experimenting and iterating at the same time. And finally, you have to see the documents and organize all your prompts for the same. So what you can do best is see all the existing prompt libraries. I'll show you one more. So prompt library for ChatGPT. GitHub for all use cases. So you could see, explore various repositories on GitHub, what are the kind of prompts available. This repo specifically focuses for the academic writing. So just visit this repository and you could see they have given a lot of things. For brainstorming, they say, so you could see the action verbs all over here. Try to try this prompt and see how you are getting a response. Then for article sections, it's there. So you're going to get a lot of things and more of the experiment and more you are exploring, the more idea you are going to get regarding the same. So my advice would be just explore as much as libraries you can, and depending upon your use cases, you have to make an organized prompt structure. So following this format, which I have told you, follows the action verb, the topic, or the background information. Then what are the constraints you have to give? Okay, it's any particular theme is there. You have to include all those things and use the existing prompt library also, so you can refine your prompt, and always to get a good response. It's my personal experience that you have to keep fine-tuning, keep testing, iterating, analyzing, so that your result comes very fine-tuned.
On July 25th, OpenAI introduced SearchGPT, a new search tool changing how we find information online. Unlike traditional search engines, which require you to type in specific keywords, SearchGPT lets you ask questions in natural, everyday language, just like having a conversation. So this is a big shift from how we were used to searching the web. Instead of thinking in keywords and hoping to find the right result, you can ask now SearchGPT exactly what you want to know, and it will understand the context and give you direct answers. It's designed to make searching easier and more intuitive without going through links and pages. But with this new way of searching, so there are some important questions to consider. Can SearchGPT compete with Google, the search giant we all know? What makes SearchGPT different from AI overviews, another recent search tool? And how does it compare to ChatGPT, OpenAI, popular conversational AI? So in this video, we are going to explore these questions and more. We will look at what makes SearchGPT special, how it compares to other tools, and why it might change the way we search for information. Whether you are new into tech or just curious, this video will break it down in simple words. Stick around to learn more about SearchGPT. So without any further ado, let's get started. So what is SearchGPT? SearchGPT is a new search engine prototype developed by OpenAI, designed to enhance the way we search for information using AI. Unlike a typical chatbot like ChatGPT, SearchGPT isn't just about having a conversation. It's focused on improving the search experience with some key features. The first one is direct answer. Instead of simply showing you a list of links, SearchGPT delivers direct answer to your question. For example, if you ask, what is the best wireless noise cancellation headphone in 2024? SearchGPT will summarize the top choices, highlighting their pros and cons based on expert reviews and user opinions. So this approach is different from the traditional search engines that typically provide a list of links leading to various articles or videos. The second one is relevant sources. SearchGPT responses come with clear citations and links to the original sources, ensuring transparency and accuracy. So this way you can easily verify the information and delve deeper into the topic if you want. The third one, conversational search. SearchGPT allows you to have a back and forth dialogue with the search engine. You can ask follow-up questions or refine your original query based on the responses you receive, making your search experience more interactive and personalized. Now let's jump into the next topic, which is SearchGPT versus Google. So SearchGPT is being talked about a major competitor to Google in the future. So let's break down how they differ in their approach to search. The first one is conversational versus keyword-based search. SearchGPT uses a conversational interface, allowing users to ask questions in natural language and refine their queries through follow-up questions. So this creates a more interactive search experience. On the other hand, Google relies on keyword-based search, where users enter specific terms to find relevant web pages. The second thing is direct answer versus list of links. So one of the SearchGPT's standout features is its ability to provide direct answers to the question. It summarizes information from the various sources and clearly cites them, so you don't have to click through multiple links. Google typically presents a list of links, leaving users to sift through the results to find the information they need. The third one, AI-powered understanding versus keyword matching. SearchGPT uses AI to understand the intent behind your question, offering more relevant results even if your query isn't perfectly worded. Google's primary method is keyword matching, which can sometimes lead to less accurate results, especially for complex queries. The fourth one, dynamic context versus isolated searches. So SearchGPT maintains content across multiple interactions, allowing for more personalized responses, whereas Google treats each search as a separate query without remembering previous interaction. And the last one, real-time information versus indexed web pages. SearchGPT's aim to provide the latest information using real-time data from the web, whereas Google Vast Index is comprehensive but may include outdated or less relevant information. So now let's jump into the next topic, which is SearchGPT versus AI overviews. So SearchGPT and AI overviews both use AI, but they approach search and information delivery differently. It's also worth noting that both tools are still being developed, so their features and capabilities may evolve and even overlap as they grow. So here are the differences. The first one is source attribution. SearchGPT provides clear and direct citation linked to the original sources, making it easy for users to verify the information. Whereas AI overviews include links. The citation may not always be clear or directly associated with specific claims. The second one is transparency control. SearchGPT promises greater transparency by offering publishers control over how their content is used, including the option to opt out of AI training. AI overviews offer less transparency regarding the selection of content and the summarization process used. The next one is scope and depth. SearchGPT strives to deliver detailed and comprehensive answers pulling from a broad range of sources, including potential multimedia content. And in AI overviews offers a concise summary of key points, often with links for further exploration, but with a more limited scope. Now let's jump into the next part. SearchGPT versus ChatGPT. SearchGPT and ChatGPT, both developed by OpenAI, share some core features but serve different purposes. So here are some differences. The first one is primary purpose. SearchGPT designed for search, providing direct answer and sources from the web, whereas ChatGPT focused on conversational AI, generating text responses. The second one is information sources. SearchGPT relies on real-time information from the web, whereas ChatGPT knowledge based on this training data, which might not be current. The third one is response format. SearchGPT prioritizes concise answers with citation and source links. So whereas ChatGPT is more flexible, generating longer text, summarizes creative content, code, and etc. The next feature is use cases. SearchGPT idle for fact-finding, research, and tasks requiring up-to-date information, whereas ChatGPT is suitable for creative writing, brainstorming, drafting emails, and other open-ended tasks. So now question arises, when will SearchGPT be released? SearchGPT is currently in a limited prototype phase, meaning it's not yet widely available. OpenAI is testing with a select group to gather feedback and improve the tool. So if you are interested in trying SearchGPT, so you can join the waitlist on its webpage, but you will need a ChatGPT account. A full public release by the end of 2024 is unlikely, as OpenAI hasn't set a timeline. It's more probable that SearchGPT features will gradually added to the ChatGPT in 2024 or in 2025, with a potential standalone release later based on testing and the feedback. So with this, we have come to the end of this video. If you have any question or doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible.
We'll start with the ChatGPT to automate our Excel. And we have some Excel files. I will upload them in the link with the GitHub. So you can freely download them, and you can also try this project with those files. And here we are with the ChatGPT. So now we are on the ChatGPT website, and here you can see that there's a try ChatGPT option, and when we click it, we will be redirecting to the ChatGPT, the chat box. And before that, I will show you the home page. It's showing us the samples, what we can do with the ChatGPT, the methods, and there's the collect demonstration data and train a supervised policy, like how it's trained, how OpenAI has trained the ChatGPT and its limitations. They have mentioned all the things here, iterative deployment, and moving on. Now we'll log in to our ChatGPT. I will log in with my Google account. Tell us about you, and this is my name, and he's asking my phone number. So I will get this blurred so you guys won't be seeing my phone number, okay? He's asking for the code. I'm waiting for the code. After entering the OTP, you would be directed to this page, that is ChatGPT, and this is the feed box where you can write any query in the simple natural language, that would be English, and the ChatGPT would answer your questions. And if we talk about ChatGPT, a little bit information about ChatGPT, that it's an AI-powered chatbot that has been developed by OpenAI, and the chatbot understands natural language and responds in a human-like manner. It is based on GPT 3.5, which is a language model. And the chatbot was unveiled as a prototype on November 30, 2022. While announcing the chatbot, OpenAI wrote on its announcement page that we have trained a model called ChatGPT which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions, admit its mistake, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. So now we will talk about the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered chatbot that has been developed by the artificial intelligence, and it's been researched by the company OpenAI. And the chatbot understands natural language and responds in a human-like manner. It is based on GPT 3.5, which is a language model. The chatbot was unveiled as a prototype on November 30, 2022. While announcing the chatbot, OpenAI wrote on its announcement page that we have trained a model called ChatGPT, which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions,
admit its mistake, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. So this is ChatGPT, and it's been wowing all the developers around the globe. So now we'll start with automating Excel with the help of ChatGPT and with the help of Python language. So first, we will create a folder and see the Excel files with which we will use Python, and with the help of ChatGPT, we will automate them. So first we'll create a folder for our project, and we'll create in Python projects and name it as automate Excel using ChatGPT. And inside this, we will open the command prompt, and now we'll open any ideally, so that we'll write a request to ChatGPT and he'll answer us with the suitable code, and that code will copy paste into our IDE and run it. If it gives any error, we will copy paste the error same to the ChatGPT, and as I know, he answers them. So here we will open our IDE, and for that we are writing a command that is code space period, and that will open our IDE, that is Visual Studio Code. Now we have open our IDE, and first we'll create a file here. Or first we'll see our Excel files on which we will do the automation, and for that we'll get back to our folder, and here we have the number folder in which we have two files, that is CSV files, phone number and phone number 2, and other we have the sales folder, and in that we have the data of the sales of the year 2022. So we will use these files, sales and the number. So we'll cut them and get to a folder, and inside the number file, we'll start with sales. First we'll do the automation with the sales files. So we'll open the sales folder, and inside that we'll create a file that would be the py file, and the first automation we would be doing is concatenating all the files in a single Excel file. We have the files from January to December, that is the sales files. So we'll concatenate them and ask the ChatGPT to write the code to concatenate all these. So for that, we'll name the file as concatenate only. Nate underscore data dot py. So now we'll give the command to the ChatGPT. So here is our ChatGPT, and here we will write a command for it that would be I have 12 Excel files and I want to concatenate them, and we'll also mention the name named January. Spelling of January is this only, but we'll check with the file January, and then we have February, and moving on, so on we have till December. So we have all these 12 files, and now we will command him to use Python to concatenate the data inside the 12 Excel files into one file. So this is a command, and it's in the simplest natural language, that is the English language. So we'll just press enter. Okay, it shows us that an error occurred if the issue is. So for this thing, we'll just copy the OpenAI link and paste it here and open it. As the ChatGPT is seeing a huge traffic, sometimes it shows these errors. So he's verifying us whether we are a robot or not. So we will agree with the ChatGPT and answer its questions here. It's asking again. Okay, now we are clear with the ChatGPT, and we'll paste our command here and press enter. And here you can see that it has started answering our question that you can use the pandas library in Python to read in the data from each of the Excel files and use the concat function to combine the data from all the files into one data frame. Here's an example of how you would do this. Okay, he's going in a very right manner, and he has imported pandas and then created a data frame, and using the for loop he is going through all the months, reading the Excel file and appending. Okay, done. And result, he has concatenated, but he has not created the Excel file where we can see all the data, and he has also not printed it. So what we want, so first we'll see what does this code do. As I have seen, so it will concatenate, but it has not created the Excel file in which we can see all the data. So we have copied the code, we'll paste it here, save it and run it. And most important thing, you have to import the pandas library, and if you have not installed it, please install it in the command prompt with the command pip install pandas, or you can use it in the terminal. Okay, it has not found the january.xls. Okay, so JNUARY, the correct spelling. We'll see what error it expects. We'll save this and run once again. So we'll just copy the error and write it back to ChatGPT and see how does it respond. Okay, is seeing is indicating that the pandas library is unable to find the Excel file you are trying to read in. Based on the error message, look like the files are not located in the same directory as the Python script. Okay, we'll see that, but we have the Python script and the library in the same folder. Yeah, concatenate.py, and we'll check once again here. It's data.py. Yeah, they are in the same folder. Then why we have this error? Okay, though. So the error is we have opened our ideally in the automated Excel using ChatGPT folder, and currently we are in sales folder. So it is not recognizing the directory. So what we'll do, we'll copy all these files, copy these sales files and paste it here. Now we'll run the code that ChatGPT provided us. Okay, yeah, it has run successfully. It's put successfully. Okay, we'll try once again. We'll kill the terminal, save it, and run it again. Now we'll see. Yeah, it has executed successfully. But the thing is, it has not converted it into a single Excel file. For that, we'll write you forgot to create the concatenated file, as we also haven't mentioned in our command specifically. So we have to be specific with our commands also. Let's see. Yeah, after concatenating the data frame to export to a Excel file, we can just write this command. And index equal to false, yeah. Okay, and he's giving all the explanations, so you can just read them. You are correct. I apologize for the oversight. To create a new Excel file that contains the concatenated data, you can use the to underscore Excel method of the data frame. Here is an example of how you could do this. Okay, you create a new Excel file named concatenated underscore data.excel sx, the same directory as your Python script, and it will contain the concatenated data form from all of the original Excel file. You could also use the to underscore CSV method to save the data frame in CSV format. Yeah, we can do that also. Okay, we'll make the XLSX file, and just beneath it, okay, yeah, ठीक है. C part 2 okay. We don't need any path. We'll just do it here only. Here result dot to Excel data dot XLSX. So we'll save this and run it. And it's showing that it has executed successfully. And yeah, outside the sales folder, we'll close it. You can see that it has created the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx. So for that, we'll move here. Yeah, it has created it here. We'll open it. And first I will show you what these files contain. So every file have the entry of around 1000. Every file has 1000 entries. So the concatenated file should have around 12,000. So this is the concatenated underscore data. And if we go beneath, yeah, we can see 2000. And it's yeah, it says it has concatenated all the data. So yeah, ChatGPT responded, and we have to precise with the commands what we are writing in English, as it has not mentioned to convert it into Excel file. Now when we have written it again, it has done that. Now moving on, we will do the second automation, and for that we'll move back to our ideally, and the next automation we would be doing would be that we will be using the sum and the average function to all the files, that is from January to December files, and we'll use sum and average function. I will show you where we'll use. So it's concatenated data. So we'll open the August file, and here you can see the quantity in the H column. So we'll average down the quantity. So what is the average per customer? And in the J column, we have the total cost. So we'll add all the cost in all the files. This is the August file. From January to December, we will do in column H the average for the quantities, and column J will do the sum of the total amount per customer, and we'll get it printed at the last column. That would be, we have the 1000 entries. It's going till H1001, so we would get it printed on H1002, and the sum we would get it printed on J1002. Okay, so moving on, we'll close these files. We will get back to a ChatGPT and give him a command that I have 12 Excel files, and we'll tell him that we have named them January, then we have February, then we have till December, and now we want you to use Python to apply the sum formula, and the average formula. So the sum formula would be applied from J2 to J1001. Let's see. Okay, we have closed the file. Yeah, but I remember. Sum formula from J2 to J1001. Okay, and the average function. And now we want him to use the average formula from H2 to H1001. Okay, and that would be in all the Excel files. And we want him to write the results in the cells, and that would be J1002 and H1002 respectively. So we have to be precise with the commands, and we have an error here. That is done, and yeah, it's all done. Now I'll just give this command to ChatGPT and see how it answers. Use the pandas library in Python to read, okay, and perform the sum and average calculations. Good, and then write the results back to the same file. Here is an example of how you could do this. Yeah, we are writing in the same file. Okay, we are importing pandas PD and running a loop for all the months. We have read all the Excel files one by one, and we are taking the cell 111 and allocation, okay, and doing the sum and doing the mean of the H column. Yeah, it's good. Excel. Yeah, I think it would do a job. So we'll copy this and create a new file and name it as sum.py. And inside this, we will paste the code that our GPT has provided us, and we'll run this, and it has executed successfully. Okay, no. We got an error. That is at 5. Okay, okay. It has made the mistake. Okay, I got it. Okay, we'll just see what query I have 12 Excel files named January, February to December, and use Python to apply the sum formula from J2 to J1001 and the average formula from H2 to H1001 in all the files and write the results. Okay, done. We would be a little specific in the cells J1002 and okay. Yeah, we'll once again submit it if we didn't get. Okay, yeah, now he has used the OpenAI Excel library. That's good. Yeah, that would be working for us. Let's see what he will provide to us. Yeah. Sheet active and okay. Okay. Yeah. Think it can serve the purpose, but first we'll run it. So he is giving us the explanation for what he has written this code. That is, this code will apply the sum formula to the range J2 to J1001 and the average formula to the range H2 to H1001 in all the Excel files. The results will be written in J1002 and H1002 respectively. It is important to note that this code will overwrite the original file so that it's recommended to make a backup. Okay, we don't need that. And we have backup in the sales folder also. So you can also use the read underscore excel and to underscore excel function from panel element to read and okay. So we'll try this code. It is not return to import OS. And guys, you have to install all these libraries OpenPyXL. I have already installed them. You can search on the browser that OpenPyXL installation Python and it would be directed to pypi.com. That's the official website for the particular libraries, and there you can see the command that would be the pip install and the particular command for the module name. It is showing that it has run successfully, so we'll just see if it has done its job or not. And in the April file we have in the H column, that is the average of the H column, that was the items, and in the J column we have the total sum of the amount of the customers. Yeah, the query has run successfully. ChatGPT has provided us with the perfect code. Hats off to the ChatGPT. And moving on, now we'll do some other automations. And now what we can do, we have other files, that is phone number and phone number 2, and what it contains, it contains the phone numbers. So what we could do is we could add the +91 extension, that is the country code for India. We will ask ChatGPT to add the country code +91 to both the files. So I'll close these files, and first we'll copy them and paste in our root directory so we don't get any error, and we'll change the slide name. Instead of hyphen we will add the underscore. Okay, now we'll move back to ChatGPT and write a command, and these files are CSV files, not XLSX file. Yeah, these are CSV files. Both the files are CSV files. Other files are XLSX files. So for that, we'll write the command to ChatGPT that I have two files with .csv extension, and they are named phone underscore number, and the second was named phone underscore number underscore 2. Okay, so we have told the ChatGPT that we have two files, and now we'll tell him to use Python to add the country code, add the country code +91 as string prefix, and that would be adding as a string prefix, else it would only show 91, it won't show plus. So we'll see if ChatGPT understand that or not. As string prefix in both the CSV files with column name that was phone. Okay, now we'll just press enter and wait for our ChatGPT to answer this query, and we'll see how it responds. You can use the pandas library to read as well, okay, and the prefix to the phone numbers and the modified data back to is okay. Hey, then I could do this, okay. Phone number and phone number, okay, both the files. Now we are reading files and the phone directory. It's adding as type string, okay, it has understood that, and to CSV, and this code will hit in both the files. Yeah, I think this will work. We have copied the code. This code will read in both CSV files and the +91 string to the phone numbers and write the modified data back to the CSV files. It's important to note that this will overwrite the original file, so it's required to make a backup of the original files. Okay. You could also use the apply function to add the prefix to the phone number in the column. Okay. So, okay, yeah. We can do this also with the lambda function. And that's good. This will also do a job. First, we'll see this, and we will create a file for this automation and name it as countrycode.py. Okay, and we'll paste the code here and run it for you guys. It's showing that it has executed successfully. Yeah, it has executed successfully. So we'll just go back to our files and see whether they got +91 as a prefix or not. Okay, the numbers. Okay, the files got only 91 as the column. It's still in the number format. It hasn't converted into string format. We'll see the second code also. Like, yeah, it has converted x into string. Okay, lambda x. Okay, we'll see whether it's working or not. Like, it has worked. And the issue is we have changed the files permission denied. Okay, we have opened a file. We'll close it. Don't save. Save this and run it again. Now it shows it has executed successfully. We'll open the files, and now If we see, it is showing, yeah, now it has added 2 9 1s. Yeah. So no issues. The thing is, first we have to transform it into the string format, and then we can add +91 as a string to that string. So ChatGPT misses with the slightest implementation of the code. Now, moving on, we'll see this command later. If you want to see how we can add +91, I will tell you how to write that code. Okay. So now moving on, we will do another automation, and you would be glad to know that ChatGPT improves the existing code. Like in the first automation, it has concatenated, but it hasn't converted the concatenated file. Like it hasn't created that file. It had created the file when we have written to it that you forgot to create that file. So ChatGPT, it modulates the existing code also. And moving on, now in any, okay, well, open the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx, and inside this, okay, we have the product line. So what we'll do is we will change the name of the electronic accessories to electronic equipments, and home and lifestyle to lifestyle. Now we'll automate this process, and we can do this automation in all the files also from January to December. So we'll do that only. Okay. Now here we will command is, okay, now we'll command the ChatGPT that using Python iterate through all the Excel files in the directory. So we are asking him to iterate through all the Excel files in the directory, and we will ask him to replace what was electronic accessories. Electronic accessories. See the spelling. Electronic accessories. Okay. Yeah. Electronic accessories with electronic equipments. And we'll also ask him equipments. Is there any mistake? Okay, we'll do equipment only. And home and lifestyle we have chosen, yeah. And home and lifestyle, and we'll change it with only lifestyle. Okay, so using Python, we are iterating through all the Excel files and changing these. That would be in each Excel file. So we have to be specific with a written language. And now we'll save the modified workbook in, we'll create another folder, and in that we'll save the files. Okay, save the modified file in the output folder, and if the folder is not created, we'll ask him to create it. Okay. Then create one folder and add it in. Okay, I don't know why I'm saving this. So I have written the command. I will press enter so that ChatGPT can process it and give us the code for that. So it's showing us. Sorry, that was showing us. You can use the OS library to iterate through all the Excel files and directories, the pandas library to read in the files and make the changes, and the one to save the modified files. Okay, here's an example of how you could do this. Now here we have imported OS pandas as PD, and it has written the code. We'll copy that. This code will iterate through all the Excel files in the current directory, replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment, and home and lifestyle with lifestyle in the data frame, and then save the modified files in the output folder. If the if the output folder doesn't exist, the script will create it. You could also use replace function to replace the values in the column. Okay. This will iterate through all the cells in each row of the Excel sheet and replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle if the cell value is equal to the respective string. Okay, we have copied a code, and now we will create a file and name it as iterate.py. We'll paste the code here and run it for you guys. The code has been executed successfully. Now we'll see. We'll open all the files. Not all, but yeah, we'll open some. That was the previous one, electronic accessories. Okay, so it hasn't changed in this. Okay, we will open another file and see if we code the changes in that or not. That also states the electronic accessories, so it hasn't done its job. So we'll move back to GPT and use this code if it functions, else we'll write back to the chat GPT. Showing good. Okay. Just a second, I will need the code. Okay, we are using the replace and find in excellent. Okay, so for here we have to import the OS done load underscore book, and for that we'll import this. And run it. And close these files. Okay, now we'll see if we quote our solution or not. No, it's showing electronic accessories and home and lifestyle. So ChatGPT doesn't got the code to change them. So we'll ask him another time and with a different language this time. Also, I don't think it has created the output folder. It has, oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. What I have done is my mistake. Those were the original files. And we have the product line here. And we have electronic accessories here. And that should be equipments. Okay, we have electronic accessories and lifestyle. Let me see my command. Okay, I have asked him to change electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle. So it has changed only lifestyle. We'll see. Okay. Okay. Uh, the E here is small. We'll update that in the code. You can write this back to ChatGPT also. But yeah, first we'll do this. What are I showing? Node has executed successfully. Okay. In the output folder, we have the December accessories. That's it, the capital E. Okay, 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 okay. So this code is giving us error. We'll see the last code. We'll copy that and try to use this. And close the terminal and run it again. It has executed successfully. Now we'll see the file whether it has changes or not. It has not. Now we'll ask the ChatGPT. What have you done, brother? Using Python, iterate through all the Excel files in the directory and replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle. Okay, in each Excel file, save the modifies file in the output and if the okay. Okay, we'll ask the same thing once again to him. And with this electronic accessories, oh sorry, and save the modified file, the output folder, and get a folder it doesn't exist. Okay. Okay. This is the same code as the above one. Okay, we'll see once again. Still close these files. Has executed successfully. Now we'll open it. And now we can see that it has changed to electronic equipment. Yeah, now it has executed successfully. Maybe there would be an error with us while copying it, as we have also created the output folder, but we forgot to see in that folder. Maybe that could be the error from our side. Now we are done with the changing of the column names, the cell names. That was electronic accessories to electronic equipments and home and lifestyle to lifestyle. Now we'll do the next automation. For that, first we'll open an Excel file. This was in the output folder. We'll get back to our main directory and open the file July. And here we will filter the Excel file for gender. That is, we'll select gender as female and with the unique values in column city. And we'll extract the data from column A to Q. That would be the whole data. And for each unique city value, we'll create a new Excel file for each city, and that will contain data only for that city and for females only. And after that, we'll save this file in a folder named city. So we'll give this command to ChatGPT. And here you can also specify the module you want ChatGPT to use for the particular command. Here we will be commanding the ChatGPT to use the pandas module. And for that, we'll write the command, node command in the natural language. We'll give this command to the ChatGPT. And for that, we'll write using Python and pandas. Filter the, okay, we will just pick a single Excel file, or we can pick the concatenated file. That is concatenated underscore data. Filter the concatenated underscore data dot excel sx Excel file, and that would be for gender female and by the unique values in column city. We first will give the command by the unique values in the column city. And after that, we want to extract the data from column A to Q, that is the whole sheet. Extract the data from the column A to Q, and for each unique city value. For each unique city value. Now we will extract the data, and now we'll create a new Excel file. So for that also we'll give the command to ChatGPT, and we'll write create a new Excel file, and that would be for each city. Okay, so we'll write create a new Excel file for each city containing data only for that city and for females. Okay, and save this file in the city folder, and if it's not been there, ChatGPT can create the folder for that also. Okay, city folder, and naming the each file with the city name. Okay, naming each file after the corresponding city. Okay, now if the city folder, that is we have written the small city. Okay, if the city folder doesn't exist, then create it before saving the files. Okay, now we have given this command to the ChatGPT and it has responded us with, you can use the pandas library as we have already mentioned to use that to read in the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx file and filter the data for gender female, group the data by the unique values in the city column and extract the data from the specified columns for each group. And here is an example. So we have put the code. We'll wait till ChatGPT continues. And we can see that the ChatGPT has completed, and we will copy this code for setting open female data. Just see related gender equal to female city. We'll make the directory for city and for city group in female data root group by city. And you could also use the asn method to filter the data frame for female gender. Okay, first we'll see this, and for that we will create filter.py and run the code. It has been executed successfully. So now we'll see that the city folder has been created or not. I'm not able to see the city folder. Okay, it's been created. So we'll see. Okay, it's been created. And it's still empty. So we'll give time. Okay, and we got an error. Okay, we'll pass this error to ChatGPT first, and after that we'll see what's wrong with this. You are, so the error message you're saying is indicating that the column names specified in the list are not present in the data frame. It's likely that the actual column names in the data frame are different than the ones you specified in the list. Okay, you just see the list, that is concatenated data. Go back. and see that is A2. Okay, it's still R. Okay, we made a little mistake here. So we'll just change our command. Yeah, this is it. And instead of Q, now we'll write R and save and submit. Now we'll see what it would generate for us. We'll close this. Okay, this command will render the content fields in the Excel files. Filter the data for females. Group the data by the unique values in the city column. Great. And extract the data from the column A to R for each unique city name, and then create a new Excel file for each city containing data only for that city and for females. Files will be saved in the city folder, naming each file after the corresponding city. Okay, it's done. Now we'll copy this code and paste it here and see whether this code works for us or not. So it's been executed successfully. Now we have moved to the city. Okay, it's executing. So we'll give time to the code. Let it do it. So yeah, it's been executed successfully. Okay, so there were 3 cities. That was Mandalay, Naypyidaw, and Yangon. And if I show you the data, you could see there are 3 cities, and it has created the Excel files with the name of the cities only, the unique cities, and it has extracted the data for the gender female. Now we'll see those files. Close this. And back in the city folder, could see the Mandalay city, and the data is just for the females. So this automation works well with ChatGPT. Now moving on, we will do one more automation, and that would be to use Python to identify what is the count of each payment mode. So for that, I will just get you aware of the payment modes in our sheet, and we'll do this automation on the concatenated data sheet only. So this is the payment column, and you can see the mode of payments, that is e-wallet, cash, credit card, and these are repeating. So we'll use Python to identify what is the count of each payment mode from column N, sorry, and that is from this sheet only. And then we'll create a new sheet and name it as count.xlsx and write the count against each payment method. So we'll give this command to our ChatGPT and ask him to write the code for our automation. So we're writing use Python to identify what is the count of each payment method from column, and the column was n, from column n, and that was an concatenated underscore data dot XLSX sheet and create a new sheet named count.xlsx and write the count against each payment method. Okay. Now we have given this command to a ChatGPT and we'll see what it offers to us. You can use the pandas library to read. Okay, that's the same value counts function to get the count of each payment method. Okay, and you can use the toXL method to the data frame to write the count to a new sheet. Okay, that's good. And he has imported the pandas library and created the df variable in which he has read the concatenated file and used counts function for the payment method and column equal to payment method. Okay, the column name is payment, not payment method. I think it would generate an error for us. So Python of each one method from column n and we will specify column m n that is named payment as it has used payment method here. You can see that it has used the column name as payment method. So we will specify this. We have to be very specific with our commands for these automations. For simple tasks, you can use simple language, like complex sentences, or you have to mention every detail. But for these automations, you have to use them. Now our ChatGPT is working with this, and most probably he will deliver us with the perfect code. I hope so. Okay, it has read and the value count, and it has exported reset. You would also use the group by function to group the data by the payment method and use the size function to get the count of each payment method. Okay, we'll see this. And here we will create a file as count.py, and in this file we'll paste the code delivered us by the ChatGPT. We have executed it. It's being executed. We'll wait for that. It's being executed successfully. So we have moved back to our folder and we have to look for file count file. Yeah, count file. Okay, is this the no? It's the okay. Yeah, it's showing us the mode of payments, that is e-wallet, cash, credit card, and the number of usage. Yeah, 448,003. 12. Yeah, it's 12,000. That was the whole entry of the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx. So we have done with this automation, and now we'll do one last automation. And first we'll close all these files. Okay, and moving back to our ChatGPT, and now we'll rename all the 12 Excel files, that was January, February to December, and we'll add the word car sales just before the month name. That would, we will just add the prefix before the month name, and for that we'll give the command to the ChatGPT in the natural language, and here only we'll change it in the main directory only, as we have the copy of all these files. So for this, we'll write the command use Python to rename all the 12 Excel files named January, February until December. Okay, and that is present in my directory. And what we have to do is we have to add the word, we'll add car sales. Okay, car sales in front of each file name. Okay, so what it will do is car sales underscore January, car sales underscore February, and so on. So we'll wait for the ChatGPT. You can use the OS library to iterate through all the Excel files in a directory and then use the os.rename function, okay, to rename the files. Here's an example of how you could do this. Go to OS and we have the months. Okay. This code will iterate through all the Excel files in the current directory and add car sales in front of each file name. And those files would be those only, the months. And good. It's using the glow module. And you could also use the glow module. Okay, that's the second code. It's the easy one, okay? But we'll go with OS first. And get back to our ideally and name the file as rename.py. And here we'll paste the code and run it. It's been executed. We'll move back. Yeah, you could see that car sales have been added to all the files. And with that, we have done with our automations. And if you want, you can also submit your code to ChatGPT and ask it to add commands to your code so that it could explain you what that line does or what that function does. It would explain very tediously. And if you want, you can also try ChatGPT to automate many office tasks. You can automate PowerPoint for that and do many more tasks with ChatGPT.
Sora is here. OpenAI has introduced Sora, an advanced AI tool for creating videos now available at Sora.com. Earlier this year, Sora was launched to turn text into realistic videos, showcasing exciting progress in AI technology. Now, OpenAI has released Sora Turbo, a faster and more powerful version available to ChatGPT Plus and Pro users. Sora lets users create videos in 1080p quality up to 20 seconds long and in different formats like widescreen, vertical, or square. It includes tools like a storyboard for precise control and options to remix or create videos from scratch. There is also a community section with featured and recent videos to spark ideas. ChatGPT Plus users can make up to 50 videos per month at 480p resolution, while Pro users get access to more features like higher resolution and longer video duration. While Sora Turbo is much faster, OpenAI is still working to improve areas like handling complex action and making the technology more affordable. To ensure safe and ethical use, Sora includes features like visible watermarks, content moderation, and metadata to identify videos created with Sora. Sora makes it easier for people to create and share stories through video. OpenAI is excited to see how users will explore new creative possibilities with the powerful tool. So welcome to the demo part of the Sora. So this is the landing page when you will log in Sora. So let me tell you, I have the ChatGPT Plus version, not the Pro version. So I have some 721 credits left. Okay, later on I will tell you what are the credits. Okay, so let's explore something here. So these are some recent videos which I have created or tested, you can say, and this featured version is all the users of Sora which are creating videos. So it's coming under featured, so we can learn or we can generate some new ideas like this. Okay, like this parrot and all. Like this is very cool for learning, and these are some of the saved version, and these are all videos and uploads like this. So let's come into the credit parts. Okay, so you can see I have 721 credit left. So if you will go this help openai.com page, and this page you can see what are the credits. So credits are used to generate videos with Sora. Okay, so if you will create 480p square 5-second video, it will take only 20 credits. Okay, for 10 it will take 40, then this. Okay, for 480p this much credit, 25 credit, 50 credit, like this. 720 is different, 1080p different. Okay, so here it is written, please note that requesting multiple variation at once will be charged at the same rate as running two separate generation requests. Okay, so here this plus icon you can see. So here you can upload the image or video. Okay, so you can also do like this, you can upload the image and you can create that video from that image. Okay, and this is choose from library, your personal library, this library, right? And this option is for the variation. Okay, like these are basically presets like balloon world, stop motion, archive world, film noir, or cardboard and the paper. Okay, so this is the resolution. Okay, 480p, this is the fastest in video generation. Okay, 720p will take like 4x slower, and 1080p 8x slower. I guess 1080p is only available in ChatGPT's Pro version. Got it? Okay, so we are just doing. I'm just showing you demo, so I will choose this fastest version only. Okay, so this is the time duration, how long you want, like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 and 20 seconds is available in Pro version. Okay, of ChatGPT, and this is how much versions you want to take. I will select only 2. Okay, because it will again charge more credits to you. Okay, and these credits are monthly basis, I guess. Okay, these credits are monthly basis. Okay, see again, recut, remix, blend, loop to create content. This will take again more credits. Okay, see here, ChatGPT Plus, up to 50 priority videos, 1000 credits. Okay, per month, I guess. Yeah, per month. Up to 720p resolution and the 5-second duration. And ChatGPT Pro, up to 500 priority videos, 10,000 credits. Unlimited relax videos, up to 1080p resolution, 20-second duration. Download without watermark. Here you can download with watermark, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. About everything, okay, ChatGPT. But ChatGPT Pro is $200 per month. So, yeah, it's expensive, right? So yes, let's do something creative. So okay, I will write here. Okay, polar bear enjoying on the Sahara desert. Okay, Sahara desert. Yeah. Okay, you can do a storyboard as well, or you can create directly videos. Okay, so let me show you the storyboard first. Yeah, so frame by frame you can give different what to say, prompt. Okay, here you can give different prompt. Okay, polar bear with family. Okay, playing with sand, like this. Okay, and later on it will create a whole the video. Okay, third, you can describe again, you can add image like this. Okay, this is a story created by the ChatGPT. Okay, let's create. Okay, add it to the queue. Okay, it's very fast actually. Almost done. Yeah, see, with family, you can see playing with the sand. Okay, so these are the two variation. Okay, you can choose either this or either that one or either that one. Okay, I'm feeling this much as, yeah. So here you can again edit your story, recut, you can trim or extend this video in a new storyboard. Okay, so basically record features allow you to creators to pinpoint and isolate the most impactful frame in a video, extending them in either direction to build out of like complete scene. Okay, if we choose recut, okay, this thing, fine. Then remix. What remix do is like the remix features allows user to reimagine existing videos by altering their components without losing that essence of the originality, you can say. Okay, you want to add or remove certain things. Okay, what if I want to remove that this polar bear or like this. Okay, or you can say we can change colors, or we can some tweak visual elements. And this blend, so this blend feature allows you to combine with different video. If I want to upload some videos, it will blend both the video, this video particular with that video which I will upload. Okay, right. And the last loop, by the name, loop features feature make it easy to create seamless repetition of the video. Okay, this is one option is ideal for background visuals, music videos like this. Okay, so this is how you can create video in 2 minutes, I can say, just by giving prompt. Okay, this one is favorite, you can save it for the favorite, and this you can sharing options are there, copy link or this unpublished, and you can download. See, I told you without watermark is available in only pro version. So I have this with watermark, you can download. See, download a video in just a click, or you can download as a GIF as well, right? And add to a folder. Okay, fine, this is the notification activity on, right? So let's create one. Okay, monkey with family driving car on the space. Yeah, so okay, I will choose this time 16:9. Let it takes more credit of mine, it's okay. Yeah, add it to the queue. If you'll go to favorites, it will come this one because I chose it. Okay, and if you will ask how this Sora is working, so it's like text to image generative AI models such as like DALE 3, Stable Diffusion, and Midjourney. So Sora is a diffusion model. That means that it starts with each frame of the video consisting of the static noise. See, oh, it's cartoonish, but yeah. See, if you want Lamborghini, you can add that I want Lamborghini or Tesla, whatever. So this is how you can generate videos with Sora, in a quick 2 minutes.
OpenAI just dropped something huge. It's called Codex. If you're writing code or just love tech, this is about to blow your mind. This AI is not just smart, it rewrites how we write code like for real. But here's the thing, is all this hype actually worth it? That's what we are diving into today. We'll break down what Codex is, how it works, the cool features that make it special, how safe and reliable it really is, and how it stacks up against other AI coding tools out there. So if you're curious whether Codex is a game changer or just a fancy buzz, stick with me and let's get into it. Alright, so what exactly is Codex? Imagine having a supercharged AI developer in the cloud. It's like a team of experts who can juggle writing new features, fixing bugs, answering questions about your code, all at the same time. Codex runs in these safe, isolated sandboxes, loaded with your exact code base. So it's working with your code just like a real teammate would. But what powers Codex? A special AI model called Codex 1, trained on tons of real coding projects to produce code that looks just like a human wrote it. It follows instructions carefully, keeps testing until everything works perfectly, and even adapts to your coding style. Oh, and there's a cool fact. In OpenAI's own coding benchmark test called SWE Bench, Codex nailed up to 85% accuracy solving real world coding problems. That's a massive jump over other AI models. So it's not just a good looking code, it's a trustworthy code. Now you might be wondering, how do I actually use Codex? Now, if you have got ChatGPT Pro, Team, or Enterprise, Codex is right there in the sidebar. You just type what you want, maybe write me a login feature or fix this bug in the payment system and hit the code button easy. Want to ask questions about your code? Hit ask and get answers right away. Each task Codex handles run in its own secure cloud workspace. It reads your file, edits them, runs tests, linters, and checks type, basically everything a human dev does. Tasks take anywhere from a minute to half an hour depending on how tricky they are, and you can watch the whole process live. When it's done, Codex commits the changes and gives you all the receipt, terminal logs, and the results, citations, and so you can easily see what it did. You can review the work, ask for changes, create GitHub pull requests, or merge directly. You can even set up a Codex environment to match your real development setup for smoother results. Want Codex to work even better? Just add agents.md file to your repository, like kind of a guidebook telling Codex how your project works, what commands to run for testing, and your coding standards. Think of it like onboarding a new developer, giving clear instructions, and Codex becomes smarter and more helpful. But even without that, Codex is already rocking in OpenAI's internal test. Talking about is Codex safe or not? Look, handing over code to AI can feel scary, right? But OpenAI built Codex with safety first. It runs in locked down cloud containers with zero internet access, so it can't browse random sites or grab sketchy stuff. And Codex shows you everything it does. Log, test results, even when things go wrong, you can always stay in control. No surprise, just transparency. Now, who's already using Codex? This isn't just theory. OpenAI engineers live with Codex. They offload boring stuff like renaming, refactoring, writing tests, and fixing bugs, so they can focus on the cool, creative part. Cisco uses it to speed up features and untangle huge code bases. Superhuman speeds up testing and test product managers do small code tweaks without bugging engineers. Codex helps team work smarter and faster, cutting down distractions and keeping projects moving. Let's talk about the updates to Codex CLI and development experience. If you love working with the terminal, OpenAI launched Codex CLI, a lightweight open source assistant that brings Codex powers to your local workflow. They also made a smaller, faster version called Codex Mini for quick QA and editing. Perfect when you want instant help. Signing is in a breeze now. Just use your ChatGPT account, pick up your API organization, and boom, you're all set. Plus and Pro users even get free credits to start. Right now, Codex is rolling out globally to ChatGPT Pro, Team, and Enterprise users. Plus and education users, you are next in line. For API users, Codex Mini costs around 1.50 per million input tokens and $6 per million output tokens, with discounts if you reuse prompts a lot. Heads up, Codex is still in early days. It can't yet process images or change course mid-task, and remote task delegation takes longer than quick edits, but it's evolving fast and will soon handle more complex work. What's next? The future. OpenAI vision. Developers own the work they love and delegate the rest to AI agents, boosting productivity like never before. Soon you'll chat with Codex mid-task, guide it, get progress updates, and assign jobs from your IDE, GitHub, or issue tracker. Imagine a smooth, unified workflow where AI is your teammate across all your tools. Now, how does Codex stacks up against other AI coding assistants? GitHub Copilot is amazing for real-time code suggestions while you type, like a buddy sitting next to you. Codex works more like a remote teammate that handles entire coding tasks asynchronously, writing features, fixing bugs, running tests, and submitting pull requests, freeing you up for bigger picture stuff. And GPT-4, it's great at code snippets and explanation, but Codex is trained specifically for software engineering, producing cleaner, more reliable code tailored to real projects. Together, these tools form an unstoppable AI coding dream team. But Codex's ability to multitask safely and transparently is pushing the limits of what AI coding can do. So, whether you're a solo developer or a part at a team, Codex is here to change the way you build software. It's available now for ChatGPT Pro, Team, and Enterprise, with Plus and Education coming soon. Try it out, play with different tasks, and see how it speeds up with your workflow, cuts headaches, and makes coding way more fun. Now, if you like this deep dive, smash that like button, subscribe for more tech news, and drop your thoughts or questions about Codex below.
In this video, we will walk you through how to set up and use OpenAI's powerful language model using Python. Whether you are a beginner or just looking to refresh your skills, you'll learn how to get your API key, configure your environment, write your first script, and interact with models like GPT-4o Mini, GPT-4o. So guys, if you want to learn more about it, watch this video till the end. So guys, let us start with first understanding what exactly is LLM. LLM stands for Large Language Model, which is a type of artificial intelligence trained on vast amount of text data to understand and generate human-like language. These models, such as OpenAI's GPT or Meta's Llama, use deep learning techniques to analyze context, predict the next word in a sentence, and also provide intelligent responses to text inputs. Unlike traditional rule-based systems, LLM learns patterns, grammar, facts, and even reasoning skills from the data they trained on. In simple terms, LLM can read and write text almost like humans, making them incredibly powerful tools for building intelligent applications. Now, let us move ahead and try to understand some of the real-world applications of LLM. So, the first one are chatbots and virtual assistants. Apps use LLMs to power smart conversation with users, whether it's customer support, booking assistance, or mental health guidance. LLM help deliver human-like, helpful interactions. The next one we have all over here is content generation. From blog intros to product descriptions, LLM can generate content at scale, making them valuable for marketing apps and writing tools. Next, we have summarizations and insights. Apps like news aggregator or legal tools use LLMs to summarize long documents into digestible insights. Next one, we have code generation. Developers focus to use LLMs to auto-generate code snippets, help debug errors, or explain programming concepts. And finally, we have language translation and correction. Language apps leverage LLMs to provide real-time translation, grammar correction, and learning suggestions. Overall, LLMs enable apps to understand and respond to user inputs with remarkable fluency, making them central to next-gen user experiences. Now, let us discuss about some of tools and framework from where LLMs can be made. So guys, depending on your preferred programming language and project type, here are some of the key tools. If I talk about Python guys, it is widely used for quick prototyping with LLMs. Libraries like LangChain, Transformers, and OpenAI make it easy to connect with LLM APIs. If we talk about Node.js guys, it is ideal for web-based apps and backend services. We can use packages like OpenAI, Axios, or LangChain. Now, let us discuss something about LangChain. So, LangChain is actually a popular framework which simplifies working with LLMs. It handles prompt templates, chaining multiple steps, memory management, and even data retrieval. And you could easily integrate with the front-end frameworks like React, Vue, or Flutter for building the user interface that interacts with LLM via APIs. So guys, now let us set up our environment. But before that, you need to make sure that you have Python installed on the system. So I'm basically using Windows operating system and I'm at command prompt. So I will just type Python V, check the version of Python. So guys, as you can see, I have already installed Python in my system. But if you don't have Python on your system, then you need to install it. You can watch our Simplilearn's video where we have installed Python on Windows operating system. Now, after that, what you need to do is, guys, you need to run this bash script. Now guys, let us create our virtual environment. So for creating our virtual environment, you can type python /m vnv llm env. This is the name of our virtual machine. Just right click on this. Okay. Now let us activate our virtual machine. Now after that, what you need to type is llm env, the name of your virtual environment, /script /activate. Now this will enable your virtual machine, which is llm env. Now after this, what we have to do is we have to download one of the important libraries. So let us download it. So guys, I'll tell you one of the most secure way. So you'll be using API keys of ChatGPT all over here. So I'm not using .env, but still I would suggest for security reason to always create a .env file. So for the same purpose, what we are going to do, I'm going to install OpenAI python.env. So this package will help you manage your API's key very smoothly. Just right click on this and it is going to install the .env package. Now after that, let us set our API key. So guys, go all over here. So create a new secret key. Let us give it as name as LM test. So you have to go on platform.openai/API/keys. So this is the link where you will create your secret key. Now you create your secret key all over here. Copy this, okay, and just add in your .env file in your project structure. So guys, after copying that, what you need to do is you need to set your API key. So there are two ways to do it. One is very simple way, which I would not suggest it. Like just create a variable and paste your secret key. The next is using .env. So by creating a .env file and setting your variables and then pasting your given API key. That is one of the good things. Now let us go all over here. Just copy this. Now guys, after creating this variable, just paste your given API key. Right click on this and our API key is set. Now guys, what you need to do is open a notepad and this is just for simple demonstration. You just type this code. Now let us discuss about this code for a minute to understand what is going on all over here. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have imported OpenAI and I have also imported operating system. Okay, so this OS module OpenAI repeat. So guys, this OpenAI Python library, you can use it with the OpenAI's API. Then we are also importing OS module to interact with the environment variables on our system. Now finally, what we are doing is OpenAPI.API key equals to os.getEnv and OpenAPI key. So this line gets your OpenAPI key from an environment variable called OpenAPI key. Okay, and it also sets it to the library who knows how to authenticate your request. You need to have this key set up in your system environment variables before running the code. Now next, we have response equals to openai.chat.completions.create, and here I have added my model. So if you are not having paid account, then it will be a bit troublesome for you because there are different kind of models and like 4.0 basically comes at a charged prices. So get your plan upgraded and your billing plans. So because based on that, the number of tokens are there. In that way, your API call is going to happen. Now,
here you could see I have written the messages as role, system, content, you are helpful assistant, role, user, content, hello, can you assist me using GPT-4 mini model. So basically what we are doing all over here is I'm calling the OpenAI chat completion API to create a method. First of all, I specified my model, which is basically optimized for faster responses for mini. And then there is a message parameter which simulates a chat conversation. The system message sets the assistant's behavior, like you are a helpful assistant. And there is a user message, which is asking the model, hello, can you assist me using the GPT-4 mini model? So basically this prints out the content of the first response message generated by model, and the API returns a list of choices, usually just one, and you can access the message text from the first choice. Now, this script basically sends a chat message to the OpenAI GPT-4 mini model and prints the model's reply. It uses your API key stored in the environment to authenticate and perform the request. So this is how basically this is happening. I hope so guys you would have got a brief idea regarding this code. Okay. Now, after this, you need to go to your designated folder. Okay. So I have saved my given file in C users SLP13089. Now going to documents. Okay. So inside this, I have this folder called app.py. Now I'm going to run the given file. Now just right click on this and let's see what happens. You can see we are getting some error. Okay, you can see the message here is code is 429 and my quota is exceeded. Okay, I need to upgrade my plan, and this is generally going to happen if you have not upgraded your plan because the number of API calls are already set. But this is something very much feasible. Now let me tell you what will be the output of this program. So you could see all over here that in the user, it's asking the content as hello, can you assist me using GPT-4 mini model? Now, the answer would be yes, I can definitely assist you using the GPT-4 mini model. How can I help you today? So that is a kind of a simulated reply that we are going to see in our given output. And this is a very simple way of integrating LLM model. So in this way, you are going to get the output. Okay. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea how you could integrate LLM models into your given project. So that is one of the way. Now let us move ahead and discuss about some of the more key concepts all over here. Now let us discuss about designing effective prompts. Crafting a strong prompt is key to unlocking accurate, relevant, and context-aware responses from large language models. And here are some essential guidelines to help you write better prompts. First of all, be clear and specific. Vague instructions often lead to generic or confusing answers. So instead of asking explain AI, a clearer version would be explain artificial intelligence in simpler terms for a high school student. This not only narrows down the scope but also defines the complexity level and target audience, helping the model tailor its response accordingly. Next one we have define the role or tone. LLMs can adopt different styles or personas based on your prompt. For instance, saying you are a career coach, give advice to a fresher looking to enter data science will lead to more structured and empathetic guidance. You can also adjust tone, formal, casual, humorous, or technical tone based on your app's use case. Next one we have is called providing context. If your prompt depends on previous information or has multiple parts, provide that background clearly. For example, given this resume summary and job description, write a tailored cover letter in 100 words. This example helps the model understand relationship between inputs and generate more relevant output. So guys, keep this in mind while you are designing an effective prompt. Now let us discuss some of the effective prompting techniques. First one we have is zero-shot prompting. Now here you give only one instruction with no examples. Like for example here you will say translate the sentence to French. How are you? Okay. this is great for simple or well-known tasks. So that is called zero-shot prompting. Now, let me tell you one more prompting technique which is called as few-shot prompting. Now, here you have to provide 1 to 3 examples to set the format or tone. Like for example, English hello to Spanish hola, then good night to buenas noches. Right? Basically, you say hello and then in Spanish you add hola. So this helps guide the model and also it improves the consistency. Now, the final one that we are going to discuss, that is called chain of thoughts. Now, prompt the model to think step by step. So this is all about chain of thought. For example, if you say like if a train leaves at 3 p.m. and travels for 2 hours, what time will it arrive? So let's think step by step. This is ideal for reasoning, heavy tasks like math, logic puzzles, or multi-step questions. So guys, mastering these techniques will make your LLM-based app more intelligent, reliable, and it will be tailored to user needs. Now let us discuss about future scope and advanced topics. So as you grow more confident with building LLMs, there are several advanced techniques and future-ready capabilities you can explore to build smarter, more specialized applications. These methods help overcome limitations of generic LLMs, making them more accurate, efficient, and customized for your specific needs. Now, let us discuss about these parameters because these are the future scope which could help you improve your LLM. The first one we'll talk about fine-tuning versus prompt tuning. So fine-tuning basically involves retraining base model on your own dataset. This is useful when you want the model to understand industry-specific language or behave in a certain way consistently. However, it's resource-intensive and usually requires large datasets and GPU support. If I talk about prompt tuning, guys, on the other hand, it's kind of lightweight. It focuses on crafting or learning optimal prompts, often called soft prompts, without changing the underlying model. It's faster, cheaper, and works well for specific tasks like classification, summarization, or form filling. Use fine-tuning when you need deep domain adaptation. Use prompt tuning for faster task-specific improvements. Now, next thing what you could include is RAG. So, if I talk about RAG, so RAG stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. This basically combines the power of LM with a knowledge retrieval. So instead just relying solely on the model's internal knowledge, RAG, what it does, it pulls the real-time external data like PDF, websites, or databases, okay, to provide grounded and up-to-date answer. For example, let's say if you are saying to ChatGPT, like summarize the latest policy from this PDF. Okay, so if you give a government-generated PDF and you want to know what is the latest policy with certain regards, so the retriever fetches the relevant text and the LLM is going to summarize that. So this is how RAG actually is very useful, and this is one of the future scopes of LLM. The third thing, how to improve it, is by connecting to the external data. One of the most exciting advancements in LLM app development is the ability to connect the model to external data sources. So by most default, LLMs like GPT-4 generate responses based on static pre-trained knowledge. But real-world applications often need to access up-to-date, domain-specific or user-generated data, which is where this integration becomes essential. So instead of relying only on what the LLM knows, you can dynamically feed it information from various data systems, making your app smarter, more relevant, and context-aware. Examples of external data sources can be, you could connect to databases like SQL or MongoDB, retrieve customer records, inventory data, transaction histories, etc. and let the LLM analyze or summarize them. The next one is cloud storage. So you could use Google Drive, Dropbox, AWS S3. Read documents, PDF or spreadsheet and answer questions about their contents. Third one, if we talk about, is knowledge bases. Notion, Confluence, SharePoint are those things. Pull the internal wiki pages or team documentation into the LLM for better organizational support. Third one will be APIs and web scraping. Bring in live weather data, stock prices, policy updates, or even product listings from e-commerce sites. Then you have search indexes like RAG. It uses tools like Llama Index, LangChain, or Haystack to retrieve and inject relevant information into the prompt before LLM generates a response. Now guys, why does it matter? Because these are the future scope or where our LLM advancement is heading up to. And these capability will turn your app into live knowledge connected assistant, capable of answering user queries with real-time accuracy and deep customization. And this becomes very much useful in scenarios like customer support bots, enterprise dashboards, research tools, or intelligent CRMs. So guys, by building LLM powered application, it's just not a trend. It's a transformative shift in how we design intelligent user-centric software. From setting up a basic prompt response interface to mastering prompt engineering and exploring advanced techniques like RAG, external data integration, you now can understand how LLMs can unlock powerful capabilities in your application. So guys, whether you are creating a chatbot, research tool, or an internal assistant, you are no longer just encoding. You are designing intelligent conversation. Keep exploring and keep fine-tuning. And let the power of language model elevate your ideas into smart and dynamic experience.
Imagine you are managing a global supply chain company, and where you have to handle orders, shipments, and demand forecasting. But unexpected issues arises where sudden shortages like transport delays and the changes in demand. So instead of relying on manual adjustments, what if an AI agent could handle everything automatically? This AI wouldn't just suggest actions, it would decide, execute, and continuously improve its strategies. That's the power of agentic AI. With that said, guys, I welcome you all on our today's tutorial on what is agentic AI. Now, let us start with understanding first the first wave of artificial intelligence, which was predictive analytics, or we could say data analytics and forecasting. What exactly happened? Predictive AI focused more on analyzing the historical data, identifying the patterns, and making forecasts about the future events. And these models do not generate any new content, but instead it was predicting outcomes based on the statistical models and machine learning. Now, technically how it used to work? So basically what we had, we used to take, suppose this is the ML model, okay? So this is taking a structured data, which could be suppose any past user activity, or it could be a transaction record, or any sensor reading. For example, you can consider, say, Netflix users' watch history, okay? It could be any movie genre, watch time, and the user rating. So now, after this, what we were basically doing is, we were doing the feature engineering or pre-processing, okay? Now, in the feature engineering process, we were extracting key features like user watch time trends, preferred genres, and watch frequency. And we could also apply scaling, normalization, and encoding techniques to basically make data more usable for the ML model. Then we were using the ML models. Suppose it could be a time series forecasting models like ARIMA, LSTM, and all those given algorithms, which was basically predicting the future movie preferences based on the historical data. And in the output, guys, Netflix AI recommends new shows or movie based on the similar user patterns. So this is how exactly the Netflix model was working, incorporating the machine learning model. So this was exactly the first wave of AI. Now, let us discuss about the second wave of AI. Now, if I discuss about the second wave, which was basically content creation and use of conversational AI. So, LLM models like ChatGPT became very much popular during the second wave of artificial intelligence. So what exactly was happening? Like generative AI was taking input data and it was producing new content such as text, images, videos, or even code. And these models learn from patterns in large data sets and it was generating human-like outputs. Now, let us understand how exactly this technology was working. So basically, first there was a data input, okay? So basically any prompt from the user. So suppose in the GPT, okay? So I'll just open GPT all over here and say we are, suppose we are giving any new prompt, say such as write an article on AI, okay? So this was our given prompt. And after this, what exactly was happening was tokenization and pre-processing. So the input text, suppose which I have written all over here, write an article on AI. So this text was basically split into smaller parts. For example, like you could consider certain thing like this. So here you have write as one, and as next, and similarly you could carry on, for the other words. Then what exactly used to happen, that these words were converted into word embeddings, means the numerical vectors representing words like in a higher dimensional space. And then we used to perform neural network processing. So here the LLM processes input such as attention mechanisms, okay, or using these models like GPT-4, BERT, and Llama. And with the help of self-attention layers, they were understanding the context and they were predicting the next word. Okay. Now, as a result, you are getting output certain thing like this. So, which was basically a generative AI phase. So this was, guys, our second evolution of AI. Now, if I talk about our third wave, so it is basically agentic AI or autonomous AI agent. Now, what is this, guys? So the agentic AI actually goes beyond text generation. So it integrates decision making, action execution, and autonomous learning. These AI systems don't just respond to prompts, but they also independently plan, execute, and optimize the processes. So you could understand something like this. So here the first step was the user input or receiving any goal. So user provides any high level instruction. For example, it could be like, say, optimize warehouse shipments for maximum efficiency. It could something be like that. And unlike generative AI, which would generate text, agentic AI executes real world actions. After this, suppose the prompt that we have given, like optimize warehouse shipments for maximum efficiency, then the next step would have been querying the databases. The AI would pull the real-time data from multiple sources. So it could be traditional database like SQL or NoSQL, where we are fetching inventory levels or shipment history. Then it could be a vector database from where it is receiving some unstructured data like past customer complaints and all those things. Then with the help of external APIs, it is connecting to like forecasting services or fuel price APIs or supplier ERP systems. And these things are like present with this respect. Then the third step was the LLM decision making. Now, after querying the database, the AI agent processes data through the LLM based reasoning engine. Example like decision rules applied, like suppose if inventory is low, then it could automate supplier restocking orders. Like if shipment cost is increasing, then it is rerouting shipments through cheaper vendors. And suppose also if weather condition impacts the route, then it is adjusting the delivery schedules. Now you can understand how agentic AI is behaving all over here in the decision-making process. Now, next step would be action execution via APIs. So AI is executing tasks without human intervention. It is triggering an API call to reorder a stock from a supplier or update the warehouse robot workflows to prioritize fast-moving products, or even send emails and notifications to logistic partners and about the changes, what is going to be happen. And after this, finally, it is continuously learning, which is a data flywheel all over here. Okay, the AI is monitoring the effectiveness of its action, like it was restocking efficient or did routing shipments, reduce the cost and all. So it is monitoring the effectiveness of the action it has taken. And the data flywheel is continuously improving the future decisions. So basically, it is using reinforcement learning and fine-tuning to optimize its logic. Okay. Now let's have a just quick recap about the comparison of all these three waves of AI. So basically, predictive AI's main focus was on forecasting the trends. Okay. While generative AI was creating the content, and agentic AI on the other hand, which is at the final step right now, is making decision and taking action. So you could see how the evolution happened of AI in all these stages. And if you understand about the learning approach, then predictive AI was basically analyzing the historical data, while generative AI was learning from the patterns, like using text, image generation. Okay, but agentic AI is basically using the reinforcement learning or the self-learning to improve its learning approach. Now, if we just look at the user involvement in predictive AI, so human is asking for the forecast and all. Here, human is giving the prompts, but
in the agentic AI, the prompts or the intervention of human input has become very much minimal. If you could understand the technology, like basically predictive AI was using machine learning, time series analytics, so these kind of algorithms they were using. Generative AI was using transformers like GPT, Llama, BERT, and all those things. Now, agentic AI is doing what, guys? It is using LLM plus APIs plus autonomous execution. So we have discussed how this workflow is, in a short way, how it is working. And moving ahead, we are also going to discuss through an example how exactly all these steps like agentic AI is working. So based on the example, you could understand like predictive AI, Netflix recommendation model which they have on their system. And similarly, if we talk about generative AI, then you could understand about ChatGPT, writing articles and all those things. And agentic AI, we could imagine like how AI, if incorporated in supply chains, how things are working out. So guys, I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding the three waves of AI. Now let us move ahead and bit understand about what is the exact difference between generative AI and agentic AI. Now guys, let us understand the difference between generative AI and agentic AI. So let us first deep dive into what exactly is a generative AI. Okay. So as you can see all over here that generative AI models generally are taking input query, okay, and they are processing it using LLM or large language model and basically returning a static response without taking any further action. So in this case, for example, a chatbot like ChatGPT, it is taking the input from the user. So as I've shown you earlier that suppose I've given an input like write a blog post on AI in healthcare. So when I have written this given user input or given the query, so when it goes to the large language model, this model is actually tokenizing all these input query, and it is retrieving the relevant knowledge from its training data, and it generates text based on the patterns. Now we give the prompt, then LLM processes it, okay, and then we are getting the given output. So now this is basically how generative AI is working. So you could see all over here we have GPT model, we have DALL-E, we have Codex. So these are some of the amazing generative AI models. Okay. Now let us discuss a bit about DALL-E, which is actually a realistic image generation Gen AI. So like DALL-E is described as the realistic image generation model by the OpenAI, and this actually is a part of generative AI category alongside with GPT, which is basically for human-like language creation purposes. This model was created, and you could have also Codex for like it could be used for advanced code generation purposes. So let us discuss a bit about DALL-E. So DALL-E is like a deep learning model basically, which is designed to generate realistic images from the text prompt, and it can create highly detailed and creative visuals based on descriptions provided by the users. So some of the aspects of DALL-E, like you could have all over here, like text to image generation, where users can input text prompts and DALL-E can generate unique images based on those description. The images generated by DALL-E are highly realistic and creative. Okay, and it can generate photorealistic images, artistic illustration, and even surreal or imaginative visuals. We will also have customization and variability, where it is allowing variation of an image edits based on text instruction and multiple styles. So this is also part of a generative AI model, and this tool is actually playing a very amazing role. So I will show you one example like how generative AI is actually working in the image generation purposes. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have opened this generative AI tool called DALL-E. Let us give a prompt to DALL-E and let's see how the image is generated. So let's say we want a futuristic city at sunset filled with neon skyscraper. Say have flying cars and holographic billboards. Streets are bustling with humanoid robots, and we can have people wearing let's just say high-tech, let's include some technology.
Okay, now let us see how DALL-E is trying to create an image. So this is how actually generative AI is working. So let us wait for a few seconds as the output comes up. Now you can see all over here that this image which is generated, basically this is generated by AI, and you could see based on our prompt, it has given like the kind of the input we gave, and we got the output based on this. Now, so this is one of the amazing Gen AI tool. We could explore this, guys. Okay. Now, guys, let us discuss about agentic AI, or autonomous decision making and action execution. So you can see this diagram all over here. So agentic AI, like unlike the generative AI, it is not generating responses, but it is also executing a task autonomously based on the given query. For example, like if we take AI in managing a warehouse inventory. Okay. Suppose we want to optimize the warehouse shipment for the next quarter. So here what is going to happen? So first the agent is going to receive its goal all over here. Okay. And this AI agent is going to query the external data sources. So it could for example, it could be your inventory databases or logistics API, and then it retrieves real-time inventory levels and it demands the given forecast. Okay, now at here it is going to make the autonomous discussions, and the kind of output we are going to get will be kept in observation by this agent. Okay, so basically it is going to analyze the current warehouse stock, predict demand for the next quarter, check the supplier's availability, and automate the restocking if inventory is below the given threshold. So for example, you could imagine suppose based on the output what we are going to get all over here. So based on this output we could get certain thing like this, like say current inventory level, like say 75% capacity. Okay, then it could have also other thing like say demand forecasts, say 30% increase in expected in quarter 2, and also it is going to go say reordering initiated. So this is the output what we are going to get based on the supply chain management example what we are trying to get. So as we have seen in generative AI, user is giving the input, okay, prompt, then it is using LLM model to generate the given output. But agentic AI is doing what, guys? It is going to take action beyond just generating a text. So in this scenario, it is querying the inventory databases, it is automating the purchase order, it is going to select the optimal shipping providers, which could be suitable for the given company. It is going to continuously refine the strategies based on the real-time feedback. So guys, let's recap once more. So if we talk about the function base, then Gen AI is more concerned with producing a written content or a visual content, okay? And even it can code from the pre-existing input. But if we talk about agentic AI, guys, it is actually, it's all about decision making, taking actions towards a specific goal, and it is focused on achieving the objectives by interacting with the environment and making the autonomous decision. Gen AI is exactly relying on the existing data to predict and generate content based on, say, patterns it has learned during its training phase. But it does not adapt or evolve from its experiences. Whereas if I talk about agentic AI, it is adaptive. So it is learning from its actions and experiences. It is improving over time by analyzing the feedback, adjusting its behavior to meet objectives more effectively. With the help of Gen AI, human input is essential to the prompt, so that basically with the help of that, it could go into the LLM model and it could generate the given output based on your prompt. Once you set up the agentic AI, it requires like minimum human involvement. It operates autonomously, making decisions and adapting to changes like without continuous human guidance. And it can even learn in real time. So that's what the beauty of agentic AI is. So we have given one example of Gen AI, like basically giving prompt to the ChatGPT or DALL-E. Okay. And agentic AI, one example could be your supply chain management system. Now, let us bit deep dive into understanding the technical aspects of how agentic AI is exactly working. Now, guys, let us try to understand how agentic AI is exactly working. So there is actually a four-step process of how agentic AI exactly works. So the first step is perceiving, where basically what we are doing is we are gathering and processing information from databases, sensors, and digital environments. And also the next step is reasoning. So with the help of large language model as a decision making engine, it is generating the solutions. If we talk about the third step, which is acting, so it is integrating with external tools and softwares to autonomously execute the given task. And finally, it is learning continuously to improve through the feedback loop, which is also known as the data flywheel. Okay. Now, let us explore each of the steps one by one and let us try to understand. So if we talk about perceiving, okay, so this is actually the first step where agentic AI is actually stepping up. So it is doing the perception, where what exactly is happening, guys, that AI is collecting data from multiple sources. So this data could be from database, okay, like your traditional and vector databases, okay. So it could be GraphQL, like vector database means the same. And if we talk about other from data, it could be from APIs, like it is fetching real-time information from external systems. It is basically taking data from the IoT sensors, like for real-world applications like robotics and logistics. And also it could take data from the user inputs also, like it could be text command, voice commands, or a chatbot interaction. Now, how it is exactly working, guys? So basically, let us recollect everything technically and let us see how this is happening. So the first step which is going in perceiving is the data extraction, where exactly the AI agent queries the structured databases like SQL or NoSQL for relevant records. It is also using vector databases to retrieve any semantic data for context-aware responses, like it could be any complaint certain it is trying to find out. Okay, so next, after it has got the data extraction, it goes for feature extraction and pre-processing, where AI is filtering the relevant features from the raw data. For example, like a fraud detection AI is scanning the transaction log for anomalies. The third thing, it is entity recognition and object detection. So AI uses basically computer vision to detect objects and images, and then it is applying the named entity recognition. This is a technique, okay, to extract the critical terms from the given text also. So we have three step-by-step process which is happening in perceiving. The first one is data extraction. Second one is feature extraction and pre-processing. The third one is like entity recognition and object detection. So let us take a very simple example like AI-based customer support system. So if we consider an agentic AI assistant like for a customer service, so say a customer is asking, where is my order? So the AI queries multiple databases all over here. Suppose it is going to query the e-commerce order database to retrieve the order status, or it could go to the logistics API to track the real-time shipment location. Also, it could go for customer interaction history to provide personalized response. The result what we get all over here is that the AI is fetching the tracking details, identifying any delays if it is happening, and suggesting the best course of action. Now, the next step is reasoning. Okay. Now, AI's understanding and decision making and problem solving is making agentic AI way greater. So here, what is exactly happening? Like once the AI has perceived the data, now it should start reasoning it. Okay, so the LLM model acts as a reasoning engine, orchestrating AI processes and integrating with specialized models for various functions. So if we talk about the key components like here used in the reasoning, it could be LLM based decision making. So AI agents could use models like LLMs like GPT-4, Cloud, Llama to interpret a user intent and generate a response. It is basically coordinating with smaller AI models for domain-specific tasks, like it could be like financial prediction or medical diagnostics. So these could be, the given example. Then it is using retrieval augmented generation or RAG model, okay, with the help of which AI is enhancing the accuracy,
by retrieving any proprietary data from the company's databases. For example, instead of relying on GPT-4's knowledge, the AI can fetch company-specific policies to generate the accurate answers. So this could be the one. And in the reasoning, the final step is AI workflow and planning. So it is a multi-step reasoning where AI is breaking down complex tasks into logical steps. For example, like if asked to automate a financial report, AI is retrieving the transaction data, analyzing the trend, and it is formatting the results. Also, for example, you could use this in supply chain management. So suppose, consider there is a logistics company which is using the agentic AI to optimize what could be the shipping routes. So a supply chain manager requesting the AI agent to find the best shipping route to reduce the delivery cost. So the AI processes real-time fuel prices, traffic conditions, and weather report. So using LLM plus data retrieval, it finds out the optimized routes and selects the cheapest carrier. Result you get is that AI chooses the best delivery option. So here the cost is reduced and improving efficiency. So this is one of the use cases, guys. So after perceiving, you get his reasoning. Okay. Now let us move ahead and discuss about the third step, which is act. So in this step, basically what is happening, AI is taking autonomous actions. So unlike generative AI, which stops at generating content, so agentic AI takes the real world action. Okay. How AI is executing tasks autonomously, guys? So basically first step is here the integration with APIs and software could be happen, where AI can send automated API calls to the business systems. For example, reordering the stock from the supplier's API. So suppose any inventory level is going down, so it could reorder that particular stock from the supplier's API. So it is interacting with the given API. Now it could also automate the workflows, like AI executes multi-step workflows without human supervision. So here AI can handle insurance claims by verifying the documents, checking policies, and approving the payouts. And finally, AI could operate within predefined business rules, okay, to prevent any unauthorized actions also. So ethical AI is basically being worked in this direction. For example, AI can automatically process claims up to say $10,000, but it is requiring the human approval for the higher amounts. So based on insurance and policy making stuff, so agentic AI could be really helpful in this scenario. One example, let's consider. So let's say we have this agentic AI managing an IT support system. So suppose a user says my email server is down. So the AI can diagnose the issue, restart the server, and confirms the given resolution. Now, if it is unresolved, then AI escalates to a human technician. Then it results into AI is fixing the issues autonomously, reducing the downtime. Okay. So this is where your action or act is coming up into the picture. Now, if we go on to the next and the final step, which is learning. So learning basically with the help of data flywheel, it is continuously learning. Okay. So this is the feedback loop all over here, which is the data flywheel. So how AI learns over the time? If we ask this question, so what is exactly happening that it is interacting with the data collection. Suppose AI logs successful and failed actions. For example, if users correct AI generated responses, the AI is learning from those corrections. Second thing, what you could do is you could you could fine tune the model and do reinforcement learning. So AI adjusts its decision making models, basically to improve future accuracy. It uses reinforcement learning basically to optimize workflows based on past performance. Okay. Now, third step could be automated data labeling and self-correction. So here, what is happening that AI is labeling and categorizing past interactions to refine its knowledge base. Example AI autonomously is updating frequently asked answers based on the recurring user queries. So in this way, AI is learning over the time. Example one you could consider. So say we have this AI is optimizing any financial fraud detection. So say this is consider that this is a bank which is AI powered, which has this AI powered fraud detection system. So AI is analyzing these financial transaction and it is detecting any suspicious activity. And if flagged, the transactions are false, and AI is learning to reduce these false alerts. So over the time, AI is improving the fraud detection accuracy, like minimizing disruptions for the customer. So in this way, AI is getting smarter over the time, like reducing the false alerts and also the financial fraud. So let's have a just quick recap of what we studied right now. So agentic AI works in 4 steps. The first step is perceiving, where AI is gathering data from databases, sensors, and APIs. The next step is reasoning. So it is using LLM to interpret tasks, applies logic, and generating the solution. The third step is acting. So here AI is integrating with external systems and automating the task. And finally, it is learning. So AI is improving over the time, via feedback loop, or which is basically called as data flywheel. So guys, now let us see this diagram and try to understand what this diagram is trying to say. So the first thing, you could see an AI agent all over here. So this is an AI agent, which is basically an autonomous system. So which has the capability of perceiving its environment, making decisions, and executing actions without any human intervention. Now, AI agent is acting as the central intelligence, okay, in this given diagram, and it interacts with the user, okay, and various other data sources. It processes input, queries databases, makes decision using a large language model, and it is executing action, and it is learning from the given feedback. Now, the next step, you could see the LLM model. So if we talk about LLMs, these are the large language model, which is kind of an advanced AI model trained on massive amount of text data to understand, generate, and reason over natural language. Now, if I talk about this LLM, so this is actually acting as the reasoning engine all over here, and it is interpreting the user inputs and making informed decision. It is also retrieving relevant data from the databases, generating responses. It can also coordinate with multiple AI models for different tasks, like it could be content generation, okay, predictions, or decision making. Now, when the user is asking a chatbot, like for example, let's say, what is my account balance? So the LLM processes the query, retrieves the relevant data, and responds the given bank balance accordingly. But now if you look at the kind of database the LLM is interacting, so we have the traditional database and the vector database. So here, if I say the database, like AI agent basically is querying the structured database. So suppose structured database, like it could be a customer records or inventory data, or it could be any transactional log also. So traditional databases basically store well-defined, structured information. Okay. So for example, like when a bank AI assistant is processing a query, like show my last 5 transactions. So it is basically fetching the information from a traditional SQL-based database. Next, we have this vector database also, guys. So vector database is a specialized kind of a database for storing unstructured data, which could be like text embeddings, images, or audio representations. So guys, like unlike traditional databases that store exact values, vector databases store in a high-dimensional mathematical space. It allows AI models to search semantically similar data instead of like exact matches. Now, AI is retrieving the contextual information from the vector databases, which is actually enhancing the decision making. It is improving the AI memory by allowing the system also to search for conceptually similar past interaction. Let's take an example to understand this. For example, we have discussed about a customer support chatbot. So suppose if it queries a vector database to find out similar past tickets, like when responding to a customer query. So a recommendation engine could use a vector database to find out similar products on a user's past preferences. So this could be done in that scenario. Also, some of the popular vector databases could be like Facebook's AI similarity search, Pinecone, or VV8. These are the certain amazing vector databases. Then you could see the next step is, after it has worked on these given data, it is performing the action. So the action component is referring where AI's agent has this ability to now execute tasks autonomously after the reasoning is done. So AI is integrating with external tools, APIs, or automation software to complete the given task. It does not provide only information, but it is actually, performing the given action. So for example, like in a customer support, the AI can automatically reset a user's password after verifying their identity. If we talk about in finance, then AI can approve a loan also, like based on the predefined eligibility criteria. Now, finally, we have the data flywheel. So data flywheel is a continuous feedback loop.
where AI is learning from the past interactions, refining its models, and it is always improving over the time. Now, every time like the AI is interacting with the data or taking an action or receiving a feedback, that information is fed into this model. So this is creating a self-improving AI system that is becoming smarter over the time. So the data flywheel is allowing AI to learn from every interaction, and AI is becoming more efficient by continuously optimizing responses and refining strategies. Best thing in could be used in fraud detection. So in this, the AI is going to learn from the past fraud cases, and it is going to detect new fraudulent patterns and more effectively. Chatbots also can learn from user feedback and improve the responses. And finally, you have the model customization, which is basically you are trying to fine tune the AI models on specific business need or any industry requirement. So AI models are not static, like they can be adapted and optimized for a specific task. So custom fine tuning is actually improving the accuracy and domain specific application, like it could be finance, healthcare, or cybersecurity. So a financial institution, say, fine-tuning an LLM to generate an investment advice, okay, on the historical market trends. That could be one use case. Or in healthcare, if we discuss like the healthcare provider is fine-tuning then AI model to interpret the medical reports and recommend the treatments. So guys, based on the given diagram, you would have got a brief idea like how, agentic AI is working. Now, if we discuss about the future of agentic AI, then guys, I would say it looks very much promising because it is keep improving itself and it is finding new ways to be useful. Like with better machine learning algorithms and smarter decision making, these AI systems will be more independent, handling complex tasks on their own. And believe me, in industries like healthcare, finance, customer service, they have already started to see how AI agents can make more impact and it could be more efficient from a personalization perspective, managing resources and many more other things. So as this system continue to learn and adapt, I think so they will be opening up even more possibilities, helping businesses grow, improving how we live and work. Now, I would say that in conclusion that agentic AI is actually paving the way for new opportunities, like unlike the older versions of AI, which was assisting with generating content or predicting the data, or responding to any queries. But agentic AI can perform techniques independently with minimal human effort. And agentic AI has become self-reliant in decision-making way, and it is making very big differences in industry like healthcare, logistics, customer services, which is enabling companies to be more efficient. As a result, it is providing better services to their.
So let's talk about the very first top AI tool, which is Skillora.ai. This AI tool aims to provide the best AI-driven mock interview experience. You can take mock interviews for any job roles and subject, receiving instant constructive feedback. Skillora's AI interviewer listens to your responses and asks dynamic flow-up questions to test your depth of knowledge. With the Essential plan, you gain access to 6 AI mock interviews per month. You'll receive instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports, helping you upgrade your skills for just $8 per month. The premium plan allows you to enjoy 15 AI mock interviews per month. You'll get the same instant feedback, ideal answers, and performance reports along with priority support, maximizing your learning for only $15 per month. Next up, we have Visco's. Visco's advanced AI coach is designed to elevate your job interview skills, harnessing insights from over 10,000 companies. It offers tailored sessions that simulate real interviews, providing personalized feedback and performance analytics. It transcribes your performance and delivers a conversational experience akin to an actual interview. It also offers customized feedback and performance analytics, helping you refine both your answers and communication skills. During practice session, you can craft questions specific to your desired role and industry, ensuring relevance and depth in your preparation. Supporting various interview styles. The price for AVA services are available for free. Next up, we have interviewing.io. Interviewing.io is an AI-powered platform that provides candidates with simulated technical interviews. The platform uses machine learning algorithms to assess your coding skills, problem-solving abilities, and communication style. You can get 4 simulated technical interviews for $225. Next up, we have MockMate. MockMate is an AI-powered tool that allows you to practice answering common interview questions. This tool provides feedback on your answers and gives tips on how to improve your performance. The service is available for $29 per month. Moving on to ChatGPT. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot that can be used to practice answering interview questions in a conversational setting. The chatbot can be customized to simulate the style of an actual interview, and it provides feedback on your answers. The free plan allows you to get started with writing assistant, problem solving, and many more. You will have limited access to ChatGPT 4.0 mini, including data analysis, file uploads, vision, web browsing, and custom GPTs. All of this is available at no cost.